Must be cooled and calm restored. We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results.
I had so much recorded today that I didn't get to record. I gotta watch the space limit on this thing.
American democracy.
It's up fast.
I continue to strongly believe that we must
beautiful conversations between my wife and I today.
Verify the identity and eligibility
or a walk. Cat followed this for like 5 acres, man. That cat's trip. Cat's trip.
Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth,
Our nephew was born beautifully with no
transition of power.
complications or nothing.
This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. 2020 has been a challenging time for our people.
Sending
A menacing pandemic has upended the lives of our citizens, isolated millions
This is a 2.5-minute video that was released by the President of the United States just a few minutes ago, acknowledging that there will be a new administration entering office on January the 20th. And on that note, it's a pleasure to welcome back to the program Rick Manning, who's with Americans for Limited Government. He serves as the group's president. Rick, welcome back to the program. I guess we knew it was coming in the month, right? Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's, you know, the fact is,
After they start and replay the video that the vaccine nurse
said this yesterday after the votes in the Senate,
infected.
this morning.
And we got the cargo container.
And so we have a
Not the cargo
President made it clear
20-foot down.
their legal recourses
Getting
have
gas
been
right now. Tobacco.
There's now
The tobacco. Pick up. 20-foot dome. Moving in the spot. And finish moving all the stuff around as we evolve. And terraform. Found a beautiful crystal spot. Literally quartz crystal.
Olvido de eso. Digo, ¿cómo sabe que mi cumpleaños? Y ahí me acuerdo. Así que bueno, comunícate con nosotros al 11 50 26 86 30 o el directo 52 19 47 60. ¿Qué música hay para hoy?
It's like so.
That scares me. I've been saying that. I'll grab some videos and see. The same as the South African variant. The UK is from Denmark, from minks, with South Africa's animal host. And we've been talking about it. Confirmation there. How's that? The stuff from South Africa?
Casey with 1,000. They got drenchers. They got whatever you want. Pallets of 300 watt solar panel. Like whatever the fuck you want for $100, 200. Auction online, and it's like I feel Ezekiel cars, Escape, 2009 Escape, $2,000.
You got that port, huh?
I feel like we just hit the jackpot. I'm like, for the money that I would have bought one truck, we can buy a tractor, backhoe, and a truck and something else. Dude, I feel like we just hit the jackpot, seriously. Whatever you want is crazy. There's no domes. I looked. Because I was like, is there any domes? Maybe. There's a case, a real case, and then there's John Deere's for 20,000. There's one that it has a stump removal and the backhoe and the loader.
The grinder thing on it?
Yeah, no, like you turn around and you start grinding stumps and then you do the backhoe and the loader. $3,000. No, yeah, and they're doing the auctions every month. And you can go to the lot. Huh?
Is the backhoe for only $3,000?
You can go to the lot 2 days prior to the auction and test drive the vehicles, do the check inspection. Insane. In Sacramento. It's called Bar 1. It's insane. You're about to pee your pants. No, like this is the money. You buy a car, like a car, and you turn it, like flip it, just flip it. There's everything is all staked on, like vehicles, all Ford diesel, 60,000 miles for $3,000. No, insane, like dumpster F500. Insane, look at that. This auction ends in a day, but there's another one coming out too. Today's open for visit. I was like, Gabriel, give me $20,000. I'm buying myself a brand new fucking tractor. Shit. That's the one that it has like a computer and everything. That's the grinder. It has 2 seats or 3. Grinder, backhoe, loader. And then there's like full-on tractors. There's a case. There's John Deere. And I'm telling you, this might be the same site that I had told you, remember? When we were at the shop and I was like, dude, all those Transformers trucks that they're working on, the 20, I saw them for auction. And I was like, this is really, remember? Yeah. It happens every month. There's a truck. Dude, like mobbing right here. We have brand new tractor. Seriously. I'm like, fuck a truck. We need a tractor. Yeah. And I won't be scared to drive it. We will both be doing work because it'll have brakes and it's just a matter of learning it and not fucking it up. But ain't that complicated. Then they got chassis like an
So I've been going, hey, we need the motor on that thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You manifested a motor because we can buy a brand
cool
new.
with you getting the truck, but
no,
we need the backhoe going.
Yeah,
or we can't do shit on here.
No, we'll have a nice track. And
we can pull the logs around, but
no. Yeah. And the truck will come. They got chassis, an F350, a 2006, for $1,000. Then you buy the bed for another $1,000 from a wreck car. And dude, like you're in the fucking game.
You can buy a new motor and all that kind of shit. Crate motor and all that. Put it on her.
Like there's a 2009. There's a 2009 Ford Escape
so
with 60,000. I want to buy it just for it. It's $2,000.
28 bids. Diesel. 90 horsepower. Oh, it's a 4x4. Got an 8-inch 6-way backfill blade.
No, it's insane. The blade
is
is
5930 backfill.
If you find, I was laying here and I could see the pictures like on like a sweet spot. And it's only in Sac and in Oregon that they do them.
This thing is a 4x4. 4-wheel drive.
I just don't know the brand. It's called Beaver, VEE. No, it's a monster. Dude, I'm telling you, $3,000. They got a wood chipper for 4,000, so we scored. They got a wood chipper for 4,000. Dude, like you turn around and you start grinding shit. People charge $3,000 to remove a stamp.
Yeah, no. She got the
Like Jeannie, that she needed her shit done because her whole house is gonna flip.
So, yeah, this would be perfect to use to do our farm.
Yeah, power line, because you can get everywhere, remove shit.
See, but this would be perfect for getting out all the oak stumps and everything.
Yeah, that's what it came to mind what
And
Mike
grading the
said.
ground.
Because we don't want to put chemicals, but we want to get rid of...
Grading the ground and being able to do the trench line for the wires and all the piping and so forth.
Yeah,
all
I
the
know.
water.
Water, so things don't burn. Yeah, everything. Just...
So the excavator is on the front part of it. Or actually, no, this is the excavator on the back. This would be the front. It's the same as the backhoe, but just flip. This is your back. This is your front. How you can tell is big wheels always
back.
see. But in a sense, it's set up like a stock. How would I say it properly? It came out odd. Your big wheel is your back, but yet with these, it's your front. So the excavator part is its front side. If you understand. Like a forklift.
Yeah. Yeah. We got a brand new farm right here, Ezekiel. We're gonna make those $10,000 work. Seriously, we make those $10,000 work.
Hey, that's only $3,000. If we were to get that, we could sell that for $25,000 afterwards.
We can use it until it dies, and it's worth $25,000. And the auction is in one day. We just gotta go to internet on Saturday and be like there. They explain everything. They give you like 10 days to pick it up.
You just get Patrick to pick that shit up.
Yeah, exactly. There's a car. There's cars for $900, Ezekiel, like state cars, like fire marshal vehicles, dualies, like insane. Like you need to get into that. There's pallets of 300-watt solar panels for $1,000. Like there's probably 50 solar panels there.
Yeah.
No, it's just don't have a cup, but
It doesn't have the top. We
you
can get
won't
one.
roll with it.
No, it has the top right there.
Yeah, you can
It
put
just
the
doesn't
king
have
in.
it just doesn't have that.
I'm telling you, dude, we're like, oh, we'll be waking up and jumping in the tractor, and both of us working. I thought yesterday, I'm gonna organize the Etsy where there's like every 2 days I ship, and not every day.
That's crazy. $3,000 for that thing. Got an excavator on the front, a little push bucket, and a trencher blade, and a de-stumper.
And scrambled eggs.
Yeah, for $3,000. How fun.
What is it, a 2000? A 1999? What is it, 80s? What is it? Has a computer system on the side. Did you read it? Did you see it?
Yeah.
Has 2 seats.
Something like this, $3,000.
Auction state sites.
A gang of pictures on this thing.
And you can go see it. Today, yesterday and today. I mean, we're getting in the car and we're going to go see it. If we want to buy it.
Bam.
Turn it on, make sure that it runs. Yeah. They're open till 5 o'clock. I know. Knows me so well. I was like, how you doing? She's like, I'm healed. And she says, how you doing? My worker bee that don't rest. What did you get yourself into this morning? She said. I was like, oh, you know me well. She's like, what new project are you like starting to like? Oh, I went to bed early. Early? There's so much life in the water and everything that we don't really like realize. We were truly ingesting. Tomatoes. And I'm gonna get it done, and I'll be done for the weekend.
Oh yeah, dude, what?
Put in my little cans in the post office. No wonder that she woke up in the middle of the night at some point and she just felt like she was okay. Like she felt back to herself, you know? And that even though she still feels tired or not, that she feels like she has overcome it.
So, in 3 weeks, no, today's the 8th, 20 days, it'll be a year to the date today that I asked your mother to sponsor me. You think she'd be down?
Conversation, okay? I don't know. I don't think she. I don't know if she has any money. Truly, my brother asked if she could.
What I'm stating is, you have the matriarch of the family ask the family for fucking money to sponsor you.
She would definitely be for it. I truly don't know. She can say
Well, it's been a year. She wasn't for it before. You guys just looked at me like I was fucking retarded. And they said you're gonna need help. I didn't say that you could. I just said, would you help me this time instead of your husband getting an argument with your mother and your sister and everyone else that I asked? There are people who tell you they'll give you money, but they look at me like I'm a fucking idiot. They'll give you money for bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's all my thing last year was, go give money for an Opal mine. Sponsor me your fucking son-in-law with the SC5 and the boys. And you'll never get sick of me. Get your other daughter to buy one, so that what we just did, what happens if we get sick? You should say we, you get sick, so I'm not using your device. You don't have to deal with me doing it passive. Or with my way. So go back to that. If we can do such, then we can, across time zones and across time areas and across time passages, it gets us to fight against this shit. And just instead of being this reactive shit. You understand? It's fucking reactive. That's why I don't understand what you said in your video. You
your family is proactive when the proactive SE5 system would be sent there for fucking me or for you, second wave, your sister would have one, and the protocol and plan that I set up so that any family member gets sick, whatnot, would already be there. Like with the summer's harassment of you, showing you what the doctors and most doctors in the United States and the world don't even understand about COVID and how it infects you and shit. It takes your system. It's the only way to keep the family safe is to pass this on. It's the only way to pass it on is to have someone to mentor you. So here in America, so you need somebody over there, the rest of the family fucking learning this shit. And teach it, pass it on. So that there's that miasma flow that is used. More than motherfucking the lawyer bullshit. This is more important than lawyers and protecting family from going back into the medical field. You understand? You understand? Steer the family back into that shit and clear the bullshit. Otherwise you're still, as I say, a target on your back. Because you're the landlord at the top of the pyramid instead of throughout the pyramid. You understand? Vicente, 10 years from now, he's in his 20s and he's been using an SU5 for 10 years. Imagine. The guidance of his Tia. No, you don't. It's been a year of me saying the same shit over and over again, and now finally I see where you're going. Huh. I've been talking to 3 women in the same family, and finally one of them says, I see where you're going after the mom gets sick and you have to heal her. It's fucking retarded to me. So first of all, I'm not talking, I'm just saying, to me, it's like the conversation last night of, how do you feed a baby? It's fucking obvious. It's the obvious shit.
The conversation wasn't how do you feed a baby.
What comes to your mind on how do you keep this alive? How do you feed the baby? How do you give it sustenance? How do you put clothes on it? How do you do anything with this life being that just popped out? It's obvious. That's why the most obvious thing for me was, we got that. Everybody in the world that's of the upper rich echelon that got one of those, stay healthy. Then let family member in this and we teach down the line. You understand? So I was getting frustrated with Michaela and me not working with each other, trying to get Michaela to work with you so that can be passed down the line. But not the device, at least the knowledge. Because you're talking to a young lady that has what? The fucking gift already. You understand? That you scan. Grandma, you hear the child, you're married to the dad, who scans and does like you without the feather. You understand? It's called, no, it's not. Go grab a motherfucker and it's not that hard. That's what she wants. She's like me. You have to give me attention. If you just try to like your stuff, fuck you. Okay. And obviously then you don't know me then. That's how I've been.
I'm just gotta go and sit in the living room. Well, how do you? I'm just saying, how do you get that person's attention? Like you're saying, you go grab it. Like what? I'm not gonna grab somebody. I'm saying you can make
You
yourself
go get into the
present
yes.
in their life.
Make
That's what I'm
yourself
saying.
fucking
Like
present,
sitting in
dude.
the living room, like making yourself in their space. All the means is just like a way of saying get around them. Like
Do like I do. You get into motherfucker's ass. Like you don't like. Get into someone's ass. You're their parental parent. Take charge. Pass the fucking knowledge on. Or stop it. By not passing it, stops it, kills it. It's ignorant to state what you're stating because the man who is the father of your grandson called, still doesn't understand it, but says, can you send me your prayers because he sees it as such, as prayers. You understand? Well, they talk to you more than they do you. So the misunderstanding isn't from me, it's from a where. Hey, it's not prayers, honey. This is what we do. You're pouring your forehead. Kid's fucking hand is fucked up and he says, hey guys, can you send me your prayers? What he's talking about, if you don't comprehend or it's not obvious to you, is can you scan me with the SC5 and make sure I don't use my fucking hand? Because the doctors are telling me that my hand's infected and I'm going to get my fucking hand cut off. Can you help me? Because you scanned me while I was in where? Across the United States, and you told me everything that's fucking wrong with me. You and my asshole bleeding, my fucking shitting out fucking blood. And it was right on point. Hey, Maria, can you fucking do the prayer thing for me? Do you comprehend? Or no? You know what I mean? They don't talk to me. They talk to you. That's what aggravates me because I have the fucking knowledge. I know everything. I know how the fucking mechanism of shit works. You don't want to talk to me. How do you see it? Oh, dude, I'll Google it. What the fuck are you gonna Google? Google takes down my fucking descriptions of what the fuck I'm making and how to do it. So if you don't want to talk to me, well, I guess talk to Maria. As the lawyer and everybody else wants to, but does she actually know what she's doing with her shit? But you're asking about my stuff. Fuck no, she doesn't know what I'm doing, because I don't even talk to you anymore about my shit. There's a turn an argument. So, hello? Your brother, who said I'll never trust you again because the baby didn't come out in the sex that he wished. But what did he do? Reached out to you. After I subscribed and said, watch for the pregnant one. Your brother fucking gives you a call several hours later saying, you need help because the baby's not coming. Hello? Huh? Well, woman, if you had a fucking anti-5 yourself, dumbass, and mom had one, and sister had one, and stupid motherfucking that always talks says, why don't you guys do this? It'd be real fucking easy since I've helped your sister understand for a decade now how to fucking do this shit. She has her own methodology. And be it that you guys are a lineal family, and this works on my isma, as you stated to me, all the work that I've done with your family, you see the fruition. The conversation with your dad, everybody. Right? Embody fucking shit. Fuck. Otherwise, to me, the waste of my fucking time. I got a bunch of practitioners that are open, that can change the world, but they wish not to step away from this, and so forth, and put that shit there. Because, this year, these crying and saying, oh, 2021, you motherfuckers ain't gonna want this year or the next year when the secondary strain hits from Nigeria, mixed with the South African strain, mixed with the motherfucking UK strain. We're almost at 4,000 deaths a day. By next week, we're going to be at 5,000 deaths a day. That's America. Where you move to, where we have 20% of the population. It take 2 years before our adversaries invade us. Because again, like I was saying last night, they're not letting servicemen or women fucking get caught COVID. Once they change that law, 3/4 of the United States are already infected with this shit. 1 in 16 Americans fucking got COVID. Yeah? What are you thinking? What you doing here? Etsy? You better start thinking more about this Etsy, homie.
I will.
As long as you're doing Etsy, start thinking more and more about other fucking things because it's 1 in 16. Our adversaries are knocking on the door. You know what I'm saying? It's only a matter of time. That's almost fucking. They might have to figure out how to get to Argentina. These fools smack us the way that they wish to smack us. working on itself to demineralize its own people. That focal point they did on purpose on the White House, D.C., if they'd done that 100 years ago, right? Ready? No, if they'd done that 100 years ago, there'd be no you and I being married. Why? Because Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and everybody would never been able to march in the White House. They've now removed that. There's no more organization. There's no more any of that shit. It's just gone now.
Yeah, completely. Before was you're supposed by the First Amendment you got the
Freedom of assembly,
right
all
of
that kind of
assembly, but still we're gonna not let you assembly. Now you need a permit to assembly,
Yes.
and now there's
That
no
happened
assembly at all.
That happened in my 20s.
Yeah.
In 99. 2000 going into 20, when Newt Gingrich and people motherfuckers came to the city of Marysville, they come to here. That's how much constituents of Republicans we have in our area, honey. Understand that. Newt Gingrich and the motherfuckers came to Bonanza Inn. We threw eggs at them folks from the other side of the fucking block and shit. Almost got arrested for that shit. People protested. You can now not. They changed because of such. And a couple other instances. You're a delegate or a person. A 4-block radius. You can't fucking protest. Even with a permit. That was out away from DC Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
This right here just happened on purpose, on purpose, on purpose, on purpose. And I've been stating, watch what happens. Our grandkids' ability to do what their grandpa did while half my body hurts from getting my ass whooped from protesting. Like with my mom. Protesting. Who spoke at the White House on the steps. You understand? It's gone. All the pictures that I've shown you where my mom's there with these things and the people with AIDS and all this stuff like this, no more. All done purposely, on purpose. But they can take away our motherfucking rights. This shit has all been orchestrated in a fucking perfect hands. And millennials and your generation just fucking played into it, dude.
Yeah.
JSOC operations from
people would have stayed at home and done it in a different fashion. Wouldn't have give them no reason.
JSOC operations to the fucking max, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, manipulate the masses to where our product of it is what you want to justify.
We just had
give yourself a good probable cause to fucking enforce all this bullshit on these people.
We just had a nice CIA operative JSOC operation right in the middle of our shit hoodwink. Seen it play the fuck out. Happen, commented, talked about it. Now we're here, and like I was saying, what I worry about is because they just did that right there. There is no more. Hey, DACA, people want to go march from the Capitol and fucking ask for rights? No. You know what you'll get? Yeah. Come sign up for all your shit. Here's your paperwork. Here's a fucking line of ICE officers come arrest you.
Mm-hmm. They're just gonna do whatever they want to do.
We just turned into a fascist state. Because now you cannot. You got. Let's hit the.
China
let's hit the. Speaker of the House of Representatives' house. Like I've been stating with those two people on both sides. Where they live at is rich. I couldn't walk down the street without being harassed 6 times by the police and being told fucking get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
How does somebody run up on that shit and do that? With all the security cameras and all that kind of stuff going on.
You're gonna get to the garage of Nancy Pelosi.
These fucking people are the 4th and 5th in line of the presidency. Huh?
I know.
Come from a Marine family.
I know, because
I
I've
come
been
from a
around.
Marine family. I'm like, hold on a minute, dude. If I was a normal fucking idiot, I'd be like, yeah, look at that. It's like, no.
You didn't get to spade prank somebody's fucking garage.
They live in a better place than Tahoe where you took me to.
When they're to be the third in line to be the president of the United States, you're you're the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Comes the president, the vice president, and yourself.
You don't just walk up on somebody's shit that's like that. And oh, okay.
And then you can go to Mitch McConnell fucking house and do the same shit. Like, what the fuck is that? And put it, where's my money? Like, where's my money? And then you make it to not only her garage, but her fucking office. Like, how do you make it to that woman's office? How do you get so close to it? Like the embassy that we saw, people throwing fire at it. Have you ever been anywhere close to an embassy? Because I've done it to go to get my visa to come here.
Honey, that's
After
why
2011, they've done concrete shit. And they got like war tanks outside embassies right now.
That's what I was saying to you.
No, how am I gonna show up with a fucking fireball in my hand and throw it at the window and not get shut down on the spot, like shot?
That's what I was saying to you.
You know, and you're gonna walk into
And not just that. It's
Washington,
the largest,
capital city. Come
the
on,
embassy
man.
you're talking about was the largest, most expensive embassy America's ever fucking made.
Yeah.
Except for the Israeli one they just did.
It's the same. It all comes to the box cutter. It's like the box cutter shit. What can I tell you that you
And
believe?
the sonic crickets.
Yeah, exactly. No, but he started with it. But he had to start. No, but he had to start.
Up that started giving motherfuckers brain damage. All of a
No,
sudden.
but you don't understand, Ezekiel. For people to, at some point in history, believe sonic cricket, you have to start paving the road with the box cutter. Idiocracy to its finest. People just not drinking
17.
Gatorade out of the fountain yet.
No, they didn't make it. Fucking propel. Propel and they're past the electrolyte. They're already burnt out, honey. It'd be yeah. The salts and shit. The whole reason why people like Gatorade. Well, I know that the plants and shit would grow in fucking need obviously because it's fucking salty out water.
But what do they drink? They don't do that. Pass the salt. What are they drinking?
They just drink Gatorade.
After that, pass the salt. You're saying where they're burnt. What are they getting after that?
I'm not understanding.
I said they're just not yet drinking the Gatorade from the fountain, and you said they're past that. Like they're burnt. Like they ain't even getting that.
Oh yeah.
What are they drinking?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. They diesel out of the fountain. What are they drinking?
They're huffing dust off and shit.
That Mexican dude was asking me about the currency exchange. You know, I was like, in Argentina, it's really dangerous. I was explaining to the guy. I was like, when I came here, Ezekiel, when I came here in 2012, in December 2012, you could go to the convenience store.
Here or there?
In Argentina. You can go to the convenience store and get yourself
I thought you didn't have convenience stores. You had the
kioscos. Yeah. I'm just translating it for you, but if I say kiosco,
don't change it for me because it took me 8 fucking years to understand what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
I was telling the guy
What
the
the
kiosco. So you go to the kiosco and you can buy Coca-Cola in the kiosco for 3 pesos. Now the same Coca-Cola, it's fucking almost 400 pesos. And he was like, his eyes open. I was like, when I came here, it was 1 to 3 pesos and 1 to 15 Mexican pesos. And he said, that's insane. Our inflation hasn't even hit that much. They're like 1 to 22 right now. And we're at 1, like, proportionally, you know, we're at 1 to 200 almost.
The Mexican peso? The Argentine peso?
$1, 200 Argentinian pesos, which is $1.22 Mexican pesos. So the Mexican peso is stronger than Argentinian peso right now.
And you were the second economy of South America.
Yeah. And so my mom said they just signed this thing where all of our China just bought all the Argentinian pig, all the pig. They just own absolutely everything. And they feel so proud of like serving, you know, like the feeding the Chinese people. And it's like, wow.
You guys are getting devoured.
While people are just starving on this below poverty line on the street, you know. kids don't have to eat. They're coming to you asking you shit for eat, and you're sending the food out of the country.
Scan mom and see, and scan dad and see.
Oh well, I gotta do a scan and.
This is a simple yes or no question. If she got infected from fucking China, from the secondary strain that happened there, from the pigs.
It was coming up as the Asian flu, influenza. Did he got it from the pigs?
No, not that she got it from the pigs.
The variation that came
That
from.
variant that came that I was talking about, that mom sent and gave verification that the fucking pig farmer. It's 6 months ago, remember?
Yeah, because the pigs were infected. It passed the blood of the caretaker of the pig farm, and it turned into a different variant.
What's happened with that? Because that was the influenza variant of fucking this. And again, it's all with the key space virus program fucking with
Creating that
fucking
environment.
animals.
Creating that environment in the animal itself.
H5N1 virus comes from fucking the birds. That's a swine flu or bird flu, which they said they cured. Why the fuck is H5N1 virus coming back in China? Where they're cooling their birds. The same with like Denmark. Like I believe Key Space Program fucking used that stupid shit at the mink farm. The same with here. All it takes is a stupid motherfucker being one of them groups or some stupid shit and fucking spraying that shit on themselves. And the animals. You understand? Because they pushing this shit as supposedly as you say, you seem to get why I got away from their shit because they're always talking about money. Oh, we're doing this so we can make the farmer have more money. But it's like, dude, this is supposed to be free energy, free technology, all this kind of shit. Why don't you do like I am, where I'm showing how to make gold, silver, all the rare earth elements from fucking nothing, get rid of fiat. Get rid of the fucking, this bullshit, this shackle on somebody.
Not using Coca-Cola products, for doing your reactor bullshit, because it's, what's nuclear about that, and like literally like engineering on that bullshit, it's like.
Stick your foot in your mouth. Here's the thing. Why you want people to use Coca-Cola? Because it has C60.
That's a special type
There's
of
a special
carbon.
type of carbon for kinetic that feeds the fucking variant of the motherfucking shit that they're trying to get you to grow externally and internally. Henceforth, why they say on the Tuesday meeting you gotta make your reactors underneath the car exhaust or outside next to the fucking stuff. And I'm going, what? What I'm saying is, the brain. South Africa, they openly stated in Ghana, Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria. What were they doing? Selling the plasma fucking water in the Coca-Cola bottles.
Bottled already. Yeah.
Bottled already.
Commercially sold.
Talking about they got rid of diabetes, heart disease, all this fucking shit.
Well, the people with Ebola, they had it
MERS. They said they got rid of MERS. Well, if you got rid of MERS, how come it's still there? MERS is the same as SARS, as the same as COVID. Are you picking up on this? 2003 till now, these motherfuckers stated that they've been working in those countries on SARS, MERS, this and such. Now we have new variations of this, and we have quoted contacts of, in those farming regions, you have the farmers are all infected. Nothing's being talked about that. We had that happen 4 times last year.
Yeah. How is it the Chinese government not coming out and saying,
Not just the Chinese, hold on. It was other news people or other people got wind of it, talked on it. How has it been silenced on their end? Fuck the Chinese government and how they always secretize stuff. If it's already been out and you already know about it, what in the fuck would make you forget about it in 6 months? If there is a new variant of COVID that's in the pigs, that went from the pigs to the farmers, is already in the farmers, and they're not killing those pigs are being slaughtered and sent to America, where people now, for 6 months, have been getting infected. Now those vector points are not the meat poultry places anymore, but this new variant. How did you forget about that? That's where I'm getting at of scanning mom. Because if China's pushing over there to get more stuff, and they're growing the pigs, and the pigs have to come from there. And China ain't gonna let a bunch of fucking Argentinians work their pig farms. They're gonna have their people there flown over that have had the fucking jab and are sick. And bring it to your country. Hello?
Other people, like we were saying too, with the diplomatic
Immunity?
unity, because
As
even though
Keisha did in the
Argentina might
beginning.
have closed its borders at that time, all them people are flying on their own.
As Keisha did in the beginning, where he stated in his talks, where he said, we're flying around doing all this teaching motherfuckers, killing niggas off left and right because we have diplomatic immunity. And my buddy's flying and going to the most infected areas, and he's like a little sponge, sucking up people and sitting next to people on the airplane.
And no time after the head of the health thing in Iran, it was like that 5-second video that the man couldn't stop coughing, remember,
he
and
fucking
sweating.
died.
That was live. And you were at the shop that day, and I watched that video, and the guy was drenching and drenching. I was at the beginning. We were open still. Remember?
I said, watch what's going to happen. He's going to take out motherfucking Iran Ayatollah. He kept Ayatollah and wiped out the vice president all the way down. So now you got that Argentina woman with the Italian lady that run his office.
Interior design.
Motherfuckers that fucking design the health egg bullshit. Fucking images that they keep telling you is fucking real, but I ain't seen nothing working. Just see CG fucking that shit.
Computer.
Fucking show me some real shit. He came out with that little system after you seen my wife and a couple other people get treated in the back of my house.
No lie.
That's why I love the way that I did my nanites 24 years ago now. To myself, to where they're able to do memetics. I'm telling you, you can turn on things, man. You can turn off things. Talk to yourself. Not now, but past or future. And it's not you. That's a trick, man. Then you step into that you that was talking to you, and you're like, whoa. I don't know how to explain like all day vu, deja vu type weird thing, but the overlay happens sometimes. Like say when you're on hallucination or fucking psychedelics and you're fucked up and all of a sudden, as your mother just stated, as I stated several conversations before, where it's like, you know, you'd be like in a conversation with
something
and all of a
overlays on
sudden
it, and
you're like, boom,
yeah.
and it's like, whoa, a minute.
Like it's state mindset, mind shift too.
It's like that person's gone and this person's
Yeah, there's like a
in,
mind
and
shift too.
it's like a second trying to figure out like what the fuck the conversation was about and shit. And everything was like, okay, who are you listening to? I ain't seen you having anyone looking around like, where the fuck am I?
Oh, that's what she said. She said in the middle of the night, I just woke up and felt healed. That's the words that she's using. She said at some point in the middle of the night, I woke up and I felt healed. Besides, I feel weak and tired. It's logic because my body had fought a lot. That's what she's saying, and it has to reheal itself. She's saying. She said, healed.
Estoy curado.
Estoy. I am. Curada. Healed.
Along with the Sente doing it, little brothers, right? The little kids that are from the Pachamama thing learn it. Because you teach them it's a feather. You show him how to do crystal lamps and other things. Or the properties. The things that he does are not like Tio's, but in a sense like Tio's and Theo's. But he uses his own methodology because Spirit shows him how to do it. And he makes Ketty stones everywhere. And places them. And understands the dielectric capacity of the beeswax and those propellers. Now you can scan them and program them and make them more potent and send them to people. Blah, 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 blah. You know, I fucking talk for 7 days straight just on this little simple thing. And you don't like it. What do you explain to me? And I said, come on, dude, the obvious is there. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? You know, it seems like I only fucking focus on one little thing, but you go like this, expand it out. You know what I'm saying? People, hey, I'd rather go get gas for this stupid shit. I ain't heard it for a minute. Now it's back. Ain't got nothing better to do. Drive around at midnight, get stuck somewhere, or drive in nothing. So crazy. Especially because, what'd you say? That shit works on what? Influenza and all those kind of things, and you see that you're going what route? So think about that. You know what I'm saying? You make your own propellant. Balancing the people. Have them infusing quartz. Those things, because they're crystal themselves, we're going to use plasma and other stuff into them, and when a person can wipe it on, they use it as an ointment, or as a vape, and there goes COVID. Because what's going on right now? Rhinovirus is fucking gone. Flu virus is gone. Influenza is gone. All this bullshit that we've spent 20, 40, 50 fucking trillions dollars on research, development, oppressing people, fucking people off, giving them fucking fucked up vaccines for the last 100 years. And them stating we can't get rid of the common fucking cold. How's it going away right now? Asian countries over here, a fucking mask. Put a pair of panties on your face, stupid. And it's not just that. It's you're actually washing your hands and you're keeping your fucking self to yourself. And actually keeping the 3-foot distance of, I have 3-foot personal space, which is given the Constitution of this is my personal space. Don't get into that type thing.
Probably we get into biblical books too. It had all been set to keep that space or more space too, but we haven't.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't it
That's
part
why
of,
absolution
probably
is.
it's part of a sunnah and whatnot. If we,
But the absolution, if everybody did absolution and cleanse not
No,
their
that-
fucking
yeah.
body, but their spirit.
Yeah, absolution for sure. I was saying on the space wise too. There should be already set determined of what we should be keeping, but we haven't.
That's why this whole Western handshake and all that shit, all it did was to spread disease.
Yeah, because you're just supposed to put your hand on your heart and just like bow, right? Yeah, you acknowledge somebody.
Connection.
Fuck, I think they double printed shit. Give me a second. No, but it makes total sense what you're saying. And if people will learn from this, that's the problem. Like, we're gonna supposedly, in 5 years we'll overcome this pandemic, and then the flu will come right back because nobody has taken these mental notes, like you're saying. Hey, hold on a second. Even if just on traveling, even if it's just on the mere thing, on the moment that you enter the airport, from the moment that you go into the airport to where you get to your final house destination, wear a mask from here on in life. Not just during the pandemic, but that would already bring down the probabilities of the flu itself,
Yeah, it cuts it by half. The other part is...
Like, nobody's taking mental notes. We're not learning from this shit. That's what I'm saying.
The other part is, be it that, we're going into winter, other parts in summer. It travels between people wishing to go to the ski resorts. The rich folks that got the opportunity to go, that's why you always heard me sound like a cynic and whatnot. Because you fucking bastards have fucked off the weather patterns, our ecology, topography of the earth, so you fucking ski down the hill. That's why when I met you when you snowboarded, I said I don't do this shit. Never have, never will, have not once in my motherfucking life. It destroyed our earth. Literally. Killed it. Spread all the diseases around the world. People don't fucking understand or think I'm lying. Look at it again. How the rhinovirus, which is the common cold, is done. Influenza is done. Flu virus is done. But everybody, every year, let's spend billions of dollars on a fucking vaccine cocktail of some shit to try to fucking keep you from catching the flu. But how do you catch the flu? Motherfucker from where the flu's infected right now comes up to your spot, and it just spreads around because no one realizes asymptomatically gets fucking passed out like this shit did. Deep is the well and how long does it take for the motherfucker to realize what is falling into it? Wake up, people. Hitler's right-hand man wrote that shit. He taught a lot of shit in America.
Like you said,
He did a lot of writings in America.
like you said yesterday about the death comes upon the wings of the wind.
Mm-hmm.
That's so stupid because it's like the messenger itself is not acknowledged, but it's like carried with the wings. You know? And that's like from the plane wings, everything that has wings, that it's like man-made, manufactured bullshit.
That is what I deciphered from underneath the motherfucking Sphinx. Penny? My picture of the blue one? Of the sister?
Yeah.
Miss Kathy, the blue one? My mentor? One of my mentors? She's underneath the Sphinx with the tablet behind her. We deciphered. You understand?
Yeah.
That comes upon the wings of the messenger. That's what I thought was interesting because in there has that thing, looking like a helicopter and smells shit. But I drew out for you showing you fucking this right here. I thought it was odd. Original H strand. Clearly drawn, I should have drawn it better, but original H strand. Or AIDS itself. COVID's supposed to be just like this. You understand? This is its main structure of the body, but then these right here, human glucose coming on. You understand? This is how you catch AIDS. If your belonging's off. That's why everything has sugar in it. The wrong sugar. How does COVID catch you? You understand?
Yeah.
What's its mechanism?
The spike.
No, what's its mechanism of catching you on the spike? On the spike, how do you get caught? If your diet's fucked up and other things as such, this is more readily available than what? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Stop just guessing. Think of what your husband is asking you. If COVID is similar to HIV in the sense of how it infects you, and AIDS gets you by having sex, is the most readily transmittable way. Why? Because it's the most vigorous fucking option you can do other than choking and sweating to death on yourself. But you start sweating real good when you're fucking somebody, right? Yeah. So you need glucose. What the fuck is glucose? The most readily available fucking power packet, nigga.
You burn it off.
So what is AIDS covered in? And how does it catch you? Human glucose. The similarity between COVID and fucking AIDS is that. So why is mom tired right now, motherfucker?
Because she basically...
Why is all the other people that you've scanned, that we've helped cure, like your mom just now, fucking tired, nigga? Because what's it do to the selenium, copper, the zinc, manganese, carbon, and your motherfucker, copper, and D, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, vitamin Z.
Which 3 and 4 is what?
Yeah, it's using all that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's using all that to build itself up.
And so this is why long-term effects of COVID happen, where you have what? Sarcoidosis reaction. And it don't go away. Long-term effect.
Chronic inflammation.
Because once you turn these on the receptors, because this now transcribes itself into your fucking body, it's a part of you now, and you're a part of it. cytokine, myokine, liokine, and motherfucking interferon fucking gets flushed through your system. And again, we're a symbiotic. It can override and talk over things that we still don't realize is part of our immune system. Because there's more to our immune system than what we realize is our immune system.
We just haven't named
Henceforth,
it or
why my
identified it or
mom
know what it does.
has all these lumps and shit cut out of her fucking body.
Because they just don't know yet. They haven't named it, and because they haven't named it, they don't bother to explain it or have it into account. It's just a byproduct of something. I mean,
Some bullshit.
like the black, like heavy side, we just don't know. It's a vacuum.
Realize why.
Call it a vacuum test.
The cytokine storm happened in your lungs. Oh, come on, stupid fucks. Yeah, you do. Here, we're gonna give you a steroid.
To suppress it for a second, but it's more sugar, and it's feeding it still, and then the moment it's so fucking angry that the moment you stop feeding itself, you're so much pain that then you need morphine to just beat.
More sugar.
To just beat. Because I've seen it with your mom, that was it. And it's in that cycle. Like your mom wrote this the other day. I told you that she had wrote it in it. She had commented on.
Mom's alive and had COVID. She got 3/4 of the lung. Autoimmune deficiency disease, full on blown fucking shit.
I know, huh?
Understand, man? Would you help
You
me
need to
open
stand
your
your mom,
fucking
too.
mom up? Would you open your head up to where, since you've helped your mother, you devote time to where your husband.
I'm trying, that's why I'm doing this. I'm getting ahead of
No,
myself
what I'm
so I
saying
can
is,
dedicate
you can
some
get to
time.
where you can do that too.
Mhm.
At the same time as you're doing your work. Right now, you haven't seen me do my plasma work, but I've been running simulations and shit in my head. They're the same as if I was doing it.
Occupy that
fucking
space
physically.
in my head. Yeah, got it.
Get your psychic visualization where it's like, so when you sit down, you do what you've been seeing or visualizing for the last 3, 4, 5 months, or just a second if you wish to. Please. You keep thinking I'm fucking attacking you or doing some shit. Well, I'm trying to make all this time and all this time. And I'm like, dude, you're not making any time. You're doing more work on yourself, not understanding. I'm telling and suggesting to you to understand how to unlock your mind. Where
In a
it's
etheric way.
where it's timeless. Not in an etheric way. You're doing this from a thought. Now it's physical. What do you wish to be is physical. Remember that lift. Understand that lift. It's all here.
I don't think you're attacking me. When you say comments, I really ponder upon it and try to think. My face may not show it, my ego may not show it, but I really try to see from what angle I can approach it to where I can benefit from what you're saying. I wouldn't be who I am if it wouldn't be for me taking in these attacks, right? Like, quote unquote attacks.
Your response when you're frustrated is that, you know, I can be because I live my life the way that I do and I take what people say is truth. Otherwise, what would be the point of you speaking on it, right?
So I did this post. And see what your mom wrote. I found those emails.
From my mom wrote that or you wrote it?
I wrote that, and I'm going to show you what your mom commented. I'm showing it because she mentions it. Yeah, I did. I double printed one document.
How you keep do that? back to the argument they always have where I go, I know you say that you're going to do one thing at a time, but you say you can't, you can do multiple things, but then you say, you should be able to walk and chew bubble gum and talk at the same time, and you get pissed when I say that, but then when I'm talking to you and you learn to read and some other shit, you get all illustrated and frustrated and say I can't do that, and I say, well, is it because it's in English, or is it because it's not in fucking Spanish, which is your first language? You do the same thing when it comes to the radio, where you say, because it's in English and I'm talking with you, you have to turn the radio down or vice versa so you can focus on one thing because it's not your language. So my thing is well, if you put the shit in Spanish, or Pascualian, or whatever the fuck, your native tongue, and you read it, then you should be able to talk with me or comprehend what the fuck I'm talking about, and vice versa. If you're doing it in your first native tongue, you're not going to transfer anything over other than the audio, right? So I keep going with plasticity and bringing up talking with my ex-great father-in-law who was in his 90s that still had an accent and so forth, but lived in America for over 50 fucking years from Portugal. And going, it's interesting, I used to talk with a man going, I dream in my language tongue, I've not ever in English, and it blew my mind, so I'm going, huh? I didn't understand it. So what I say to you, what I say, or you get all frustrated and I go, It might help you.
I was like train me there. I thought it was kind of cute, but she's like train me there. Like the great. I think she took it the wrong way. I'm not thinking of the great I am at all. I'm talking about my life.
6 days ago, so the 7th.
It was like my life. Wait. How? Before you read your mom's, can you like give me your interpretation of what I wrote? Like, do you?
It has been such a pleasure learning. Constantly learning about self and indirects through the mirror of others. The way people perceive me is such a beautiful reminder of my inner life. In essence, which is all I know. Often forget how special and rare it is. Often I get compliments. It's been a learning experience too. Learning to cope with self-awareness and self-image. Learning to share consciously or unconscious. Share light and energy that I just can't call mine anymore. I'm a channel for light to come through and shine its beauty through me. Enjoy. The great I am. There is more, I promise. The I am is false too.
Like that. Just that saying that I don't think I'm literally putting it out from myself to it's not mine, right? So and I thought I don't know. I thought
My mom has her master's. Yours is in what? Graphic design, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you still get befuddled when I talk to you about like stuff that has to do with what your master's in. My mom's talking to you about something that she's almost 60 for the last 15 years. She has 6 years over you. Straight being immersed because help my mom get into the stuff she's doing. On the spiritual path, the stuff she's doing now, I don't know what stuff she's doing. She's looking at that Joel Coulson fucking shit and other things. And that's sparkly, Mom. That's not gold. That dude's fucking fake as mother. But what I'm getting at is one has to understand the plateau where she's coming from, but then on the same inference, she has to understand the platform that you're coming from. And see if that, you don't explain to a person that I'm reading the itinerary to explain to you that I do not understand what IT is. What is this passage on here? Sometimes when one uses it verbatim as you are, without that same, say, cookie-cutter plateau construct, words can come out from you that might trigger or do something to a person that has those constructs, and vice versa. I'll just put it in that way. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
If you understand. So, in the manner of your writing, 'cause my mom's also a writer and other things, the I and saying I take witness and vantage point of someone giving me things and saying I'm looking into the mirror. I am.
Mhm.
You understand?
Yeah, for me, just doing that first testimony, at least I'm conceiving the I am. I'm still
In
holding self. I'm still holding
in
self.
self, but also externally.
Mhm.
Because that's what you're talking about, sharing.
Mhm. Sharing, but not consciously sharing. Still sharing, because you can't really control it, because it's not really mine. So therefore, I'm saying this is not even who I am or what I am. I'm not really trying to be
Therefore,
the I
she's
am.
saying,
I'm not saying I am all this.
therefore, she is saying there is more, I promise.
Mhm.
The I am is false too.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. When you were in jail and your mom and I went and stayed in a hotel that Cece arranged us in Tahoe to go visit you, your mom played this song for me that it's called like it goes like na 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 na, and it's like in the world of I am na 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 na, and it just like pretty much peels off like the I am, like, you know, and like your mom, I understand where she's coming from. Like she had shared these with me, and like I've not shared, but I've really like not that she should share with me, like I now have that, like I have that understanding because of her. You know what I'm saying? Like part of me showing in my description is because of her. That's what I'm saying. You know, like your mom had taught me a lot, and she have shared this with me. You know what I'm saying? But not just shared. I have like tried to integrate it. But my inflection was, does it not show from what I've written? Maybe doesn't, maybe doesn't.
I don't know, I haven't read all the stuff yet, and stuff. Let's see what she was saying to me. The I is false too. Much was revealed to me as well. It is a state of mind and temporary as all is until the absolute is reached. Even the great I am behind the great I am is the anthropomorphic embodiment of all we are, not what it is, nor what is referred to as God, as wrathful, loving, merciful. Those are states of the I am, ever moving to the absolute. I was contemplating one day, and all became quite clear after much suffering.
From the
From COVID.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. She said, I think she keeps saying from the respiratory, from my lungs or something like that. She said.
All things fell away, I am free, I'm born in the absolute state. I don't even know that I am. Last time I spoke to E, he said something in anger that truly hit my heart in love. I held to it. Yeah, like you did last night, where I wouldn't said nothing out of anger. You can hear the messages that I sent, and you remember that day, September 7th, last time I spoke to my mom. I was closing. Well, I'm so glad the shop is closing, because I'm tired of hearing the same fucking, like I said to you last night, whining. And you got offended. And I said, well, you're taking that as being offended, and think about what I'm getting, because what I'm saying is whining. It's not what you're speaking on, it's no matter what you're doing, and so on and so forth, going in this route. If you're gonna fucking stay on that, I don't want to hear shit. So give it to yourself. As you took. For what? The fucking bullshit for the fucking accusers. So, hey, exhaust all your stuff. It's too expensive for me to do all this stuff, but again, in manufacturing, you look it up. In any type of manufacturing, and you're trying to say jig, and you get frustrated because instead of an adult person stating, hey, husband, I don't know what jig means in fucking your description, or in Spanish, or again in your description you're saying making a fucking template that makes it easy, but then me going, there's no way in your mind, woman, that you've not ever fucking messed with a jig because your master's is in fabric designing.
I know what a jig
and
is.
so forth.
Now that I
Now
know
that
what the
you know.
definition is,
You know what I'm saying?
then I can say, yeah.
But I'm describing it. I give 4 different descriptions of different examples besides the thing and the etymology and the meaning from Oxford Dictionary.
Understood.
But I'm always told by you, my mom, everybody, shut the fuck up. You talk too much. You stretch on for hours. Where I'm like, damn, it takes me hours to speak on something because I'm trying to figure out where the fuck your guys' mentality is. And I never graduated high school. You guys are all college fucking graduates and shit. They're brain dead as fuck when it comes to speaking to you in the verbatim that you went to school to learn how to fucking talk to another motherfucker that went to school with a verbatim.
Yeah, I haven't learned my verbatim of what I went to school translated in English.
What the fuck?
I know in Spanish, and not in English.
Well,
So therefore,
that's your inability. And my inability, because I can't get to that because you won't tell me. I can't help you. But I'll sit there for 10 minutes trying to describe the fucking jig as you get frustrated and throw something around. Well, no, dude, I'm trying to talk with you. That's why fuck you, Todd and G, you guys' relationship. I pray it works. But if your husband states he doesn't want to fucking do like I do every day with my wife and try to understand what she's talking about and try to get her to understand what I'm talking about and not have it turn into a fight because somebody, again, doesn't wish to fucking state I don't understand, as I do. Can you explain that to me? Hey, I don't comprehend that fucking word. Can we get somewhere where I can get Wi-Fi or something where I can look it up since you won't tell me? Huh? Can we be an adult in life and do that, kid? Because to me, that is the childishness that I speak upon that you get so fucking butthurt when I say your kid. That's child. That's ignorance. That's fucking stupid. That, when I say that's stupid, I'm not calling you stupid. I'm calling the actions of not stating, hey, dude, for 10 minutes now, you've been saying something that I have no clue, and I'm not going to tell you. It's just like you the next day after the fucking shit in San Francisco. Yes, honey, I comprehend that I pushed the start button. I started the fucking shit going to Zamora. But I'm going to fight with you and tell you that you fucking did it. But here, the day later, I'm going to acknowledge that what you were saying to me in the car, that yes, honey, when you were holding the phone and showing me the fucking shit, that my map was white, the start button was down there, but I pushed the start button and I followed where the fuck was in the phone. How childish is that? Huh?
in the moment I didn't see it. I saw it as I'm reflecting on it on my own.
Why do you think my voice is getting louder and louder and going, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You're trying to put this shit on me. It's childish. You want to act like a child? Fuck, we can get stupid. I can get retarded with you if you want. I can get down on your level if you want. Fuck. Or I can fucking try to be the adult in the room who's trying to keep it calm and yelling, raising her voice now. Now I'm yelling. Just saying, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Because you're acting like a little kid that woke up from a fucking nightmare and you're still fucking hysterical and I can't get you to fucking stop screaming. Because you're just screaming about nothing. Like literally fucking nothing. That has to be pertinent in this reality. Because again, if tetanitis is seen as someone not being schizophrenic and hallucinating some fake shit, then, you understand? That's what I'm saying to you. I don't know what reality you're living in, dude. You're doing some weirdo shit, but it's real to you. But it's not real on my side. Can we fucking live? Can we share it, nigga? You understand what I mean? That's what I'm speaking on. 7 years ago when I was saying, baby, you're asleep. You're sleeping on it. You need to wake up to that. Not no consciousness, no other shit, other than your responses when you would do that. First thing on off, dude, you're sleeping, dude. You get so pissed off. I'm not fucking sleeping. I'm like, and you sit there with this energetics that you're learning how to control, and you just fucking blast me, dude. Like everyone else would, they didn't understand they had the gift. And I confront them and be like, dude, you're doing this to me. Yeah, okay, let me show you something. Bow! Here's your shit back at you. Oh my god, yeah, you want to learn what you're doing? Because, like, you're openly just fucking blasting everything in your environment around you.
Yeah.
And you don't understand. I can see this shit.
Like harmonically, magnetically fucking
Fuck,
shit
dude.
up. And that tells you, like, when the car shut off, or like you keep running the car without, like, that tells you in the physical plane how you can magnetize yourself, or it's just, it's like manipulating the lighter, right? Like the 6 degrees of freedom is just something matter ain't matter no more. Like you get. But is that in a parallel reality? Like, are you unlocking that in that different reality, like you're saying? Because I'm not even up. Like, I can't stop myself, Ezekiel.
I know you can't, dude. That's why I say fucking stop fucking being an asshole and being a child. You have a gift that you need to take home, Sean, so you can help our daughter. Our lineage, and your lineage is what I'm trying to explain to you. The time for people like yourself, myself, others that have been attracted to us, so on and so forth, to wake the fuck up and understand the true introverse realities. Just because your focus is on that cup right now don't mean that there's a billion other cups that are still sitting right there, are moving or coming to your mouth. It's your observational point to see it and understand. Now it's on my foot, now it's here in my hand, now it's on my knee, now it's moving towards my mouth. But in between there, how many multiverses have to happen for it to move? Because it's moving from a time point. You wish to degrade yourself down to that 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but within those seconds you have to split those up even more, in thousandths of a second. But even all through those are observational multiverses that, as you're looking at it to make it look like it's solid, those are realities. Do you comprehend that? This is shit that I used to get in trouble for fucking speaking on. Because I realized when I met Alana and why I walked away, because I got suffer law. I didn't need a teacher. I got how do you say fuck word English word? I got confirmation of information I had. That's why all them guys get to kick it with them. I had to learn how to not be jealous. You don't need to be here. I've always been sent messages and things through my heart, and things that I believe, things that I see, things that I speak upon. We have a conversation, Milana sends confirmation for you, and the confirmation for the guy that you listen to. It sits underneath my teaching.
Does it start with like a knowing?
Just explaining and stating. As I say sometimes, and it sounds like from ego. If you knew these things, like you heard me say countless times, you and other motherfuckers, are you gonna stay you? I see my ex, she tried. That's some plastic shit. Another one went revert back. A couple of other women I've been with. No. All the friends that you see me
As if I'm gonna stay
go from
me.
brothers to friends to just now acquaintances. As they state, my sobriety hinges on being around you, brother. And I'm going, what the fuck? Because for 27 fucking years of my life, I was imbibing spirit and running away from my stuff, helping other people. And now I'm sober, and you guys say your sobriety hinges on me when I was asking you to help me with mine. I'm not trying to get back on Dean. Dean states that some mule and monkey and donkey that likes to be beaten, that won't learn the obvious fucking shit. You sit over there, I'm over here. I will not soil my garment. Yeah, I wear dirty clothes, but my garment's clean. My spiritualness, I will not tarnish with that bullshit. Because it's wasted. You understand? Why, as soon as that energetics comes out, I seem like I'm a fucking asshole, wife-beating motherfucker, or a motherfucker that hates women or whatnot. Or is this a straight dick? Because you motherfuckers are smarter than us. It's been proven women are smarter than us. The girls are taking over the fucking world, but you guys keep hindering yourselves. So when you come with that shit, I say, what the fuck? Because you made me come up, like Heather did and Erica did. You made me bring myself the fuck up, how the fuck you gonna bring yourself down? Because if you bring yourself down, I'm not going back to where I was. What is wrong with you? You're gonna bring me up. How the fuck am I want to climb back down?
But when you say if one is gonna stay oneself after what, after being around you and sort of like by your nature and yourself, your essence being
So you think you're
shown
perceiving this, right? But you're not touching it. I don't mean to cut you off. Hold that. Because it's trying to explain something to you in the sense of what you're asking. So you're holding this, but you're not holding it. It's magnetic flux explaining to you that you have something there. But yet in those times of holding something in stasis, as you look at it, again, because the property is such, you see it as surface plasma and resonance reflects back. So what are you seeing is nuclear decay.
Yeah.
Therefore, that time domain, it's not actually there in your hand. Just for that
Late
split
already.
second of that fucking you perceiving it there, the time domain is gone. Because your energetics hidden to it, as
There's a
you
reaction
illustrated
to
to it
that.
earlier, when you look at and perceive it, you give it energetics. For that small time, it's there, perceived to you, but yet you've spun it out of
Spin.
spin
Like
ice,
we were talking last night.
spin ice, and time crystal fucking syntropy.
Well, you're doing a phase conjugation with that moment.
Yes, with the 3 phases they found here, I was explaining to you.
Just people don't understand. We're constantly doing phase conjugation. Yeah.
Crash
Never
wave crescendo.
micro and macro.
Crash wave crescendos.
Like even your cells, everything in light for it to collapse in that way.
In typical way.
Exactly.
Well, I said I'd blow you away if you actually fucking sit down and talk with me. And not just talk about bullshit. I'll fuck your head up, kid. This information I was born with. That I used to try to talk with my teachers, fucking underlings, and they're like, and I said, what Rasulullah? Astaghfirullah. You have the knowledge of Rasulullah somehow. And so I started crying when I was seeing this stuff last year, because I'm seeing these shapes and things that I've seen, and these things, but yet Malana's describing there's people that are able to see such, and I had never ever in my life listened to the Hoopas or doing anything until I got with you. I started seeing these things, and I'm like, what the fuck? But I'm seeing this stuff. And it's the stuff that I used to see 20 years ago. That's why I'll look here and all of them fucking push me aside, try to throw all my books away and shit. And tell me, no, you're not ready for it yet. I'm going, no, dude, I was born with this, and I've known about this since childbirth.
But now everything
And where does the sun get sent? And where does the sun get sent? To go learn this shit. And he pushed me away from the property because I had my child at home and give him pomegranate seed. None of them done that. He wasn't born that way. And here I come with a straight devotee. You want me to kill myself? Sure. You want me to fucking sacrifice my son? Sure. What does scripture state?
Because that's what you know. That's your truth. That's what he has
That's
guided
what I've
you
known
your
since
whole life.
Yes.
That's
When
your
I was
force
being
of
abused,
life.
when I was all the shit that was happening as a child, the only thing that I held in my hand was a fucking Bible.
It's your life
Or a
force.
Quran or a Torah or a fucking the Bible from Jehovah's Witness shit. It's always been scripture.
Right.
But a little child reading this stuff. That's how I learned how to read and read that in a fucking dictionary, dude. Why I can articulate myself. So I say, what's yours out here? What's your thing? Because for me, my name means strength of information. Or the ease of information or strength of God.
But is that yours are here, but also you're a left? Because it's like that faith is what makes your whole reality. No? From A to Z.
If we're connected, then it's all of us. That's what I've been trying to say to people.
Well, yeah, yes. I'm just saying in you
Figured
and
out
yourself.
a way of keeping us the word or intrinsic knowledge. Otherwise, now you've heard my voice change. When we're in the valley and other things like that away around people, my accents come more out because I'm here. And it's just me and you. I turned myself down because I know I can be overbearing. And for some reason, whatever's gotten with you, there's a lot of stuff the last 6, 8, 9 months that I would love to bounce off of that beautiful mind of yours. like I figured the SOS, or speeding something up with the tachyon energetic boost with the scalar plasmon resonance of fucking embodiment of light particles of left hand spin, right hand spin. A pyramid or heart sent to mom, either energetically or passively. Actually, no, more passively. Active passive. Through such will give her energy back. Because I do like it did to energy. You should have this knowledge.
As I was saying, okay, okay.
You understand? You said to me last year you was mad. I was like, fuck yeah, we gonna kick these niggas ass. We gonna do some shit. Nope, you got mad at me. That's how I felt. Alright, I'll leave you alone. So there's a reason why I freaked out on me. And mom and sister, and fortunately, like I said, you'll find out. Because for me, I knew it was just a month or so away for my mom to get sick, but then taking Leland away. That's my inner circle of friends. Just you. You. And it's bigger, but I choose to close it. I noticed that pattern that was going on with people. You got your dad's best friend.
Two best friends. Then my dad, my mom.
Excuse me. Your dad's best friend. Vicente's grandfather. Claudia's father. Rest in peace. Your dad's best friend, rest in peace. Your dad's other best friend, rest in peace. Just for Christmas. The video that they wouldn't let up on YouTube. BeeHive. G's dad. Beginning of December. You know what I'm saying? You go, this is
November.
November
12th.
This is way too close, honey. Pay attention to this. Going over there, that's when.
Yeah.
This that's been there has not gone away.
And you were not even inside. You didn't go inside. We didn't go inside that day. You were outside just talking to Todd from apart. You didn't even get out of the car at the beginning. Remember, you were in the car looking at the sawmill, and then they came outside, and we're just talking outside.
I was trying to explain to them how important the D-dimer issues were. Well, G was commenting on me being aggravated or fucking aggressive or some shit. Just talking. But look at the D-dimers, bro. You were asymptomatic. I'm reading it on you. This is why you didn't catch it. What did I say to Todd? Todd goes, I was in the car with him by myself for fucking an hour. How did I not get it? Todd, you're like me.
Can you plug this up?
You're gonna be an asymptomatic person, bud.
You're gonna pass it. You're gonna have it. You're gonna have it. You're gonna pass it. You're not gonna feel it.
I catch a snuggle or two of it, maybe. Draw you down a little bit tired like your dad. Wait a minute. You're gonna be passing shit. And your babies are so young that they won't get it. my voice went squeaky. All we did was this fight. You know, what is your issue, dude? I'm gonna fight with you. I'm just out here trying to cut the trees and shit like this. I'm trying to fucking argue with you. And you're like, I'm sick. My mom's sick. Your mom's about to be sick. I said that shit to you. I'm gonna fight. That's why that day when I was sitting drowning in the bed, after you moving the bed over on this side, you know I can't sleep like that. You hear me just get worse and worse, and finally, I said, stop for lobby, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm not trying to argue with you at 4 in the morning. I'm over here talking, I can't breathe. I'm sweating, feel like fucking, I'm dying. You see that shit in my fucking mind is cracking up, and I'm not trying to fucking argue with you. Please, just stop. You don't understand? I'm fucking. Shut the fuck up, dude. Just shut the fuck up. I'm not trying to fight with you. Just fucking shut up. I can't breathe. That's it. You stop talking, man. You say nothing new. I said to you, oh, sorry. That shit's had me for fucking 2 months now. That's why I said to you a week ago, I gotta get your fucking plasma thing going to where I can get my shit. My energetics is fucked off. I gotta get my stuff going. All my plasma vials are all full of water and other things like that. Stuff around them, and it's how would you say? How would I say that? My crystals don't like the way they're positioned right now because of the energetic system. It's not helping me right now. I'll just say that. It's causing
your grid.
Yeah.
The way all of you is distributed all around, it's not scattered too.
No, it's the water around it. It's being hit, so the fields are crossing into each other, and it's making it where I'm not able to use it in the proper manner. Otherwise, in a decade of us being married, when have you heard me breathe like this or sound like this?
No, just for very few days after you took what I had embodying town. We were both coughing yellow flame, remember?
I took that from you and had it for 3 days and you're gone.
But after that.
This shit, I ain't been able to take it. Because I ain't working with my stuff and energetics. I've just been arguing and arguing and arguing and arguing and arguing and arguing about, I don't know. I'm spending more of my time
I
sitting
definitely do live in a part
in
of
the chair.
reality that exists in this reality
sitting
when
here
I'm
in
like,
this red chair, like literally just trying to
and you're
contemplate
all
what you're talking about.
Exactly. Like I feel like at times when you say some things and how you feel or the way that you are conceiving our reality and I'm not seeing it that way, sometimes I literally do, like I do insecure question. No, I'm not victimizing myself or anything. I don't think that you try to push it on my head. Those are both good.
I just didn't want to drink no coffee, I'm sorry.
I do really sometimes like think, like, am I really not seeing things for what they are? Because I truly live in this, like, parallel reality where I think that everything is, you know, so fine and good, and then it's, and then you tell me the way you feel or the way that you're seeing things or the way things are, and I'm like, oh, shit, am I not seeing it? Why am I not seeing it? And I would definitely do something to try to better if that's the way I would see it, but I'm not seeing it that way. You know, it's escaping me, so I can't really do anything about it because I can now that my attention has been brought to that, but otherwise it's not in my forefront, you know? And it's like, oh, maybe that's a symptom that my dad has. Like my dad has, I'm convinced that my dad has this mental condition. No, you don't understand. Ezekiel, I've done my dad astrological charts. Like, no, you don't understand. I've tried to understand this man, and I keep scanning him psychologically, and there's nothing coming out. Even like, no, you don't understand. And so I feel like maybe I embody some of that too, where I'm blind to certain shit, and I just tell myself that everything all is so good, and I just keep enjoying myself, but I can't keep enjoying myself and living this life so wonderfully.
AIDS virus. Glucose.
You know, if that's gonna cause you getting yourself eaten up, you know, or something like when you tell me about the mind shadow, when I get it, that's different brought up, that's yourself and your own world, but when you're telling me about your uncle and like, you know, if I'm late or whatnot, but it's like, why does that not come to my mind? You know, why don't even cross my mind? You know, like, oh man, it's been so many hours, like this person may be thinking of that don't think. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this, like, yeah, I wish I could get there earlier, but
Making sure the time didn't get eaten up in the space. Sorry.
This is what I'm doing, you know? I don't know, I just get so like, maybe like me one-sided and not, I don't know, I do feel like sometimes I just like existing in this different plane where it's all like literally rainbows and butterflies, and it's like, and then I'm like, yeah, that's epic, but what if in the middle right here there's something else existing and I'm not taking care of it, you know? I don't want to. I feel like that at times. I'm like, well, I don't know, why am I all up here, and am I bringing myself to that point and not really wanting to see other things, or I don't know. But I think it's like a mental thing.
Well, everything is rainbows and everything. I'm not saying nothing's fucked up or anything like that. I'm happy. Extremely happy. It's just, I get extremely unhappy when in the sense of ditto the words that you just stated. Car ride. Being told that I've been screaming and yelling at you for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's horrible to be told something like that. I don't like when you say things like that, even if it's like generalizing, like statements like you always do this, or things are always like this, or
I've never said things are always like this.
Or for the last 5 years, like every day for the last 5 years. No, that's
but
not
you
such
have
a thing.
to, when I reference the citrine, 3.5
well,
years.
Yeah, citrine, yes.
I'm not lying. I'm not hypothesizing.
No,
I'm not
No,
stretching
not.
shit. I'm being factual, dude. That's the big difference, my love.
No, yes, and we have
So
a plateau
why is your
on that, 'cause, like,
why is your rebuttal right now trying to tell me that that's what I do?
No, I say it's horrible to be told that. I'm just saying as an example. It's horrible. I feel you. I'm sorry. I exaggerated. It's I know how you feel, because I don't like when not
I
only just from
tell you the truth. Hey, honey, it's been 3.5 years of me saying this to you. I'm not talking too nicely anymore about it. You don't like the way that I'm talking to you, but hey, it's been 3.5 years of me stating this thing, and I'm not talking too nicely anymore about it because it's been 3.5 years, literally every freaking day that I'm saying this to you, that the shit needs to change. But no, that's what I'm saying. What are you talking about?
I understand how you feel about me saying for the last 5 hours, because that's not truth. That's just simply not truth. For the last 5 hours, we had been riding in the car, and I had been enjoying myself. It wasn't
that too. That's what I was saying. You had me sitting there like, where the fuck is my head at?
It wasn't until.
Have I been living the movie Click and fucking Amanda Sandler sitting here? The only time I'm conscious is fucking with the camera out going, look, babe, it's fucking beautiful. Check it out, the bay, and fucking da 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 da. And then I'm back and I'm fucking just sitting there being a fucking butthole
Ezekiel, we got it. We made it there in time. You can hear on the video. We were both like really uplifted. We were on a mission. We made it. We fucking made it. The universe put all the polys like right a block like
100 feet after we had to turn, you know, like everything was so perfect until we hit the fucking warehouse, and that totally, I let it affect me. Do you understand? And then when I got to the car, you were chill. I was already like worked up, and then from there I just derailed and went like.
I was trying to figure out how the fucking the lights come undone and put them back together. How we didn't get pulled over the whole fucking drive because we're doing 70
No, I know,
down the highway
I
with a
know,
trailer with no lights.
I know, and I just feel like in moments like that, I just feel like the universe.
Did I once say anything to you about your driving? Slow down, anything?
Oh, look at that!
Did
Your
I
mom
once,
message.
Did I once say anything to you?
That's so beautiful. Like your mom messaged me.
It's called connection.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. In moments like that, I
Did I once
feel
say
so
anything?
ashamed of myself
Hey,
because
honey,
the universe
you
is
know the speed
orchestrating
limit's
everything in
the
such a
legal
wonderful
the legal
way.
speed limit when you're towing a
It's
trailer
55.
is 55.
I know. And I had no lights, you know, going 70.
I'm not saying nothing to you. Usually
But don't you gotta go with the flow of traffic? I mean,
yes.
okay,
You
so I'll go
can.
with 60.
It's
I wasn't going 85.
It's you
But
know,
no lights. We had no
there's-
lights. We had the highway patrol behind us, not
a
just
couple times.
past it.
No, I know, a couple times.
No lights.
I know, a
At least you
couple
gotta get the red, right? When you're riding.
Yeah, you gotta have something. Because you turn and move lanes and all that kind of shit.
Anyhow, that's what I'm saying. I feel ashamed of myself when I express myself in that way, because that's really not how I experience reality, because I'm so grateful that the universe is just orchestrating everything in such an incredible way.
So here, on that note,
That I feel ashamed that I am playing into those energetics.
you're looking at my mother's comment to us, right? Or to you. And 100% of 100%, my plasma or intrinsic can be projected through what?
Mm-hmm.
Through the waves or through a longitudinal waveguide.
Through a
One of these
crystal.
little fucking stupid ass things that we have constructed in the manner for us to perceive it as a computer or a phone or a fucking TV screen or a radio.
I see what you're saying. But literally by us just looking at
through
this,
it and
I can
doing-
just look at this
looking
screen.
through it and trying to prove to you like I've done with so much fucking shit, and like Ben, who I gave my plasma to, and I said, here's something to enhance your stuff, will you help me fucking scan the internet? That's why I don't need to play my game anymore. It's been 1 year and 1 day since I've played Walking War Robots, where I would just sit. I don't even play the game to stare into it and construct stuff, because the people that play it too, their minds are connected and I can look into it, because what I used to see and openly look on it, you can fucking look in Ben's Facebook, where I openly stated and posted to him and showed him and said, why don't you start scanning through people's shit? If you can stand on one end of a block and push your tendril through and listen and project yourself into a building at the end, you can do the same thing on a fucking phone, stupid.
Mm-hmm. In a non-physical plane.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And
As
connect with
I'm
people.
doing
And
with...
Dowsing, I'm not saying to you, I'm saying this is my conversation to Ben. The motherfucker that said I took his gift.
Yeah, but even me, I'm enabling myself and hindering myself, because I'm still... Like, I'm doing it like we just did it, you know? Like, we just did it. I'm doing it with every manifestation of every shit that I want to manifest in my way. But I can't laser focus on health. I cannot, like... Not that I cannot. I'm not. Like you're saying in it, like how you're saying constructing things or whatnot. Like my spatial, I'm not exercising that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
See.
Like I've been astral projecting and I visited my mom and things like that, you know, and like, but not in a way that is tangible on the other side for me. I'm not feeling like I'm not feeling that I'm there. Like I'm not. Like with these, I see it because I'm seeing it numerically. I'm making that space in my mind. I don't know how to
You commented on it earlier.
make a library in my head where I'm just holding that space in my head and not in the physical plane.
3 Januaries ago, I had made a plasma that just emitted the color red and so forth, and was the highest reading that I could get for killing off sarcoidosis. You wore that pendant with several other pendants that I gave out to other people with the same mix, but that was made specifically for the lineage that flows from me. because of my mother's trait. Now, my mom, what did we do? Because my mom, in February, was in an overflow in the hallway of a hospital. About to die. All I do is show up with a jar and another jar. But the only reason why I was able to do such because I got confirmation on my stuff, because I second guessed myself always horribly. You scanned it. And it turned into a fucking argument to get you to do that.
Do you feel like that too?
But you scanned it, and we got in the car and went to Reading, and my mom got in the hospital. You know what I'm saying? I weigh on my heart because the heart that I made for Eddie Lep was passed. I made from it in its sin. All just in the spatial construct of the mind of doing and embodying someone as I got you to where you don't need a witness to someone to see them to scan them. If you don't need a witness to scan someone, why are you saying, like the elders are telling me now, you're an elder now, why are you asking permission to have a sweat lodge built on your property for you to build a sweat lodge when you're an elder now? You say you don't understand the fucking medical side, but you can scan someone without a witness. And I'm scanning someone without a witness, if you wish to say in that term, and constructing something from their witness that I'm, say, in communicate with, and making what you're scanning and stating is higher than would help them than what your shit has inside of it. How is that possible? I keep posing that question to you and saying, why don't you help me help you learn how to do such and help me get that stronger? Because without having an observational point for me to say why I get frustrated and why I stop sharing shit with motherfuckers is every time I give somebody something, they keep it for themselves. And they keep themselves healed. My cousin, everybody. Even got put in the middle thing because plasma. You understand? So think about reality of my reality.
Yeah, how traumatizing that could be. Of everything that comes from you, it feels like it's a weapon to anybody that wants to use it because it's being seen from the other side. And fuck these phones that are recording right now too, but it's being seen. Like it's like there's dark and all of a sudden there's a flashlight. And it's like, let's attack that, you know? That's the way I see it, like a spiritual war.
Every time.
Or I should say there's light and there's a black hole that has the quantum potential of everything in the universe, right? And
somehow the
is it the term
point,
quantum hole, or is like, what is it like? It's like, like a, what's the term I'm looking for? Like not quantum foam, but the quantum, basically.
You bring it back to that thing my mom had written to you. I finished reading it. I am leaving the great I am behind. The great I am is the anthropomorphic embodiments of all we are, not what it is, nor what is referred to as God. As grateful, loving, merciful, those are states of I am, ever moving to the absolute. I was contemplating one day, all became quite clear after much suffering. All things fell away, I am free, unborn, in the absolute state. I don't even know that I am. Last time I spoke to E, he had said something in anger that truly hit my heart in love. I held to it, something like, why, healer, are you not healing? Something like, why, healer, are you not healing thyself? I am no longer any of that in that place, and much has been established. I am no longer come from fear or lack. When I say I am now. When I say I am, I know it's not I, for there is none. It is as if the sickness I got in my lungs drove me by fear to a breaking point. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mom. Because it's your heart chakra. You're just self-love. That's why this COVID is so detrimental, because it hits you Senior shit. Everybody that don't love themselves and just fucking looking sternly and just bam. Henceforth, mom's face. Your mother, not mine. I mean, facial cancer because she's a trophy wife and she acknowledged that she was one. The emotional empath of how you stated how it got to her. How do you think? They went to the social gathering of the same people that were there when mom fucking got boo-bopped and got a fucking circle drawn around her head. As an aunt. After cheating on dad because dad was treating her like shit. Those people are still there. Mom and dad are changing, but the people that are going around are not. You understand? G's dad. She's trying to get her dad to change a little bit, but you go backwards. What happened? Oh, so on and so forth.
It's only evolution. That's all you can take forward. You can be
You can't go
stagnant or backwards, but can't be stagnant either. You can doubt,
You must evolve.
evolve all the time. Like
That's
everything
why
he's
he
doing,
stated,
everything
I
around
put this
us.
on you motherfuckers to evolve you. There is no other way. You're going to figure out, and that's why I've been studying tilted at the viruses. This shit goes into your bloodstream, into your brain. It's no longer COVID. Wake up, people. Multi-system failure, such and such. Anyhow, yeah.
I've seen it for myself with the sarcoidosis, with the optic chronic sarcoidosis with my mom. The first thing that attacked her was, first thing my mom said was,
Wake up,
I
baby.
cannot stand the light. I cannot stand natural light. And I said, Mom, your whole ophthalmological system is chronically inflamed. Without scanning her, right? And then scan her. Headaches, frontal part, headaches, cervical headaches.
All the spots you've seen on your mother-in-law.
And the next, I got online and I'm like, Mom, I think you didn't lie to me. She's like, what do you mean? I said, I saw it for myself and you didn't lie to me. You didn't minimize it, minimize it, trying not to worry me. Because the values weren't that crazy either, of her being like, no, I'm okay. And, she's...
Yeah. Suffering or kind of suffering. Eyes are a little bit watery. Not quite like fucking the neighbor's eyes, but
yeah. No, it's true. It's like, no, I know. And it's patterns. And it's, I understand, like, when in 2014, when you and I were standing in the flea market and you would see people and you were able to just say, this is where you're embodying, this is where you're embodying. And now I can read people. But what I don't like is,
that's why I used the Solfeggio note.
Yeah.
The 528.
But I didn't understand that you were doing, but what I didn't understand
with
at the
the
time.
magnets underneath them.
Yeah, but
You
what I
hold
didn't
them
understand.
into a magnetic state. Understand what I do. And why I put the crystals and the herbs. And it would make a what? A grid. Longitudinal waveguide. And that all the elements. And stay up all night. And put that little 10 by 10 section together.
Yeah.
So when that person gets there, what are they? They're sitting basically in a sense of a fucking Malcolm Ray card. Or on this. And all the people that are walking around and so forth are actually the energetics that are involved with focalizing the focal point of their memetics. The people walking on the outside are what giving the information on the person on the inside. Because we're refracting, because we're all one. Sabe?
Yeah, but I'm not feeling it.
The 528 sending out, getting everybody in retrospect. If we are as one, like Borges mirrors, as you wrote, a mirror. We're a mirror of each other, showing a true self.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm connecting myself to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And I hit 528.
Yeah, I can see it on, but I cannot understand how will you do a reading.
Because how is our zikrs
multiple
done?
people on groups.
How is our zikrs done?
On groups and
how is our zikrs done that I play in the shop and other things that would get people
in synchrony. In group
and in synchrony when I would play music, what we'd see people do. Come and circumvent around us. Parents going more playfully than their kids after the rainbow kite that I use as a flag above us and other things. Come on, kid. Be able to run 1,000 watt motherfucking thing off of a 100-watt solar panel and a battery running electrostatic speakers that have to be plugged in, but we're not.
I just, at the time, I didn't see that you had the understanding of it in a holistic way of how I see it now, which scares me. That I'm not just looking, because when I saw you being able to do that and having that knowledge, I wanted to have that aptitude to be able to understand people, but I saw it more in a Western way at the time, as even though you had I didn't have the understanding of those elements that you were surrounding yourself with, right? So the magnets, I didn't understood what that had to do with everything else, right? So or the herbs or whatnot, like the consciousness of that and the energetics of that, and so as an element itself, and so
In spirit, not just it. The plant spirit.
yeah, consciousness or spirit. And so I didn't understood it as such, and so I saw it more in a Western way, like what you were doing. and as I studied, scanning the chakras and emotions, and that what scares me is like I would see people's physicality, and that's super easy to read, right? Like super easy to read. But then I would get these, and I can see blockages and all that. And now I can say it in the Western term. I could tell to these people, amor, I could express to you, this is what you have. Like if you want it in a medical way, right? In a diagnosed medical way, like this is what you have, like high blood pressure and whatnot. But that translates energetically to that, right? But at the same time, emotion, I don't see it. I know it. It comes to me like in a fucking billboard sign, and I'm like, I see this misery, right? And I'm like, holy fuck. And I see it, and I'm like, no, that can't be it. All of these can't just, be to these frustration or misery or build up or insecurity or lack of self-love or trauma or abuse or drug addiction or whatever. Like,
It does, though. It's funny I grabbed that box. That's what started my alcoholism. Green bottle of Carlo Rossi with my coffee. Freshman year. Otherwise, I dabbled a couple times with alcohol up into here with whiskey. But it was too strong. I didn't like the way it made my head spin.
yeah.
I didn't like that feeling. I was stumbled upon my grandmother, rest in peace, fucking cooking wine. Carlo Rossi's. And starting with my coffee. That's how I started drinking coffee. I didn't like coffee. I didn't like being sped up. But mixing the two together. Doing this back in 92 and shit. And you got people doing Red Bull shots and everything. And I was like, yeah, I've been doing that for like 8 years. Like already. Because it didn't come out till like 2000. People doing those Red Bull and Jägermeister shots with like fucking vodka and all that. That's all. When you met me, I was drinking Vafa. My vodka and coffee with milk. Rock good. Sorry, the tangent, but you're just speaking on that, and I was trying to explain to you. I now have a clear fucking mind. Back a couple months back, to where I was speaking on, hey, I now actually can trace back to where my alcoholism started, and where I started actually liking it, because when I came home bald the first time on Levi Williams' 16th birthday, it was in April. I remember my friend's birthday. I couldn't remember people's fucking, like, touching Joe and CJ and fucking Cole and so forth. But I told him, like, you just gave me parts of my mind because I haven't seen you motherfuckers in over 20 years. Anyhow. That's what's fun is you sit down and talk with them and ask them, hey, was he like this then? Like you did with Jamie and Rachel? And he's like, yeah.
I can't wait to ask them. But you know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, and then I feel a responsibility.
So on that note of rambling, the one time ever in my life that I've ever scried a person, like what happened with the Spanish, where you had to interpret for that family, was that one time.
Yeah.
One and only time that I did like my mother.
Do you feel like you needed to do it, or it just happened?
What do you mean I needed to do it?
It just happened?
There was no way that I could walk away. It just
Happened.
happened.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
And I remember that clear as day. Now that lady was.
Me too, I know. She had a son.
Oh, it was a trip. I couldn't before because of the fucking police beating. And that's what I'm saying. My head is coming back. That's why for the last like month and a half, I've been sitting there running through our relationship going, okay, I know I was a dirtbag, dude, when I was drunk. But I wasn't really a dirtbag when I was drunk. I mean, I was because I was drinking. That was fucking disassociation. But
It wasn't nice.
our arguments weren't always just me.
No. No. Please,
No, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to bring up my ex last night, but that's why I was. Because I was sitting there going, last time that somebody did some shit like that to me where they dumped me off on the side of the road, it was fucking wasted. And I'm going, okay, or someone leaving and putting the shit on my head, filling my head full of the shit that this is the reality that what happened. All I can do, like with my mom, because I'd been drinking, but you were there, witness, when the shit happened with the Hogan staff. All I did was put the shit in the sun. Mm-hmm. After tying our youngest daughter's fucking totem on it.
Mm-hmm. I was there, and that's what happened.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
What gets told to everybody and told to me
No.
in mirror is some other shit.
No, please.
So I spend years of my life trying to go, okay, for me to come around them or them to feel okay or whatever the fuck, I have to accept that. Like with you, I have to accept that reality that you state that's your reality that I did. You understand? Because I don't drink, this is why I illustrate. Because I'm not drinking and I'm sober, I have to say, no, I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. I'm sitting here trying to understand.
Hold on. That's really important point, actually, because I feel like first and foremost, I just want you to know, if I was to pass to the other side anytime, just want you to know, that I'm a super happy person, that I'm just really happy in myself. I'm just really happy and satisfied with life, if you can pass that message on. And second, that I want you to know that no, by no means, honey. It's always both of us at all times. I want you to know that there's not such a thing, like you're saying. There's not such a thing of you either being horrible and one-sided and all arguments starting with you or anything like that. There's not such a thing. I don't have that impression in my head. There's not such a thing. Honestly, there's not such a thing. Because I'm been really trying to tie this together. It might sound crazy, but I've been really trying to tie this together because I feel that I live in this like reality where everything is so hunky-dory. My self-defense mechanism, hear me, my self-defense mechanism at times, I don't know why, egotistically, I feel like I have to like keep count of shit. Or like, I don't know, like bring shit up to put myself in a more favorable position, because otherwise I'm just like in this hunky-dory place and I don't have anything to be like, if you ever say something against me, I don't have anything to say like to rebuttal back. You know what I'm saying? Does it make any sense?
Yeah, I do. But that was the thing that a couple years back when our daughter lived with us, I was saying, be the parent, honey. Don't be the fucking child.
And then yesterday when I was driving by myself, I was saying in my head, I don't even need to say anything back. Like, why can't I, if I'm choosing this person, and I really like, I was thinking the whole way, like I love you so much, I can write a book about you, Ezekiel, of all like these things. And why, when you bring something to my attention, why can't I just take it as, okay, I don't need to say anything right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Don't let it go.
But that's why, when that shit happened with our daughter, and I responded to our daughter because she responded to you as a child and pointed back at you, saying, well, you got dishes on the counter.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Why for a long time, it contemplated in my head because I had to look at my child.
Like
how
you took
she
sides.
got to understand and try to illustrate to you. You see why Michaela moved out? Because her father took sides. In her mind, I could see if I was with her because of being an only child. Our upbringing was different.
Yeah, if you have to put yourself in her mind, yeah,
that she's seen such
that could be an approach that she had done.
That's what she lived with.
So for her was like, how is this gonna go? Oh, okay, I lived already this. Like, what's the point of me being here or something? Yeah, if I'm not prioritized or taken into account. Yeah, totally. No, I understand. You're seeing where she's coming from.
As an adult, I had to fucking sit there and live. The one chance I had our child to stay with me, something that I always trained the kids living with us. She was there. You know, it's the beginning of my sobriety, but, you know, like I said to you, I would leave you with the kids if you did something to where it made it to where the kids couldn't be in our life. And vice versa. I wish that would happen. Children come first.
Mm-hmm.
If we got the kids in our life and I did some stupid ass shit that would infringe that, I hope you would take the kids. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So many people that have ever tried getting with me fucking seen
Well,
it.
yeah, likewise.
That's
Don't
why,
fuck
like,
the kids up.
Heather and Erica, I told them, we have kids now. I don't love you. I love the kids. Understand the faith that I follow, but yet I do it backwards. Allah's supposed to be first, and then everything provided down. The wives and then the kids.
Well, yeah, because your kids come from a lot, too.
See, the children, you gotta say the babies. I'm an absentee father by choice because of my fucked upness. I'm trying to work myself into this man sitting here. This child sitting here trying to explain these things. My observations. It's why my words to our daughter, again, that's why my question was always about her gift. Because 7 years ago, at 33, going on 34, my similar gift that I have is my mind finally recovered, because in 2013 I was put in a fucking coma. I was put in a coma before that. So one shit of mine had awoken, in the sense of where I'm seeing externally the way our daughter's describing and my mother's describing. But yet I didn't understand anything. It was the fucking people come and my consciousness is standing right here and I'm watching the whole fucking shit. And my body's talking. It happened and I get put in a coma. Never done that before. I haven't had instances like that since. It's one of those things I've always wanted. Again, parental gift from my mom's side. What's my father's gift and what's my gift? Well, I always say, what's your gift and wrap them. Understand what comes from both sides and your own. That's what I say with my mom. Her brain got fucked up. Thing got healed. That gift come back.
Yeah.
You have those scans. Understand where that comes from. Talk with a person that sense that fashion. Understand why your husband goes, hey mom, don't do that, because you know the words that you have and the power that you have. It's like, as you say, I'd like to meet Heather because she's special. She's the same gifts as you. A little bit different. Like I said, specifically because of the person guiding me. Whatever opened up when the wall opened up on me when I was a kid. My shit came and fluent to me where it was virulent. I was a child. Little. The gift that I use. The thing that we were just talking on, or I'm seeing shit. That I've always had the ability. That I've always known.
that I've always used. That I've always tried to control to where I don't go dark, as I've explained, because when you have that ability, well, I explained to that young
You can
man.
read on people because you can prey on people, like
Yeah,
you can become.
people are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
People are simple. A simple-minded motherfucker that doesn't know how to understand how to protect himself energetically or anything.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's
Emotionally, at the shop,
It's
I
prey.
found myself like
And
I
that is
could.
a gift in my family. Why you have a man that had just got fucking shot and walked and gave me a hug. My mom's twin brother, rest in peace. Stop her, look. Oh, twin brother. My mom's twin brother's son. Only living son. I have not seen 12 fucking years since he was a child.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that's what I was trying to
Comes
get to
and
when I
says,
was saying it
"Spirit
as
has
a
led me to
billboard.
your shop."
Yeah, because I want to heal. I want to do it for good.
I want to do healing because something's shown me that you know how to do healing, because all I've been doing,
Yeah.
cousin, is kill.
Yeah.
Like you had, while you have a record like you do.
Yeah. But I
Do you
feel like that's
understand?
part of the challenge.
And
Yeah, I
verbally
do.
out of my mouth, openly, daily, I would state, my gift that I use is something I have used to protect myself. And I'm learning how to use it to heal. Because I've been to prison and other things, and I openly state, I can kill you, I rip you apart. In prison, scared motherfucker ready to get off of you. You fucking go vicious on son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You can start showing gang himself if you wish. 1786 I did. GHF. Stop really. Do you understand?
No, I do.
That's why my cousin came and other people as such.
Because at the end, my experience was at the shop. I would verbally explain to people, because this is how the sequence went for me. I would scan people, then I wouldn't even need the scanner. I would just would see the person, would physically see, and then emotionally I would know. And then I'm like, okay, I know how I can fuck you up now, but I don't want to go that route. And I would tell the person it's an easy.
All the people I brought to you and told them what was wrong with them.
Yeah.
You conferred it. They didn't listen to me. Several came to me and asked for my help, but I explained, if you come to me, what happened?
Yeah, there's no going
I
back.
eliminate the probabilities, so if you go back, you get sick. You got all the time in the world. You can play, fuck around, pass life, all this kind of shit, all you want to do. Me, I'll heal you, or I'll kill you. But it's not me killing you, it's you killing yourself.
Because you have put yourself on this one path, and there's no other path.
I'll eliminate
no other race.
All motherfucking things.
How?
I don't know. I've learned how to do it since I was a kid, so I'm saying
it's just a thought.
I have learned how to do such.
But
that's why I'm stating my cousin, who I've not fucking seen, come to our shop, Marine, we're trying to close. And so Spirit has shown me that you know how to do these things. Or a fresh bullet hole. Just got out during prison for killing somebody and stabbing somebody in there. I've never been caught for this stuff. And if you read the police reports when they fight with me, I'm as strong as that cousin, even though I'm this little motherfucking man. And when they touch me, their energy goes away. And it's described in black and white on fucking chief of police officer. No.
But so what you're saying is like it's a whole array of things. It's not just one thing. It's not just the visualization. It's not just the manifestation and being connected and in the flow. It's just harnessing that, but at times you can't control it. You're not aware, you cannot control it.
That's why that blind anger that you have, I have it too.
So you experience similar to me, but in a different way.
I'm saying to harness that. That flip out that you got, that you do, that you've done a couple of times. I do that, but I do it in my head. You control that pinpoint. But instead of having it an anger thing, look at all the stuff that got cut down.
No, you know what, Alma? Okay, I'm gonna tell you something that it's been in my head. Yes, I understand. I'm gonna tell you something that it's been in my head. You know Alma, the lady that died a couple times, that it's like your fucking twin? I swear. Like these ladies, your twin. The
another person that I've in front of you.
Yeah. Okay,
used you. That's what you don't get, is I'm using you to fucking show you what's around you.
She was at the
Because of
shop.
the empathic and the things that I studied while I was told by the person not to. The tendrils, empathic vampirism, if you wish to do or control, like Aleister Crowley. I studied all that stuff. Man was strong enough to where he could make a motherfucker. He could mimic them. In the physical plane, he could make a person do what they want. Astral projecting of a person to a person is easy as fuck, man. You guys are so fucking simple, dude.
I don't even wanna.
Henceforth, why I had you get me the books sent to me, and I'm sitting here free and writing to you about it and explaining to you. And everyone that has ever touched those books, you better learn how to shield yourself because those sigils, longitudinal waveguides, you might be not understanding what it is, but the thing that's making you look for it knows what it is, and they got your stupid ass now.
You either use it or being used.
It's the absolute IOR power. Above negative or positive. Is this all there? But depending on what Knopf got you, you might venture this way. Or venture this way. That's why I say go to middle path, honey.
Yeah. Make your own.
When you describe to somebody, remember that conversation? You allow them to go this way. You allow them to go that way. No, it's that way. And that way only.
Yeah. The way I see it. The way it has to be. The way I'm being shown.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, because then another 5 different paths are gonna cross my fucking mind, and I end up. That's what I do. I end up making a conglomerate of those 5 different paths, and it's a complete mess. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In reality, it's talking in like possibilities and reality.
That's why I had one headphone in and this one out, and I'm listening.
And I'm jumping from path to path,
I'm
literally,
hearing the phone
like
talk
as
to
the
you.
GPSs are fucking talking to me. I'm going from
You
this
went
mind
from external
state.
to you
Yeah.
went from internal
No,
to external.
seriously.
And I was like, that's why I'm sitting here like doing observation.
Like I need a bottom to push out and be fucking
trying to pull
up
the headphones off
here.
me. Do you hear this going on in here? Yeah, I do.
Ezekiel, can
Well,
we make up a machine that I push a bottom and I like manifest here in the mountaintop,
What?
like I'm out of that fucking reality
Well,
because
why
I'm
are
gonna
you
burn
if
myself
you
out?
can
Game
hear it,
over.
Why don't you turn
Game
it off?
over. Start again, Maria.
You turned them on and I don't know where we're
Ezekiel,
going.
I'm hitting the
What
dead
do you mean
end.
we don't know where we're going? Because I don't know what you plugged into those phones. You got both of them motherfuckers
Okay.
talking to you, dude. And you're yelling at me because you said I didn't put the address in there.
Oh yeah, do it to what address?
Address to where? Where do you want to go, man? Rose, flip up and
I'm arguing with myself. You don't understand, Ezekiel.
You alright?
Think how you harness that. Okay, so I'm hold on. Alma, okay? Remember Alma? So we were closing the very last day. Remember only a few people came around, and it was really important people that came around. Alma came and she said something. She sat in the kids section and she grabbed the big selenite. She grabbed that. She held it in her lap and she was like kind of picking on it. And I kind of gave her a look, not picking on it, but touching, and it kind of fell apart. And I just like kind of gave a look. I don't know, like I was just looking, and she looked at me and she said, "It really bothers you when things don't go your way, and it's really small, really little things." But it really bothers you when shit don't go your way. And it kept in my head. And until like that moment, I was chill. I've been cool. Like after March, I've been cool. I've been good. And after she said that, like yesterday at the gate, you know, like I started getting like hype. Like I get a hit in second ahead of myself. And I started getting like worked up. Like if I don't get to the post office that day, or like tiny little shit in my head that if it don't work out the way that I think that it should work out, that I'm sick that it needs to work out, I get frustrated, you know, and I get built up, and frustration turns into anger, and that's it. That I know already recognize it. I see the path, and this whole time I've been thinking, bitch, you either read me like a book or fucking you prophesized on me and cursed me, you know. And I'm trying to send her a fucking message. I'm mentally sending her this message for the last 2 weeks, like, Like, dude, I thank you. You know, I get it. I'm really doing introspection on this shit, but fuck, like, I feel it, you know, like.
Well, it looks like I need to give you this then, honey. I need to give you this, baby. Let me see if I still got it in my wallet.
Like a stress release thing.
Yeah, it's a little thingy. It's a little thingy. This little thingy thing. It's a little thingy thing.
Oh no, I need to work on myself.
I thank you for standing by.
Today is the 8th. Yeah. Read this. One of the last things that you did as a payment for a person, you should have understood the thing that was sent to you to read. My wooden coin that came from probation, remember you had the will to change your front? The Serenity Prayer is what you need. That was my issue, that was the problem. A lot of us that got issues was trying to fucking control everything.
Yeah.
Like, you sit here on the mountaintop not being have access to communicate with anybody and being at peace at that. The only way you can be at peace at that is because you have serenity, because you can't control everything.
No, I know, and I
You
know the
understand what
universe
I'm trying to
always
put
got
that
my
out to
back,
you?
and I know that always everything works out the way exactly it should, but in that moment, I get blinded and wanted shit to be going the way that at
Read
that
that out.
moment
Read that
I
out loud.
wanted it to go.
Say it out loud in English and then say it out loud in Spanish.
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change.
My 24-hour trip from 5 years ago. So I was saying to you, this shit's been on my head about this COVID, though. I wanted to help Alana on the AA and all that. You understand?
Yeah. So people keep going.
It's not just, you don't have to be an alcoholic to have an issue. From sitting there and scanning in people myself, bringing Gary and several other alcoholics that was there and seeing it was their issue. It ain't alcoholism. This is a whole different thing. And then studying this, seeing what Alcoholics Anonymous actually derives from, seeing it started with psychedelics and LSD and other things, and radionics. One must understand the suphitical ways and stuff that was written in the original text in the Big Red Book and so forth to get a person where they break away from. Because the Enneagram is where the 12 steps come from.
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference.
As a mantra when you start getting frustrated. It's like you see something that was similar, like myself, shit would happen. I said, man, like freedom's not worth it.
You're so wise.
Even if you're going to prison or shit like that, but they say indoctrination. That's why them people wanted me to be counselors and things like that, and all my counselors quit after I left. I don't know if they seen that I'd make it through probation, but I'm one of the fucking very few. And then fuck, we have our own business. We have our own property. To do something like that, to drop out to make it through, not a dropout, but a pushed out. To make it through all the shit. And as such, I sit there and be asked to be, will you go and talk at the fucking probation and shit? Inspire these people? And try to get me locked into that shit? Or it wasn't that I was talking to them to inspire, now they made it part of my probationary fucking protocol when I didn't have that, and the courts didn't illustrate that, so motherfucker rebutted and said, put me in jail, but I'm not doing this as it being mandatory. I'm doing this because I was asked to sponsor, because I'm a fucking, have no high school diploma, and I'm the only minority running a business in my fucking town. Sitting in a room full of men and women that have been to prison and jail, non-graduate, graduate, probation, so on and so forth, fucking prison, parole,
sell drugs, not so on and so forth. But hey, here's this dude that is from your lot as a peer. I knew 3/4 of the motherfucking people there. Here's the guy I met. How you do it? I'm sitting in class fucking hand polishing opals, doing a ring. Paying the taxes for this stupid shit to fucking fuck me off. Because, again, somehow, as you've seen, they made it to where if I don't color in the little things and draw little stupid pictures, I don't get off probation early. But I didn't want off probation.
Yeah.
And that became the fight. Wait, you don't want off probation? No, dude, I'm cool. You had me on this shit since I was 17. I know that I need it. I'm cool. Let me get to my little 5-year thing, which would have been this year. Stop.
I'm not going to touch it.
I'm recording. Umbrella and her keys.
Can't wait for my lens to come.
Go back to my hometown and start a women's group. See, all that wireless stuff I was trying to help you get established was established, because if those bases were covered and done, what's going on right now, you'd have the army you were talking about. An actual army of people healed themselves.
I'm healing.
Because the kids being raised underneath the mothers and the household done properly. The generation growing up in the next 10 years, and the minors, there'll be 20 years old in a decade where mom's doing such, where dad's integrating and understanding. There'll be no COVID or variant or any other shit. You have enough people doing stuff like this and understanding you don't need toys and trinkets in the blink of life. It's as simple as just fucking understanding how to draw a perfect circle that you can do with real IQ, and drawing out the things that are shown to you scryingly, the intrinsic of knowledges that are there, and studying them, making them your elite. And there's the bomb. Soul's helper instead of inhibitor. People do.
Sí.
They're doing.
Sí. Yeah, but the lens is sometimes is fully. That's why I said I can't wait for the replacement.
How do you say that in Spanish?
Thank you. Dios, dame la serenidad para aceptar las cosas que no puedo cambiar, coraje para cambiar las cosas que sí puedo cambiar y conocimiento para saber la diferencia.
Mom was sick with a fucking sickness. Same with your father. You're half a world away.
Yeah, I was wise.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I knew to what to do and not to
But
let
yet,
it drown.
your family's a world away. What's the difference between that and the gate? Or the GPS, or the things that you're stating are getting you frustrated?
None. It's the state of
Other than
mind.
taking the time.
Taking the time. It's the Russian invasion. It's a Russian invasion. Just taking the time. Which there's not such a thing, but the moment that I'm like constructing time, I'm like rushing. I know. I probably need to do a routine of exercise, something to let some energy out. I've been wanting to start running now that I always wanted to run, but my body was super heavy, you know, and it was like tiring.
Well, you're constructing whatever you're constructing, because I don't know this wife.
Me neither. But now at least I feel like I can carry my own weight. So I've been wanting to get me silks and hang from the trees. I'm gonna self-teach myself, but I can lift myself. And I wanna, that's gonna help my back too. Hopefully you wanna do it with me. You're super skillful and help run it. And then I've been wanting to go for runs. We have our own back road, you know, and it's like I feel safe. I have a cat. It can come running with me. I just gotta get shoes. My feet won't get wet. Maybe like some Keen's shoes. And then I can go for runs. You know, It would wake me up in the morning. It would kick me out of bed. I won't be cold. All you need is to get up and move. And then it's not really cold. I say there's no bad weather. You just got bad gear. Right? People in minus 40 degrees in Canada say that, so I apply that to my life. Right, baby?
Mm-hmm.
So
I didn't feel that way when I was in fucking the East Coast, going through the winters fucking homeless. I just had no shit. You seen the gear
Did
that
you
I
wake
had.
up and drink coffee?
Huh?
Did you wake up and drink coffee?
In vodka. It's right next to my fireplace, you know what I mean? Coffee was not really on my
I'm all like, it's just an inspiration.
thing. It was like
Well, the carrier pill.
I needed my
The
white wolf.
carrier on the pill, huh?
I need my white wolf. Keep my blood down. No shit like you see me do. On that step and watch Hook.
Wait, I was making a toast.
I would sit on the steps and watch Hook.
No. Me too. My toast. I'm making another one. I swear I had a toast.
I didn't eat.
Oh my god, it disappeared. Well, yeah. I'm gonna run. That's what I'm gonna do. I gotta text Gabrielle and tell her that it's raining because she wanted to come over tomorrow. Because we told her the things are ready. I can bring them on Saturday. And she said, oh, we can come over if you want. You know, they wanted to see the place. I was like, yeah, we'd love for you to see it. I mean, it's what it is. And, but, you know, to experience something different.
Nothing. Might not be ready.
Well, yeah, but she said, have you checked the weather? And I checked the weather today.
Clear.
Yeah.
Clear. That's what I said on my mouth last night. What we got?
And then in the news it said the polar storm is coming.
Snow and shit.
And as I was reading that, the wind started and then it started drizzling. It hadn't rained all morning. But I got some cleaning I had to do. I was gonna replace that. I guess I'm not.
Close the board?
Yeah, not now. It wasn't gonna rain. Okay. I'm just gonna do this because when Brandy texts me that to meet her at noon to bring her the jump rings in the Forbes Market, we're gonna go to the post office, pick up our packages because I think your phone case may be there and my cans for the teas may be there, and that'll be it. And I'll bring this to the post office, but hopefully I get it out so I don't gotta work Saturday and Sunday. See? Look at you, you're all Sherpa at. They call it Sherpa, this thing. Like this feeling. You're all Sherpa at, baby. In the mountain. Come on, you're an inspiration, please. Don't let my craziness like question yourself. Please. I'm pretty crazy. I'm glad you knew that. Because this is all I know. You know, for me I would think it's normal. No, seriously.
It's not crazy, dude. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I've known now over the last 8 years when I see.
I'm scared to scan myself.
When I see you like start doing some weirdo stuff, like you see how my mom gets pissed off when I'm like, you see like my whole manner will change when I see her start moving a certain way or doing something. I'm like, oh yeah. You see me like start putting stuff in the car or whatnot or doing this because I know like fucking the person I was just talking to that felt like talking to me is bye. And it's like.
I know, and it's tangible, but I'm being blind because I'm not there. My consciousness is not there.
That's why in the car, if you didn't notice, I seen that. I vocalized it to you and what went in my ears while we were still like in Playho. The headphones.
Yeah.
You sure you're good? You're good. You don't need the GPS, honey. You sure? I got the thing on right now. I'm gonna turn it off because it's just making my leg feel funny because it's by my leg. Yeah, I got it. I'm cool. You sure? All right. I didn't put the headphone in. I let you talk more and decompress more of the lady saying all the shit to you. Fucking, I needed the video and was like, damn, I needed the video too soon. I wanted to do it on the bridge. We're talking all nice. And all of a sudden, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm putting both headphones in now, dude. You fucking tripping. But you told me, dude, you know how to get home, dude. Like, you tripping? Like it was just 20 minutes ago, you said that you didn't use GPS. Well, you said not to go off of the bridge, the thing from 505, but you told me you wanted to go on the offense that goes like this.
I was making that up.
If you want to go
that's
like this,
that's the first thing. You got in my head.
Don't go to 505.
I know, it got in my head that I wanted the 505, but I didn't want the 505. I wanted the 113 highway. Yes, I know, but it got in my head that it was it, and so I already frustrated myself on that. But it was my mind, just myself.
Look. Honey.
And then you start talking,
Maria.
and I'm like, can you shut the fuck up? Because I don't care what the fucking exits.
Maria. We still had time to take the 505.
Honestly,
exit.
Ezekiel, that's the only time in my life that I think that you talk too much, and I think that you need to shut the fuck up when I'm getting blinded and you're trying to explain to me the fucking exit. And you're right. You live there your whole life.
We're still before the exits past us, and I'm like, but if you wish to take that, you can. Yeah. We just have to go over the hill for 15 minutes to get to Zamora.
I'm so glad we
didn't. To the 113.
I'm so glad we didn't, but I was frustrated because you were taking too long to tell me.
What did we say? Where are you? You got into the lane and jumped out of it, and I'm like, okay, sweet. So you want to go to 113? That goes like this. All right, put the headphones back in. And here we are mobbing, and talking about the track guys you said, and on Curry Street. What are you going to Curry for, huh? You gotta use the bathroom or something?
I got too excited after, I don't know, after like my low and high, and then I fucking lost it.
Let me get my phone and see where we're at. Hey look, the more it's like this. See? Okay.
care about that. Why are you showing this?
Because fucking, I thought you said you wanted to go to more.
No, I want to do 505.
I was there for like 15 minutes, dude. Arguing between how to get to 505 to 505 go to Sonora. And if the road we're on goes to Sonora. Turn around, homie. Get on the highway. We just came from. We literally just drove like 2 blocks.
I know, but there was like a huge monster back there that I couldn't.
Like, what kind of a monster?
I
Like, we
mine.
just drove 2 blocks away
I
from
can't
the
explain
highway.
to you,
Like,
Ezekiel.
dude.
I can't explain
I
to
was
you.
like, oh my god.
It's
like,
my mental blocks. I cannot
like,
explain to
man.
you. I can't. I should say mental block. Like I'm mentally blocked right now.
Crazy, dude.
It's not brain dead. I'm mentally blocked. Like I'm putting myself in this frustrating moment of hitting myself against the wall. And I can't
I didn't
go
call you
around
stupid,
it.
I didn't call you nothing. I just said, dude, this is ignorant. This is fucking retarded what you're trying to do. You're not pulling me in this argument, dude. Just go that way. Nope, she's making me laugh. Because I heard this thing say GPS lost like several times.
Mm-hmm.
But you still have that, whatever you type into it. And when you start driving away, it's going to get the GPS signal back, man. You realize that, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell were you yelling at me for whatever shit you put in this phone was telling you to go to, dude? Because I don't know what the hell was in it. And you start following this one. And you let me for this phone. And I'm like, dude, I didn't push nothing in it. Yeah, you need to put some more. And I'm like, yeah, I know I put some more in to show you that if you get back on the highway, we'll just go 2 blocks from and go down a quarter mile and get on 113 exit, which, as you know, goes up in the air and bypasses the city and all that shit. There's no way in hell we're gonna cut east and make it to the highway that you thought we were. I was more stressed out. I'm like, well, I did say there was a gas station. Nope, she didn't take that suggestion. Because I see, because you know why I said that, take a gas station, don't you?
No,
Because
I didn't.
foreshadowed
I didn't, but then I
that
saw,
your
you
fucking
know,
ass was gonna be bullheaded and just want to drive through the back skirts instead of taking the highway.
I didn't, and we were so close to running out of gas. And then I'm telling myself, next time I'm going by myself, because mine as well, you're not fucking helping. And then I'm telling myself, I'm right. If I'm by myself, I still run out of gas. No, you have no idea.
There's a gas station right there, honey. Get some
You
gas.
have no idea. I'm having these conversations in my head, which I never do.
Ignores and floors it past it.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm like, why the fuck is he even... He never says shit, and why the fuck is he saying a gas station? I didn't even look at the gas stand.
Now we made it to Nice Landing. Hey, honey,
thought that I'm towing.
There's a gas station right there. Nope, we made it to that one. Ooh, dude.
Yeah, we're
Is
not.
there any gas stations in between here?
Oh, you got no idea. I was gonna tap you and say start calling AAA. That was the next thing I was gonna tell you. Seriously. I'm like, be useful, motherfucker. Like, start calling AAA. That's it. I was not gonna say, like, honey, start calling AAA. I was gonna say, make yourself useful and start calling AAA.
Cuss me out and tell me, like, why haven't I called AAA yet?
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck, dude? And I'm like, babe, I just told you, stop at that gas station. Stop at the other gas station. Now
It's
you
like
passed
this,
that one.
Ezekiel. I catch the house on fire. I would ask you, why the fuck are you
No.
not putting the fire out?
Now we're really on E. And I think there's a gas station between here and there, but
Oh my god.
I know that's over by
I'm
Berry.
not, if you want to walk away, you're on your right.
Yeah, this is fun,
Honestly,
dude.
you're on your own right.
This
I'm
is
not
awesome.
gonna hold you back. I would love for you to stay, and I'll be broken hearted if you don't. But I would understand if you do. Seriously, I can't hold. I can't. I'm doing my best. I'm recognizing it, trying to better. I just can't put you in a place like that.
Now you understand for like 3 or 4 years. It was like, dude, you teach me your language so I can try to understand what you're talking about.
So tell me about like controlling oneself. Tell me about controlling oneself in that moment. All that energy that is coming from the vacuum. How does one like harness it instead of like at least in one's head?
I mean, I can have a couple of strokes. I don't care, but I don't want to endanger somebody, like you're saying. Like I don't want to put that
It's
race on the
simple choice.
road.
Simple choice, right? I said to you in the car, driving, right? I wasn't yelling earlier. Your rebuttal, your actions, think of what you said, how you, your mannerism, how your response was. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Was it adult-like or childlike? And what was I doing at the time? Was it adult-like or childlike? And after your rebuttal in response to me was there any more said?
No.
Now if I had said something, where would it went to? Even if it was adult or childlike.
Yeah, would have just fed the fire. By my choice.
Did there need to be a fucking special word said or anything like that?
I don't know if we would have done anything.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You just stop. It's a choice. You ask them how to control that energetic or whatever, stroke or nothing. It's just like, boop. Take the little fucking poodle thing and knock that cow tube one off and fucking turn that resonator off. Fuck it. Turn it out. That reality's gone.
Yeah. Okay.
And embody it and live it. Right? Make that probability fucking go to you.
Mm-hmm.
Bam, okay, that was just... You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Something I had to learn with my mom. It was like, if I would say with you, or we would get in an argument where your thing, the response to me was, well, you don't talk to your mom no more. And it's like, well, I'm not saying that you don't talk to my mom. Just think of in the moment when you're talking to somebody, you know, your cat just got hit by a car. Would you want to talk to them about the cat just getting hit by the car? And saying how funny it looked when the cat got ran over? I mean, I'm not saying that's what you'd say, but sometimes in the instance, in the mannerism, you open that door in that such fashion, where it's hurtful, where the person, you know, who's responsible for it to give is only that way of, what the fuck you mean? You thought it was funny my cat got run the fuck over. I've had that cat for 20 fucking years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, man, I think that was kind of cool the way that you said it. Maybe, you know, I'm not saying you have a sick humor or anything, but be it in the choice of words, because English is not your first language, maybe there was a misinterpretation for each party of an illustration of what you were trying to say of what happened there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You want to read your mom?
But yet, when I state, hey honey, that's kind of messed up like that, well, I just won't fucking talk. I didn't say you don't talk, dude. Why are you acting like that?
Well, I came around. That's my first initial response, but then I came around. Right?
But why is that your first response?
Well,
When if you look at the situation of what was going on, for instance, my mom, you scan her and you see that she's having fucking what going on in her brain and other shit like that. Hey, let me fucking poke that with some salt on the fucking poking stick and see that I get a different response. No, you get the response that you would think you would get projected out, because the mannerism which was described, yeah, it was funny the cat got ran over. And what do you mean? Person, you know, digresses, allows that energetics into them, unfortunately. That's being shown. That's what the attenuation is only going to give you. If you give some potentiation to it, there's the fucking singing bells and the song is going to come out. Well, you got that. And hey, you apologized to Maria for the way that you were. Why don't you apologize to Caleb?
mm-hmm.
That's why we haven't talked. We had an argument that day. So what are we doing? You're going to apologize to my wife and you're going to apologize to Kim? What's wrong with you? What are you teaching? This is why I'm the way I am. I'm trying to break that motherfucking pattern. Fuck that. Because I was that way myself. disgustingly, I was jealous of my mom and my daughter's relationship. You know what I'm saying? And you can vocalize it and say it. You talk to any other fucking person that was an alcoholic or anything else like that, they'll say the same thing. If they're clean enough in their soul to state and their heart and illustrate and see their actions and what they're doing and so forth and why they're doing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll read the rest of this stuff. Thank you for the conversation. It's been a long time. Like fucking 6, 7 months. 8 months. No, 9. It's been since March or February. Actually, no, dude. It's been a year. Over a year. Since January, we just argued and fought through that bullshit. And it's just been a fucked up ass year. That's why I got away from the plasma shit. It's been a beautiful year. We're alive and all that kind of shit. But for me, in the sense of having a fruitful conversation with you that was away from COVID shit, because we'd have conversations like this, but it was about that fucking
It makes
the shit
everything
that's
else
going
worth
on.
a lot
And
more,
it was all
right?
the fucking videos that they would not ever let up on YouTube. It was just talking with shit. But
It makes everything else worth more, right? Like you can have a really good year and flow and everything, but still having a good conversation, it just makes everything taste better. Enjoying it better.
this is my life. It was a good conversation with my wife. The other one is the time.
Yeah, me too. Would you stick these guys in envelopes, please?
You state that that's your issue of living in a rainbow land and having fucking supposedly it not be so rainbow. I lived in rainbow land and
Yeah,
came
and
home
then-
into an empty house and no kids. My wife. You understand? When you talk on those things, I completely understand what the fuck you're talking about. So I've verbalized them to you a couple of times. Going, is shit cool? Because I don't wish to fucking be up here thinking everything is all fucking hunky-dory. And it's not.
That's how I feel sometimes.
You know what I'm saying?
And
That's
it feels
why
like
when I would be in low
my
state-
foundation gets shaken, and I'm like, I want to retrieve and close up, and it only lasts me like an hour or less, but then I'm myself again because that's who I am, right?
That's why last year, a year ago, a year and a month, I sat down with you for the second time in a year and said, honey, this shit has to change, yo. I don't enjoy this. I'm depressed. I'm happy, but I'm depressed in some areas.
Yeah.
This is not working for me the way that our relationship is. So I'm not saying that we have any issues, but this mundane routine of fucking, I come home, sit on the couch, fucking play video game, and fucking you do what you do.
Yeah, it's boring.
This is boring as fuck. I'm not getting no mental stimulation.
Or exploring your potential, or
I'm not doing nothing.
yeah, no tools in your toolbox other than mental tools of what you can do, but
To break a habit of that before lockdown, where other people ain't trying to do nothing like that, where now every motherfucker's just vegging out Netflix all day. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so glad that we're not at the house.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's the best thing we've done.
It's like shit.
I was telling my mom, for me, I think it was 2020 was pretty transformative. Like, we put shit on gear and, I don't know. But yeah, every aspect has to be polished, not just like one thing or another thing, but ourselves too, in talking. I'm really trying. I know these. If I make a comment, you're trying to get a response from me on something else, but I'm just making comments on Etsy. It's because it's a transition point in which I am trying to set it up in a way where all of my
If you've noticed, at the house I used to be mean and say it, just to say it. Just to get a rouse out of you. I have not brung it up in months. Until this last couple of times. Today. Said anything about your Etsy. You understand?
Well, I'm trying to set it up in a way that now with the cans, because I can pack more of them in a less space. Cough it up.
That's all I got, yeah?
It's worse when I come and fuck you up.
Not all of them. The ones that says spoon on these ones. One spoon. The ones that say spoon on those. The rest all all on these. And you can just put it on this side because then the thing gets covered when I do like that. Yeah. What was I saying?
Unless it says single spoon.
Yeah. If it says 2 or 3 spoons on that one because it needs more. Well, so I'm making it to where my processing time it's less because we can both together now sit down and pre-pack the cans, and it takes way less room, so we'll have more stock. And it only takes me a minute to do this in the mornings, we can do it together.
And you can set up a little jig thing set with a little sensor where we can have you done like I've had to do and work that I've done anyway. But we can have this scale set or set as preset predate or preset weight.
See, so it tells you the difference that you need.
We have a shaker and a hopper. You put your product in there up on top and it fills it. You make your own time. All you gotta do is just fill the thing, pre-make the products and put it in a hopper. That's what I'm saying. You make jigs and stuff for your stuff. Automate stuff. Plasmatize and have a little woodworker carved thing with crystals embedded in it. So I can over here running on solar. A little fucking forest race.
Yep.
I told you I was gonna make a train set to run across property with camera and all that for people that are handicapped, so they can see and be part of the fucking forest shit. So what's going on? Thought I'd just do it for a brief moment. Cutting my stuff. Goodness time as any to move the tractor if it's leaking gas out the motherfucking carburetor. In the rain. Stop her. All those mercies. There's the backfire. Everything goes up with me. Air traffic today over for the first time. Make it rain? Hill.
They're making it rain or snow. They wanted to make it snow.
Last fucker that flew over is not this spring. Yeah, the grid going. Oh, can we go? That's fluctuated. Fire back. Show you what real plasma does with food and all that. Energetics. Quartz portal. What do you think gonna happen with all these quartz pieces and everything like that? Return the motherfucking beef up the butterfly. Kick it on. We will run forever somewhere. So I throw a fly back through it. Instead of just using a microwave transformer, that was 5,000 watts. That was making me feel like that. Try a couple million volts. Put that antenna that I had you and Jeannie fucking plug with, that I would put in the speaker. Put the magnetic wave flux back into it, so. Use some ground rods. We'll make a beacon. You wanna motherfucking call people here? Make it energetic room to where the reactors that I had in the house. Make the property feel like that. I had the little helper things come out more.
Man. Oh. No. We need more bullets. drones, you think?
I'm just saying for me.
Hmm.
My little chicken wings.
Mm.
I'm saying.
Help me fill them in with the totes that are back there. They're all already sealed what they got.
What is 18?
I'm at this point. Brace it. Go quartz moon. Those are these quartz moon.
Pick up the envelope that I had. That's why I was in there.
Oh.
That's why in the porch room, because you took the porch room. I'm picking up the stuff that I'm sitting there trying to cook. These water. Are these plain?
Okay.
Are these plain ones?
No. The planes, you don't have the planes, so we'll have to make them. There's a gold moons. Two quartz points. Oh, those are quartz points. No, quartz point, the one, diffused, yeah, the toy you just touched. The one underneath the gold one there. Yeah, those are quartz too. Oh no, quartz moons. There's one that says quartz points. The baggies are gray, I think.
I got it over here. I got amethyst moons. Amethyst moons. Quartz crystal points.
Quartz, that one. Quartz crystal. Two. Dos rose quartz. The rose quartz moon. Yeah, the rose quartz moon. And we can use one of those boxes to put the sprays on. Oh, what Randy said.
12:18.
Okay, let's go with what we got. So I get to go to town, pick up our packages, because then tomorrow she'll be closed. Or then we can take these tomorrow to the post office. So Julie's not so in a rush. Yeah, and just leave it like this.
Well, we're driving there, then soon.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you got those.
Beautiful. And weather says it's supposed to be clear. Maybe in the valley. Up here in our own little ecosystem biosphere. It's all shaking in. Beautiful people snoring. Oh, they're mud bugging. They're going in his old ruts, Mike's old ruts. Let's get her.
Papá subido el celular, así que tiene una cara de desesperación que está que no sabe si se lo mandaron o no se lo mandaron. Te mando un beso.
I think Mama saying they sent her paperwork for the green card. What? Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, I see it right there.
So we'll have this thick grove like this where it's forest. I mean, it's going to be thinned, but that'll go up. But I was just trying to show you as you look up, you start seeing the clearing, because I'm only going to clear it to about right here up to there, up there. So now you start seeing the fallen trees.
Yeah, the top of
the
them.
clearing where that huge oak is. And so like I was saying, I just want to take case.
See, and
and we
open these
widen
up
it out.
to the creek instead of fucking with this dirt that is
Yes.
gonna be so much more work. This is just
Yes.
brush.
Just push this out the way and we got a road.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we gotta excavate like I was doing on the other side because we don't have a hillside. We gotta actually make a road. And then connect this to this guy, make a road that way, connect that,
right here.
connect such like such, have it, or if you wanted to, you could make a left and come up on the side of the cargo container. And I just need to come in and thin this out.
See. But it's super, super thin. Look, I see already what we were walking at and beyond.
See, it was thin when I came through with Leon a couple years back.
Oh yeah, look at that. We're looking at that big Madrone you were pointing out. Oh wow, it looks amazing.
You know what I'm saying?
Look all down there that it's been clean for a while. And you can tell we've done work. Or we've done work.
That's what I'm saying. Evolution.
Fire is going.
I've been trying to get you to walk around and see stuff.
I love this place.
You've only been going this route for a while and not seeing this way. You're missing all that. While I was saying, walk with me so you can see. As soon this will be cleaned out. Next part of the month, once I get done with that over there. It's gonna look different. I just like a little bit of feedback so I understand what trees to keep, what trees not to keep.
Pero por favor hablemos antes de que complete el formulario, porque así me das algunos tips antes de completarlo, ¿sí? Antes de mandarlo, que lo tengo que enviar.
Turn the car on. Turn the car on. Just turn the key for it, I should say.
Coming up next.
Hola.
¿Qué hacemos ahí?
Bien, Pa, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, mira, ahora estamos en el cardiólogo.
Bueno, llámeme.
Sí, porque le llegaron los papeles a mamá.
Sí, me muero. ¿Y a vos?
Yo no sé por qué me olvidé el celular en casa.
Llámame, un beso, te quiero.
Y hay que contestarlo todo, ¿viste? Así que queremos ver que vos nos indique qué ponemos.
Dale, todo bien con mamá, nomás fue a ver que le dieran así como las cosas, las mediciones.
Todo bien, todo bien. Bueno, en 1 hora y media estamos en casa, ¿me llamás?
Dale, un beso.
Chao, te quiero.
Chau, chau. Te quiero, my dad said that he's waiting outside. My mom was getting like the okay from the cardiologist, you know. he said that my mom got an email on paperwork. I don't know if it was an email or paper. Maybe they sent her a letter. I don't know. But she got something that she got an answer. So she already got confirmation that they got her paperwork, you know. And I said, and you? Oh, email, because and I said, and you? And he said, I don't know. I forgot my cell phone at home. I'm like dying of anxiousness because that is always stuck to his phone, you know. And he's like, I'm dying of anxiousness because I can't check my email. But we're getting home in an hour and a half. Just call us. My dad said because mom is gonna need help to answer the email, I guess. I don't know. I could see my mom's email. I know her password.
So what was it saying? I'm gonna read the rest of my mom's comment.
Oh yeah. It's on Instagram. Did you see the other one? Hold on. Did you read the other one? There's two. Oh, this one and a different one.
No word come from fear or lack. When I say I am. No, it's not I, for there's none. It's as if the sickness I got in my lungs drove me by fear to a breaking point. I had already known deep peace. I discovered all our states and stations from which the I am is projected. All is illusionary, loving or hating of self is a state. Marriage is a station and experience.
There's another.
I found states and stations all change, all things change, and words are not real. They only describe what was thought prior. The body comes from food's essence and why it's so important to eat optimal that the next generation has good essence. The essence of foods give us this body. Taken in by parents and changed to those things made to create a body. The absolute beyond I am consciousness is without any qualities or essence. It is beyond the I am consciousness. Everything here is here because it was morphed into a polarity. On earth as in heaven, until you are real, until you realize your real eyes, it's already happened. And I discovered hope is a polarity that keeps us from facing deep-seated loss. Polarizes us, then I remembered the story of Pandora's box, and hope was the last plague put on earth. It was philosophy that made it different. Conjunction instead of heed to the changer's hope rings. It is better to do your own path imperfectly than another's perfectly. Don't be disappointed when mind comes back in or your inability to keep the state is not real. You are, remember, all feelings or states and stations.
But now I think she sent something about Trump or something.
didn't realize they raised the flag there.
What does that mean? Like war?
No, it's the same as fucking Imran Quiche raising there, right? The Quiche Space Program's flag, March 12th of the year, and becoming recognized thing.
This is magnetic, supposedly. So you can stick it to your tractor or something. It becomes a recognized thing. Don't really explain to me.
Yeah, recognize how did America become America? Right now, Trump administration on the back corners is for the Sahara to be fucking encumbered by Morocco. Gave them a backdoor thing so that they recognize Israel as Israel, right?
Yeah.
But how did we become fucking America? Because someone recognized us
Somebody
as
gonna
such.
recognize you as something
After
different.
a flag was
than
raised
something
somewhere.
else. Yeah. As
You understand?
independency, yeah.
So someone just took down in our capital of our country, because what happens right now, when you go to war, like in the game of Risk, you take over the capital of a continent, and you take their flag down and you raise your flag.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You went to college, dude. Hello?
No, I understand. I thought...
Capital of our nation flag was just lowered down, and a mega flag was raised.
Yeah, totally. No, literally, that's what it... I thought it was just in a term... It was being expressed in a term, and not that it really... Yeah.
People had plans and fucking went
Take over.
To kidnap our Congress leaders.
Mm-hmm. Take over.
Our politicians. Our political democratic
Rule makers,
gears.
yeah.
The bearings that make democracy fucking work.
Yeah. The structure.
When you topple a nation, what happens? The flag of that nation goes away and a new flag goes up.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah. No, I hear you. I know what you're saying.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
See.
You just told me you didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
I just said I did now. I was 2 minutes ago. I'm not standing on the same ground, honey. Do you want to keep explaining to me?
I'm just trying to
then
figure
you can
out.
keep explaining, because I'm going to get another...
Where was the other 32 years of your life before that 2 minutes ago of understanding, and why the importance of someone saying, hey, you should pay attention. This dude just took over Iran. All the things that keep happening, and the bombing, the cyber attacks, all this shit, it's not the Ayatollah doing it. Their country's been taken over. Someone else has raised a flag and it's being recognized by other countries. And they have their own minions. Worldwide, at each state, you're helping our what? Our military. Not Iran's military, but the Quiche military.
Clean my coochie. Quiche military. Yep. Because your own military.
Headphone time. with charge up the backhoe's battery. There's some gas in it. Grab a chain. Bar. Get over here with it. Pull off the dome.
I want to register and learn.
We're going after that thing. Well, it wants that thing. It got a backhoe excavator, a trencher, and a de-stumper. $3 grand. What? You said I manifested
Maybe now
it.
is a good time to set up the antenna. Let me get even with better internet.
Oh, yeah. We got a downtime, and hopefully that little space is brief. It stops raining. I'll go out there. I'm down. It needs two of us. If you say you got space and time, then I'll do it. Otherwise, like I said, I've been wanting to do it, but it takes two of us and full attention and all that kind of shit. Yeah. I don't know where you put it, so.
Let me finish these guys so I get all these out of the bed.
Yeah. Do as you do. I'm on.
And we can set up the antenna.
Maybe. Do what you were doing in the manner and time that you wish to do it. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna run Berta and so forth, charge up Casey's battery and all that with the battery, 10-amp battery charger and all that stuff. Get it to where it doesn't die on me. Put some gas in it, get myself over here, pull your dome off, get all that stuff done.
Because then I'll put the dumper stuff in there and it'll get it out of the way.
Put all this kind of stuff, move forward. That was my agenda for the day.
Perfect.
Just moving that stuff for you and getting the solar panels over there. I'll wait on the solar panels. I'll get that other stuff done because it's raining. I don't want to mess with the high frequencies in the rain. There is enough light that it will shock me. And I don't like those ones shocked. Makes me feel funny for a couple of days. Ooh, look at these.
So what do you think?
Upgrading. Well, upgraded from this.
Give me your feedback.
So I say stencil. Now the thing that I've been asking for, and all that, and if you had one, then you put up whatever you wish on here. And also scalarize it. Each one scalarize. With their emblems and so forth.
Size-wise though.
What do I think? Epic. Now, serving size wise, how big do they need to be, or how many of these are going to get for someone to get 30 grams? And then that's the other reason why I was stating about the etching, because then you can etch that on here if you wished, or in a non-discrete place on the bottom, the weight, serving, what it is, directions. And then you have the ability, with it not being in that area, to be zero waste, if you wish to say, of what you millennials are calling zero waste, because it could be multi-purpose.
Yeah, we're zero waste. With these, we're zero waste. With the other ones, they can be reused too, but people don't reuse them. So with these, we are featured in. We can now hashtag zero waste, because we do infuser zero waste. We don't put no plastic to it, nothing like that. And so that's 95 grams.
With that.
No.
What are you doing?
There's no place. That's 35 grams. I'll put that one. That's 45 grams, so that's only 10 grams.
Henceforth, your husband's words, what he said previously. How many of those are you going to have to stack this in to make your shipping order? Right now, to make 30, you would have to ship 3 of those to make one.
No, I'm trying out the sizes.
But I'm just explaining to you. You would need 3 of these to do one of your normal volume packages of 30 grams.
Yeah. Well, no.
Do you have a bigger one than that?
No.
Okay, well then,
That's
right now,
trying, yeah.
you need 10 of them. 3 of those to make one order.
cost effectively. If you say it's more cost effective and zero waste and
No, but no, it
all
won't
that
be
other
3.
kind of stuff,
I'm trying out, so I would.
you need to size up.
Yeah, there would be one bigger one, and these. I still want to keep these because it will be perfect for the testers. I'll do 6 of this as a starter kit. You know, a lot of people like to start somebody else with teas and whatnot. So
I understand that.
6 of this, you know, for
Yeah.
whatever price, like $45, $50. That's what people sell it for in a box.
Yeah.
And that this is perfect. You don't need more. This is tester. You know, like
But
trying out.
again, you need to volume up. So I'm kind of.
But this is plenty itself. I was thinking in myself that I'm.
Plenty itself for what? That's just one order. I'm not in your head, so I'm confused. So you're shaking your head, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
this
you're
is now downsizing.
You're downsizing from I'm
order.
ordering a 30 gram product. Now I'm just ordering 10 grams of it.
Yeah. Yes. I want to be able to offer people less amount. Yes. That's my idea. Yes, but also the same amount, but a different packaging. I want people to be able to order less.
And you're telling me that you're trying to make more time for yourself, or you're making it where you have your shit fractioned off into splinters now that you're gonna have to quantify. How does that make more time for yourself, Maria?
No, because I'll be putting it. Won't be sold by itself. I'll be putting it together. The ones that are this size.
It doesn't matter, honey. You're not comprehending. Slow down.
In packing time.
Shut up in your head. How are you giving yourself more time if now you're going from selling 30 grams to you're quantifying it down to 5 and 10 gram partials? And having to make and package those, label that stuff, so on and so forth. How are you making more time for yourself to have free to do other things other than do that if you're quantifying that down to literally, if that thing is 10 grams, the smaller package that you have there that you ordered has to be only 2 or 3 grams worth of stuff in there. And if you're going down to that, again, you're just like you went from selling fucking
Pounds by the ounce. I understand your point.
to you're fucking selling tenths. Like you went from selling weed and pounds to fucking selling dope. Now you're just selling tenths of a gram. So now you got all these little baggies and all this stuff. You've added more quantification of material that you have to maintain. I'm not dogging or anything, I'm just asking because you've been telling me your equation is to make more time for yourself, to do other things and such, but right now your business model is now using things that quantify your 30 grams down to fucking 3 grams. And that is what you wish to do, and make partials, and make it individual packets, and have different packets for such different things, and different things for such, and boxes and subscription things that have this that go with that. Where do you have time? Do you have more time to do the other shit that you're stating that you're trying to, by doing this, is going to make you more time? I'm not dogging, I'm just asking, how do you get more time if right now just doing the labels and stuff that you're doing right now, because you employed 2 or 3 people, you have 2 people employed to make it, or you just have to do this right here. Of the other stuff, that's a separate wrapper as you're stating, and separate thing, how is throwing this on top of it giving you more time, honey, to do the other stuff that you're stating that you want or are doing this for to get more time? How is that quantifying down smaller, making more stuff, which means it eats up more of your time? To me, just my perception.
Yes, it is a process. In the process, in the packing, it'll be more time consuming, but the box is ready to be just put already to ship out, and in the packaging, the value of that it raises, and so
To you only, not in reality, but your reality that you live in Rainbow Land, does it add value to it? For your time construct that you're stating that you're giving to yourself, or you're saying it adds value to it because you're quantifying and adding more capital dollar to it?
No, because it's the way.
I'm asking for an understanding. Quantification of your time of or dollarization of capitalism.
No, it's the way that I want to present part of what I'm trying to do is putting a kit or something together. Okay, and this is the part that the way that I see it, the way that I'm seeing how to execute what I've been wanting to deliver. I enjoy people buying one of each, but I like to be able to put conscious kits together. Yeah, it might be more
But
in the preparing part of putting it together and the planning part, it'll be more time consuming. But in the very end, I trust that it'll be easier when it comes to executing or their final product shipping out. That and the way that I'm seeing it in my head, and because I want to, I have to change the packaging because I want to deliver more than 1 and 3 at a time. And you've seen already the ridiculous size of the 12 by 14 envelopes that I'm shipping out, and they only host 5 pouches at a time.
Yes, but that's 5 pouches that someone is getting 150 grams or more.
In which I feel that I'm giving them.
How do you do that if 3 equal 1? So that would be 15 of those cans putting into that envelope. How does that work out for you?
It's not my intent because I also been wanting to downsize for the amount that
But
I'm
what
giving
if I
them.
want 30 grams?
You'll have the chance to still buy the 30 and more. I was gonna get even bigger bags to start giving half a pound. It's not about that. I've been wanting also to downsize from that pouch that I've been giving to people because if you look online, we already raised the prices for the same amount of the 35 grams. It's $7.20 now instead of $6 because I've been giving to people a lot of matter, a lot of plant matter for what for the $6 that they're paying. So
what does that have to do with anything?
it's the re-education of myself, what I'm putting out, and what people are getting, which people are still buying it. Because in every other competitor, in other places that you'll
the main focal thing that you keep stating is it gives you more time. How does that give you more time to do the other stuff that you wish to do? You haven't answered that. You're giving me politicianal shit. Quiche talk. How do you get more time from that equation? Because that's what you state and that's what you're doing it for.
Mm-hmm.
So, the answer. What's the answer? Because I'm not going to answer how you get more fucking time from this. I'm getting all this other bullshit of I'm offering this and I'm downsizing the grams and so forth, but I'm asking you, how do you get more time? That's what you stated. That's why you're doing it. So I'm asking you, motherfucker, like Quiche, I've asked, and other people, how do you get the more time?
I thought that I had explained when I said
you're not explaining anything. You keep
gibberishing
out stuff about I'm going from 35 grams down to this amount that I wish to do this amount. I've always been wanting to do this amount, and I can give you a half a pound of this, and I can give you this more amount of this and this and this, but you're not telling me the amount of time extra doing all that gives you. Hello? Because that's all I've been asking. And keep asking, but you keep giving me quantifications of product that you're selling and descriptions of how you're going to sell those quantifications of product, but not the quantification of how doing such and changing all that around gives you more personal time. How does it give you more personal time?
As I'll see it, it'll be a better planning process of having things done like that. Okay, so in the way that I'm gonna do it, I'm ordering the labels, and some of them I'm not even gonna have. So they're all gonna have the same labels, so I'm not having to print the labels myself, which it all consumes time. Okay, and so in the way that I see it is I'm gonna have everything pre-packed because it's easier than me having to take one of these and one of that.
That pre-packed is what? You're employing someone to do more work for yourself.
No, I'm packing myself.
Okay, so if you're not paying someone to do like you're doing right now, to give yourself the ability to just do as you're doing over there, as we just drop more stuff off to that person. Which means the free time that you said that you're making, you're now driving more and quantifying less time. That's what I'm saying, is to understand what you're talking about. So I'm asking you, how in the fuck are you making more time when you're just cutting the blanket's end off and sewing it to the other side and saying this shit's longer? To me, in my observation, because I keep asking, how are you getting more time? Personal, as you're stating, by doing this and breaking it up and shipping it, the smaller stuff, meaning you have to order more things, keep track of more stuff, put more stuff in packaging, label more things, and so forth. Or you can just walk over and pick it up. If you're not employing somebody to do it and you're stating you're going to be doing it yourself, and that's taking away from the extra time that you have already right now that you say you don't have, but you're putting more stuff on.
I'm not doing
Hear what I'm saying.
Stuff.
So if you're not doing more stuff,
it's replacing one methodology for another.
How is it replacing one methodology if you still have teas at 30 grams? If I wish to order, I'm still going to get it in the same package.
No, it won't be the same package.
Okay, if it's not going to be the same package, then you are adding something else, which means you're adding more time. Because that needs to be stored and contained. A stack of folded envelope papers takes up less space than 100 of those cans, does it not? If the can gets dented, are you going to let it go if you would not let one of your folded envelopes go with a crease? Hello?
What's your suggestion?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking a question so that you can visualize and openly state and see and embody that. You ask me how I do stuff, this is how I'm doing it with you. But you're taking it as something else. So I'm trying to walk you through. As you've seen me do with people on video in their life change. So how do you get more time? By adding more shit. If right now you're stating is you're not adding more stuff to it, but yet you don't have the time to do the stuff that you wish, therefore you have an employee to try to give you more time, so that right now all you have to do is walk over to those things over there, those totes that someone else made for you to give you more time. And you're changing that and adding more stuff to it to supposedly give you more time that someone else isn't doing your packaging, as you stated. So I'm saying, how are you getting more time from that? If already you're employing someone to supposedly give you more time, how are you getting more time from that if you're taking away from the time that you supposedly don't have? Because you're employing someone else to do that work. Give yourself more time.
How am I adding myself more work if I am replacing one thing that I'm doing for other thing?
But you're not doing someone else's.
I'm not talking about the infusers. I was talking about the packing of the tea for another way of packing the tea. I'm not counting on the infuser because I ain't doing it.
But I am adding it to it because it's part of the I'm trying to figure out how to get more personal time, or whatever time you wish to have that for. It's part of the equation, but you're not talking about the salts or using a laser on the fucking equation, or you know what I'm saying? No, you don't. So I'll shut it.
Yeah, you will. I was just waiting for the ball.
Trying to create the account.
Waiting for the moment to ask us for the ball.
To register for this auction.
You seem to be busy.
Very clearly authorized and verified information please be allowed and follow the rules and terms and conditions. I'm gonna read the terms and conditions. Plato too? Son. They should be on the banner.
It's shade from the pine trees. I gotta move them down.
Oh.
So I want to put them up in that corner. It's hitting directly on the cargo container in that spot right there now. Do the solar dance. When this is cleaned out, it'll be having full sun on us right now. Just about. I gotta be selective as I thin it out because I don't want to be super hot during the summertime.
True.
But I also don't want to burn up in fire. I don't want to burn up from the sun.
That's the trip when we were talking today. I had that thought. I had a thought of telling my mom because she had been bugging me mentally about the paperwork. Like, hey, did you get a notification? I'm like, no. I know the uncertainty because you're like, can they at least send you like saying like we got it, you know, like saying like you got a number, you know, at least saying like your mail didn't get lost, you know what I'm saying, or something.
Yeah.
Even though we tracked it and it was delivered, you never know, it get lost in somebody's fucking desk or something, you know. So your mind is always. And my mom's been asking me a couple times, and I'm like, Mom, be patient, you know. And so when we were talking today, I had this thought for a second. Well, I'm gonna tell my mom to make a grid, you know, and put, you know, like a picture, an application, something, or the number of the application and the manifestation of what she wanted to manifest. And I didn't even go to tell her that. I had that thought.
Oh, I like them. They're epic. I think people like being able to see the tea and stuff like that. It brings it differently.
No, but I agree with you. I was testing the sizings. The small ones, I'm gonna return them. I'm gonna keep these ones as the small ones. You know, these are gonna be my small ones, and then we need the double size. That'll be at least 20, 25 or 30 grams.
By volume, honey, you gotta go bigger. I'll just say this to you. Understand your product, understand your material, understand what you're making. You don't like your envelopes being crushed, right? If some of your stuff is bigger by volume, think of how bigger the bags of that right there is made than compared to turmeric, than compared to Earl Grey. Think of the volume of each one of those.
Well, this is a lighter product.
Please hear me.
Of all the teas.
Please hear me. Please hear me. Please hear me. Please hear me.
Mm-hmm.
You're not hearing me.
You're telling me the weight. I'm talking about the volume, the space that it takes inside the packaging, my love. You just said, this is the lighter of the what? This is a lighter, which means weight. You understand what you just told me? This is the lighter of the tea. Do you understand?
Meaning? I'm just
weight.
Yes,
the weight. I'm not talking about its weight, honey. I'm talking about its volume, its mass. But not in weight status. I'm talking about how much it takes inside of the container. From the envelope to that thing right there. As you've seen with some of your stuff, to get to 30 grams, what you do not like, your packaging to be compressed, but to make that larger volume, not heavier weight, product fit inside of that package, you have to crush it in. So why I was saying to step up more than a double thing is to accommodate for your volume of your lighter products, as you stating lighter, which has to do with weight. But for those, because you have some lighter products that don't take up that much volume, and you have some lighter products that take up more volume, and you have some heavier products that take up less volume, and some heavier products that take up more volume. Not less. You understand? Gee, are you sure? You're telling me you're hearing me, but you're not hearing me. You're not fucking digesting it. You're just talking in your head some conversational shit of some other stuff where you tell me about the fucking weight. I'm not talking about the weight, honey. I'm talking about the contents inside. How much does it take? And your preference of when somebody opens the damn shit, is it going to come out like a slinky snake and fucking go all over the ground because you had to compress the shit in there? Because of its volume, not its weight. Sabe? Or no sabe? Are you hearing me, or are you having a fucking conversation in your head as you say I talk too fucking much? Fuck. Fucking smack you for that shit. Give you a piece of toilet paper and wipe your ass. It's just fucking retarded. I'm talking about one thing, you always give me a rebuttal with some other shit. Otherwise, please somehow illustrate to me how I'm talking about volume and you're talking about weight. It has to do with the same shit. Hello? Because you're college educated, I'm not. Please help me understand how I'm talking about the inside, how much volume this water is in this pot. And you're talking about water weighs 8.34 pounds. Huh?
I would say they are directly connected, meaning because this product is lighter, it would occupy more volume to get to a pound.
Okay.
So a pound of chamomile, it'll be bigger than a pound of Earl Grey.
Yeah, but you just yourself just acknowledge that you have some heavier stuff that takes up less volume and some heavier stuff that takes up more volume. Just like lighter stuff that takes up more volume and lighter stuff that takes up less volume. So what does their weight have to do with it if the water weighs 8.34 pounds? 8.34 a pound. A gallon. And we need 3 gallons to go in that. Here, now I got some gas, honey. It's 6 pounds a gallon. Is it going to fit in the same container?
No, exactly.
You understand?
So
but it's the same equus. No, we're still in the same equus thing. It's water, so yes, it will conform and fit in the same fucking volume. Volume, the inside of the container, volume, yes, it will fit there. The weight has nothing to do with the volume taking up inside. Depending on material. Again, I was using water as an example.
Oh, was it?
But you were going along with it.
You said Earl Grey? You said
I did
turmeric,
say that, but you did not differentiate. No.
That's how it went. You said Earl Grey and turmeric and Earl Grey. And I said, this is the lightest of all my products.
Yes, honey.
That's how it went. That's why I made the comment about weight. That's it.
Yes, and I asked, how does the weight have to do with the volume, which I'm talking about the volume inside of the container?
Because
10 grams of fucking turmeric's not going to contain the same spaces in that container as all the shit you're pulling out. Just like fennel or the Earl Grey or any of them are not going to weigh and take up the same space inside of the container, which is volume, not weight. You can put the same 10 grams of weight as your base, but please show me it. All of those taking up the same volume and space inside of your container. Okay, that's what I'm speaking on. I'm not talking about the weight of the thing. I was saying, instead of doubling up, you might want to go a triple to actually get the size that you need for the things that would barely fit inside of the container you used to use, that take up more space, volume, regardless of their fucking weight. The space inside the container you need. You're downsizing from a container that you had that the shit barely fit the fuck in to keep the weight that you wanted equal. You're trying to go smaller than that. All I was saying is, if you don't like the wrapper being, the envelope being fucked with and crinkled on that, you're gonna have to crush that shit in there to fit it in one that's only twice as big as that. That's all I was saying to you. Otherwise, when they go to pull it out, it's gonna be real hard, and it's gonna fucking do like a slinky snake, you know, the little toys when you're a little kid and you go to pull shit off and shit pops out the fucking shit. You're gonna get some issues with that. Is all I'm saying to you. With that lighter shit you're talking about. Unless you compact it in her. Which I don't see you doing, because it takes more time. I'm still trying to get an answer on how doing that stuff is giving you more personal time. I know once you have it all greased out and ball bearing and all that stuff, it probably is going to be that way, but I'm just, again, like I was saying, trying to help you jog your spatial, visual, psychic visualization. Your third eye, open it and step into that realm and have it there, set it up, see it. How you have your stuff set up, your packaging going out to the person, how they'd see it, how they'd feel it, the weight, blah, 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 blah. See that, live it. Run that simulation if you wish to use that as a way of seeing what, or understand what I'm saying, but run that in your mind as you're doing what you're doing. Instead of, this motherfucker keep talking to him. Not saying that's what you're doing, but I'm just saying. Visualize yourself. Run that itinerary. Put that there. You understand what I'm saying? See yourself. That's why I love trimming, because I sit there and I do what? And I get it from it and I accomplish what I need to do. You understand? What is this world not like? A motherfucker sitting down and having some attention to one thing, which is himself. And it's some introspection. Motherfuckers remove park benches from the corners so people can't fucking sit down. Sit by a tree, you're getting a ticket. Standing in the park. There's a park, man. Oh, you gotta keep moving. Well, how can they can sit over there? Do they buy some shit? I don't care what they doing there where they're sucking on some chemicals and shit. I'm sitting here trying to contemplate. Hold this insect in my hand and understand and listen to what it's trying to explain to me. Oh, I can't do that. I need to be running around fucking. That's how people get that psychic disconnect. Well, we're in
95 percentile or 80 percentile fucking psychic visualization. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Shut up with this shit. You got spatial. You got more than spatial. You can live it if you chose to, but you're being fucking lazy. I see it, because that's how you telling me to tell you that. You don't like it, so fuck you. I don't like having somebody press into my world. Do it what I gotta do it. But gain control of it, because the alt reality, if you wish to call it that, the simulation will run you. Otherwise, if you don't understand what you're able to do, you build it. You have some shit fucking take over your shit, as you're saying, like, you're over on some La La Land or whatever. Well, who's constructing that? It's like, you understand that when you're thinking of something while you're doing something, well, you've done that shit so much that all you're doing is just thinking of that, right? But you're thinking of other stuff, but your hands are moving and you're doing your stuff and you're doing your fucking program. You're doing your prayer. Stop for a while, you understand? You're addicted, as I was to where I couldn't put down my bottle. Now, I'm not attacking you at all, I'm just explaining to you. You've done something more. No, I'm not saying Etsy. I'm not attacking your stuff at all. Just understand what I'm saying. You're going through the motions that you've done so much that your body knows more than the mind how to do it. So as you're doing such, what are you thinking about as you're doing such? One has to understand. You understand what I'm saying? As you're stating, I don't like getting ahead of the GPS or these things. Well, what are you doing to get ahead of the GPS? As I argue with you in state, well, what the hell are you doing while you're driving? How are you lost if you're driving at the places you're saying you're lost and you can't find? I'm the passenger in the car, and you've driven us there. Without GPS, how are you lost? What is making you not be present?
I space out a lot.
Do you understand?
I space out a lot. I just start thinking of something and I forget that I'm driving. It's not that even forget, I just not driving no more. In my head, I'm in a different space. It's just a spur of a second.
Marie, when you almost drove off the road that time, this is the one and only time I'll bring it up.
I don't think that, did I don't know if I spaced out that time. I wasn't angry.
Didn't say you were angry. I didn't say I was angry. All I said was, hey, just almost hit the toe.
Yeah, I just think I spaced out.
The only thing that I said to you was, please, you're driving. Whatever's taking your mind away from driving.
But I'm not, like, mind chatter or something.
Can
Maybe
you
I'm thinking.
Focus on driving.
Yeah.
That's been the thing I said to you for 8 years now. If you're gonna drive, drive. If not, we'll walk or we'll call an Uber. Because it's not cool to feel that feeling that you project out. That you're not present. I deal with that with someone on pharmacopoeia, with my mom. I can tell when someone's not paying attention when they're driving, the way the car moves or how the car is braked and all that, and drinking. That's what scares me, is I know those feelings from doing it to myself. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You see me shift or put the car seat down or things like that, because I'm like, what, why, no, what are you doing? Okay, I don't want to sit here tense because this isn't fun. Like, man, why, where are you at in your head? Like, when we went to go see sister, drop the stuff off, what are you doing this raining? You just commented on your brakes, but you're going 45, coming up on a space so you know that's 25, behind a person, closer than a car lane. What is the point of it?
I didn't realize I was that close. I've been telling you the truth.
That's what I'm
I had a spaced out moment.
And realizing this, and
Yeah.
I'm asking you, where are you at? And your rebuttal to me and your defense of this shit, and it's what makes me get irate
going on? This is why I keep illustrating and asking. Who's driving the car? Because if you ain't driving, who the fuck is driving the car? Because I keep feeling that moment where we almost got hit by that fucking Mustang, dude. Where I had to tell you, slow down. Drive us. Not whatever's trying to control you. You're not from the city. You're from the mountains. What is the rush for?
No, but I don't even get like that. It was, I space out. Like I'm spatially not there. Like I'm not seeing that there's a car in front of me because I'm not seeing. Like I'm not seeing. Like it's like blank in front of me. Not even like I'm not even looking in front of me. Because it's like I'm on the void. I don't know how to explain. But yeah, you're in the total right. I'm not there.
I know how to understand it. Because I'm like, dude, I'm in the passenger seat scared. Not all the time, it's just when I start sensing that and I go...
Maybe if I listen to an audiobook or something that keeps me more present.
How the fuck is that going to keep you present if you're listening to the audiobook?
So I'm not thinking in my mind or something, you know, I can start traveling in my head and I forget that I'm fucking driving. Do you understand?
I try not to talk to you because when we talk, you forget
no,
that we're driving.
No, I think
you
it's
start
better.
looking at me.
No,
you
look
at me.
I won't.
You're towing a car doing 70. You're calling a trailer doing 70. We're talking and you're looking at me and I'm going, okay, I need to shut up because you keep looking at me and you look forward and the car fucking does what it does. And I'm going, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Try to help you that when we're trimming, where I go, hey, we can talk. Why you gotta look at me when I talk? Why do you have to stop working while you talk? You're just moving your mouth. I don't take it as disrespect that you're not looking at me.
I know I did it the other day on the highway, but I don't typically look at you.
I don't take it as disrespect. We're doing, we got 40-mile-an-hour winds whipping us backwards.
Yeah.
On fucking wet ground. And you wanna look at me. Why? What's going on?
Well, we're thinking.
Because I see your point.
You're really good at reading.
Understand my points here.
What am I gonna
Where
tell
I'm
you?
bringing
Yeah,
up. No.
Present. I'm not fucking
No,
present.
here where I'm getting at. I'm from sitting here deconstructing stuff. I understand where you get at when you blow up on me and you say, you're fucking on my ass all the fucking time. But I'm going, wait a minute, dude. Think about what I'm trying to point out to you. I don't say nothing about no other shit. It's just these main things right here. These are fucking your life, my life, or someone else's life, or a multiple person's life.
Yeah, thank you.
Can
It's
you
serious. Yeah.
be present? What the fuck is going on in your head? Can you be present? Yo, because I'm sitting over here, I can't smoke enough fucking weed as we ride in. It's illegal to do such. Can you get your shit in order? Nope. Lost in translation, I pointed out, fucking spiral argument. So I do what? Lean the seat way back where I'm not even fucking with the dashboard. So I can't see the road. You understand? I'm okay with your driving. Please don't think that I'm saying you're a bad driver. I'm just wondering who is driving. When you go over the line or stuff like that, like what is taking your mind elsewhere or whatnot, like you can just be a little more present. That's all. Cause that night tripped me out. It made me stay more focused on paying attention to your energetics now when you're driving to like Tokyo or whatever the fuck I need to do where
me, please, yeah.
we don't fucking.
Now that you have to, I'm gonna be more focused.
Drift the fuck over, and I'm looking down and rolling something as a passenger is able to do because they're not the driver and go, ah, back on the road, dude. And we fucking barely miss slamming into a fucking telephone pole, dude. on a road that is our way to get home that you take every day. You understand? That's why you hear me go like, hey, that big turn's coming. Anyway, you understand? Because we're like rushing at it, dude. It's like 20 mile an hour turn, we're doing 60 still. Hey. Anyway, why do you think the brakes go away so quick? And the gas. You know what I'm saying? When I had my license, which I'm trying to get still, what was the difference between my driving and your driving when the car, how much gas would the car get from my driving and your driving? You understand? How much gas do I get out of your Escape when I drove it? How much did I get out of the Honda? How much did I get out of the Acura? How much did I get out of the Benz? You know what I'm saying? And we drove in the same amount in our lives. You drove just a little bit more than me because you've been driving straight. I only drove in like 4 years out of my life behind a car straight. I mean, I've driven more than that, but it's the difference doing it legally. And I have to be scared at night and shit when you got headlights behind you and shit. There's a whole big difference, dude. Oh my god, there's a big difference. Woo! And I'll be scared while you're driving. That little brief amount of time that I had, oh man, that changed my whole life. I was like, this is what free people feel like. I mean, I'm on probation and parole, but you can pull me over, but hey, I'm driving illegal, so I can go show you the shit and I'll be arrested for the shit. And get everything taken. If I have my things in order, which I know over like to feed the bears, so I know I'm gonna walk away from this if they don't kill me for some dumbass reason, but at least you're not getting me for driving without a license.
I think I'm gonna go outside to just take a temperature every day. Because it's stuff I can do it at night. Finish it.
So you said you were doing that, and so for such we need the antenna and all that. Just remember you said you were gonna do that, and I said, hey, take your time, do such, blah blah blah. I know I fucking whatever trapped you, fucking doing such and blah blah. But if that's done, then yeah, your other suggestion was to do the cell signal. Like I said, I need to turn that on for the tractor, so we can get situated. Need a half an hour for the tractor battery to charge, and so there's a half an hour of me with the pole running around in a circle waiting for you to say the signal's changed.
Okay.
And get ready to use it. But I would, like I was saying, I would love to have that thing in a Gucci wagon instead of right next to the bed like we do.
No, totally. Me too.
This shit made my head feel funny. And my arm too. When we did that little night mission, tweaked out fucking looking for the cell tower, dude. That makes the titanium in my arm like strange, like I don't know. Strange. It's very similar to the feeling of when I got those highs from when fools were hitting me with that gamma radiation fucking shit. I was just like, it's super similar to that. It was like the downtime for 3 or 4 days afterwards. It was like, I felt like I played in front of a video game or something for like fucking a week straight. Or some shit, you know, or in front of a computer screen. Where you feel like all fucking burnt out. Get those filters back going. Other ones.
Dude, you be crazy, yo. I don't think I'm crazy. More ignorant. Okay. So I swear from talking with you, I'm trying to get, like, figure out how to fucking get you to understand what the fuck I'm talking about, because the language barrier, it, like, makes it to where I see, like, all points, goddamn, whatever the fuck, because my mind, like, shows me, like, okay, we'll try this one, this angle, try this one, try from this one, this one, this one, maybe this one, maybe this one, just keep trying. Maybe we'll break the fucking Rubik's Cube. And then, oh, wait. And so, I kind of got addicted to it, dude, when I stopped for a while.
What, dude?
I'm
I don't want
rambling.
to end up killing us, you know, or something.
That's what I mean. Use that psychic visualization wherever you're taking off there. Use it and step into that realm. But like, understand that it's like, I don't know, not be there when you. I don't know. When mine came on me hard like that, I don't know. When I was a teenager, I mean, part of it was I'm having seizures, but when I'd be riding a bike, like I was explaining to you, I used to keep a journal because riding a bike and wake up on the side of the road. I don't understand how long I've been there and whatnot. It was either spaced out, but that was sober. Either spaced the fuck out or fucking had happened seizure and wrecked my bike. But I've had incident in that car a couple times, so.
No, I'm not having seizures. I'm just
I'm not saying you're having a seizure.
by choice
But I
doing
stated
it.
also that I done it from spacing out.
Yeah.
Shit, I explained to you what happened to me and AJ. We were fucking flying in the car and forgot I was driving and sat there and turned and looked at him, and next thing you know, he's like, duck, or ditch, and I was like, ditch what? And he's like, fucking ditch, and I looked forward, oh shit, we're doing 90 something miles an hour, fucking another ditch and across the highway 3 lanes. doing donuts. Ever since then, it was like, no, pay attention, don't fuck around. I could have killed my best friend. That's why when I wrecked from falling asleep from overworking, I prayed to God, dude. There was no one else in the vehicle. When they showed me the fucking car, my passengers would have died. Like Michelle came to my head when fucking I wrecked the fucking van and got my DUI from looking down at the phone, fucking around driving, answering the fucking lawyer. She's the lady that almost died. Remember? Michelle Toto was telling my friend. She's the one that gave me that Quillo. That kept me warm in the wintertime when it was fucking -20 below. I met at the church. You know, her life changed just when someone sent her a text while they were driving and hit her head on. I have her brother's first night on the fucking the ER. Sailor. It's just crazy. She's fucked up. Get this done for something. Back over to get the cargoes in hand. See what? Road out on the other side. clean up this mess right here. This turned into a mud pit. There's some gas in it. Battery. I'll probably have to use the chain in the back. Get it up that road. Use the excavator and pick up the dome and put it down off the trailer. Oh. Turn around. Get up this mud pit. I have to latch the chain up to as far as I can get up high. Pull myself up, continue, turn around, and remove the rocks, and then scrape this stuff down and make it to where it's not such a rah. So it's all this sediment. I gotta get down to the harder stuff. Sliding on. I can take the rocks out on the other side. I think I'll be able to grab this with a chain. Or one of these guys. Yeah. Come down and scoop this where it's nice and flat, no ruts. Beautiful day. Get the chipper over there. Chip, chip, chip. Got the riggers up. Boom. So grateful this thing. Get it running good. We're gonna get a newer one of these, but it doesn't have a bucket. It has a trench cutter and a trencher and a stump remover and an excavator like this. Yeah, inshallah, we'll win that bid. All right, got her turned around. Now to hit the mosh pit. Baby, I think I was refilling it for you. I can get you over here so I can work on it. Get over here, I can get you back. Split. Figures out. Got a bunch of gas leaking on the front like it was, but it's discolored. Get over here where I can work on it. Grab the jumper cables real quick. Maybe we'll see. I just got to get it over that way to get the excavator out and grab myself. Ha! I have it in gear while I pull myself up. Hold that right here. Give you a rest. pig out though, guys. Remember, no brakes. So we just roll. Once I put the bucket down. Alright, here we go. Turn this right. I got it here. Extend the bucket out. Attach with the chain. What I should have did the first time coming over here, but I didn't. I wanted to see if we could get up that bigger hill on its own power, and I did. Let's get over and do this real fast. Turn off the trailer just like that. Extend the arm out. Throttle. Back around it, pull myself up. Hooking to the boom and about to pull myself up the hill. See you in a little bit.
Sí, locality.
Barely connected there. So, see how we're gonna do that? We're gonna have to lift the shoulder up.
side of the tree like that. Come on. Walking how to get that. Alright. What do I want to do and go get the car? Get the battery. Boom. I dropped the boom down and attached the tree over on this side. Alright. Welcome to the cut right there. Right there. Try a couple times. If I can't move it, then I'll just park it to the side again. Work on it over there.
Starbucks. How's that? Take the cane climb, cut that down right there. Get past Casey. I think I'll do that. Let's flip on the other side. Get past Casey. Scorpion, get over here. The hoses replaced and everything. So thankful this corner clipped that tree stopped me from going down the mountain. I had to bend that out, back up. Excavator with a trencher.
Oh God, it just opened up to these beautiful purple sunsets and beautiful skies.
Are you looking at over where it's cleared? Two excavators, trencher, and a root stump. I think that would be epic if we were able to get that thing. Rebuilt motor for this guy and rebuild this one. Ooh, plasma. Supply the world. Ooh, 3-point stance. Off the ground. Plug in. Nobody can pull and steal it out. But if we pull it up the hill, somebody can grab it. Alright, Casey case. Let's you up like that so I can get up underneath you and do some etchings off the engine block and stuff. Figure out exactly what you are and catalog. Get all the wires and all the things going. It's gonna be epic with the other one though too. Inshallah we get that one. Have another excavator. But on the opposite end instead of a bucket, we got a trencher for power lines and water. And stumper. Happy with whatever I get. Pass to the kids. Document how we repair and keep it together. Old stuff, once you fix it, yeah, it keeps going. Acquire as much old stuff as you can, like the chipper and stuff. I think it's 15,000. Got another like that. Just gotta fix it. I got time. Second impeachment on this dude. It's crazy. Watch him run again. How do you get impeached and run for president again? And then get impeached twice.
Federal law enforcement officials promise an exhaustive investigation into the violence. Meantime, anger just seems to spill out. There was an incident on a United flight. You'll hear about that too coming up on News 93.1 KFBK and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. When you wake up, local news. I know what's happening in my
source and not yet proven. Dr. Deborah Birx was apparently saying how another variant in the U.S. may explain the surge in cases, and her comments were included in one White House report.
Okay, yes, which we have been following as well. All right, thank you, Brody. Well, after the death of a Capitol police officer resulting from that rioting in the Capitol on Wednesday, federal law enforcement officials promised an exhaustive investigation into the violence. But the anger is being directed at some politicians now across the country, as ABC's Andy Field reports.
Yeah, we saw this with Mitt Romney the other day with a video posted on the internet where Mitt Romney, and most of these politicians, you'll see them in the airport, they come and go, and most people leave them alone. Mitt Romney was harassed by a bunch of people just sitting there very calmly working on his iPad. And there was no one to protect him. Lindsey Graham was at the National Airport flying home, and he was surrounded not by Democrats, not by Antifa, by the president's own supporters who were furious with him for breaking ranks with the president, saying he had had enough of the president and voted against rejecting these electors' votes the other day, and they're calling him a traitor, and they were cursing at him. There was a large crowd. Some of them were actually wearing T-shirts that said Q for QAnon on the back of them. And were it not for the fact that Lindsey Graham was surrounded by 5 Capitol police officers walking to a public space, they may have physically attacked him. They looked like they were trying, and the police were keeping them away. And then there's another instance, which is on the internet right now, of an American Airlines flight that was going back to Texas from the rally, I guess, here in Washington. And there are people cursing at each other. People are projecting Trump 2020 on from a phone, I guess, onto the ceiling of the airplane.
Yeah, we have some of that audio, but I will edit out the profanity. That is disturbing. I can't imagine being a passenger on that plane.
It sounds like people are threatening each other with physical violence.
Everywhere.
And you're in a closed space. There's not a whole lot the airplane crew or the flight attendants can do if people start breaking out into a fight on the plane. And sadly, that is the state of our country right now.
Yeah, and it looks like the majority of you tend to agree on our KPK Twitter poll, which is the reason we asked that question about the state of our country. 6:50 at KPK traffic and weather together right now, though. Let's go over to our KPK traffic center, Dana Hess.
Brought to you by Cal Hope and the California Department of Health Care Services. Downtown.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
You see that tub right there? Boy, I got it for 100. No, we got it for $150. Straight from the factory. It was crazy. Just got a little chip. I heat plasmatize and put it back. Oh, look at it. It's 71 inches for $150. Ceramic.
That's a good angle, I like it.
It's like, what? It's like, what? Otherwise, it's $1,200 retail. I was like, dude, a bathroom?
The girl will be like, what? She has it in her bathroom.
That's insane.
Yeah, I think I told her how.
Yeah, $150.
Scramble to get a place in line for the vaccine after the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, issued an executive order defying the CDC and giving priority to not those over 75, but those over 65, 10 years lower than the CDC recommended age, meaning older Floridians have to compete with those who are younger. Those who are 79 years and older are reportedly 4 times as likely to die from COVID. So we caught up with a couple who are 79 and 80, John and Maria Luisa Schock. They were were in line for 2 days. The first night for 5 hours, they got there at 1 in the morning and returned back. And the second day, it took 19 hours. They arrived at 7, got their shot about 1 in the afternoon the next day. John described what happened the first night they tried to get vaccinated.
Yeah, the thing was they were parking in the parkage with the line about 1.5 miles long, and we were towards the tail end of it, unfortunately. And they only have 1,000 vaccines each day. And so once they filled the parking lot, then they shut the gate off. And we were at the tail end on Monday, so that's what happened to us.
So John and Maria Luisa Schock came back a second night. At the time we spoke to them, they'd been in line for 14 hours. We talked to them just after 9 in the morning. They'd been there since 7 the night before. They had rented a van this time so they could sustain the amount of time. Again, they are 79 and 80 years old. And John described how they made a camp toilet to use during their wait.
Well, it made it a little easier to use a 5-gallon bucket with a toilet seat for just a big sporty put on top. Yeah, it made it a little easier, and then you put a bag in there, so, then you can do whatever you want, I guess.
So,
that worked out okay.
So, you're hoping to get the shot?
Oh yeah, we'll be able to get the vaccination.
They should probably have people running down the line with gas cans. You need some gas? You need some gas?
Time to do it.
Are there many older people like you, people in your 80s?
I see a number of them, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Why is the shot important to you, John? To you and Maria Luisa, your wife?
Well, we have to protect ourselves and protect others, and it's part of the whole thing. Well, the more people get vaccinated, the sooner we can properly address the pandemic so that we can get back to normal. So, yeah, it's very important because we don't want to come down with this thing, and then it would contribute, not to this. If we did, it would be bad for us, and it would be bad for others.
So that's John Schock. Again, they are waiting in this massive line, overall waited for over 24 hours, because the governor dropped the age from 75, what the CDC recommended, to 65, so it's kind of survival of the fittest out there. This comes as DeSantis got into a heated exchange with CNN reporter Rosa Flores this week when she questioned him about the chaotic rollout of the vaccines in the states that forced the senior citizens into these unbelievably long lines. DeSantis had previously said he would prioritize them for vaccination.
My full question is, what went wrong with the rollout of the vaccine when we've seen phone lines jammed, websites crashing? To complete it for you, Governor, we've seen websites crash and also senior citizens waiting overnight for the vaccine.
Where was that at?
We've seen it in Duval, Broward, Orange, and Lee County.
Why did that happen? Did you investigate why?
That's my question to you, Governor. You're the governor of the state. I'm not the governor of the state.
Okay, but you didn't investigate why that happened in Lee County. Why was there a big line? Did you investigate why?
Could you tell us why?
Because we distributed vaccine to hospitals, and the hospital said first come, first serve. If you show up, we'll do it. So they didn't use a registration system. There wasn't anything that was done, and there's a lot of demand for it. So people are going to want to go ahead and get it.
There was no plan then from the state to make sure that senior citizens didn't wait outside overnight?
So the state is not dictating to hospitals we're not dictating to Carlos Magoya how he runs his
shit out the back
operations.
door,
That would
too.
be a total disaster. These guys are much more competent to be able to deliver healthcare services than a state government could ever be.
Right. Biden saying first come, first serve.
Florida Governor
The
DeSantis
CDC government mandate is fucking a certain age.
75 to 65,
talking about,
not
bro?
giving the senior citizens
Y'all
like
making back no
John
profit.
and Maria Luisa
Trials,
priority,
man.
so that they didn't have to wait day after day, and many are infirm and could not. He also prompted outrage in December when armed police raided the home of data scientist Rebecca Jones, who was forced to resign in May as the lead software developer for Florida's coronavirus data portal after she refused to censor information about Florida's COVID-19 outbreak. Police seized her computers, pointed guns at her children.
The woman's doing her job.
Jones posted video of the raid on Twitter.
Police, come down now.
I'm doing my job and you're arresting me for fucking not flying. That's crazy.
Rebecca Jones accused Florida's Governor DeSantis of sending the Gestapo after her. She wrote on Twitter, quote, "This is what happens to scientists who do their job honestly. This is what happens to people who speak truth to power," unquote. Florida authorities said the raid was part of a probe into a recent hack of the Florida's Health Department's website, but Jones said she hasn't had access to the site in 6 months. Rebecca Jones joins us now from her new home out of state. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, Rebecca. I'm so sorry for what you went through. Can you tell us more about how the police raided your home?
They knocked on your door.
Yeah,
They
this
said they was the
actually,
police.
excuse me, a 23-minute video that I recorded up until the moment that the police shut it off, where they go through the process that led to them coming into my house with military-grade weapons pointed at my small children. And essentially what happened was that the Department of Health told the police, hey, somebody sent a text message to some of our employees telling them to tell the truth and speak out, and here's the IP address where it came from. Of course, Department of Health would know what my IP address is because I've worked remotely for them for more than 2 years. And the Florida Department of Law Enforcement took the IP address and found out who it belonged to, and then came and took my computers, my external hard drives, thumb drives, devices that aren't even capable of sending any kind of text or email because they're just storage devices. Of course, those had evidence of wrongdoing on the part of the state, but they were just backups, so of course it had to be originals. And my cell phone. And I was kind of just in disbelief, you know, when the police released their video of them coming in with their guns raised. One pointed about 6 inches from my face. I asked them if they were looking for a person the way that they came into the house. I had no idea what was happening. I had no idea what that message that was said until that day. And it was disturbing to have that happen to you for literally doing nothing other than reporting data.
So, Rebecca Jones, let's talk about that. Let's
Hey,
talk
how's it feel,
about what
baby?
you were
Join the party.
talking about as a Florida data scientist working for the state and why you were forced to leave. We're speaking on the day after a record-breaking day, and as you know, these lines of thousands trying to get vaccinations, the most vulnerable having to wait in line for days.
You're going to hit 5,000 by next week again.
Yeah, DeSantis has decided to buck the CDC recommendations in several different ways. He forced schools to return back to face-to-face this week, even with the B117 variant out there, which is particularly effective at infecting children.
B117.
And
that infects kids,
the
right?
state has been dodging releasing information at every opportunity. They had to be sued to release deaths from long-term care facilities, which they have not updated in 3 weeks. And it took a long time for me to finally be able to force the state to report school cases at all.
B501
and
is the more contagious one.
From the beginning, this is the situation that we're seeing with the vaccine rollout is almost a parallel to what happened in the early months at DOH when I was working there. I actually notified my superiors on January 24th last year that we needed to be on top of this. We needed to be setting up surveillance systems. We needed to have a data repository and public information tool that was easy to digest for any range of, you know, technology expertise. And I was told that we didn't need it for weeks, and then that it would just cause panic for weeks. And then finally, when the governor declared a state of emergency on March 12th, I was given permission to build all these data systems, and I had 2 hours to do it. And give people the information that I thought was most important. And our site was internationally celebrated. Even Dr. Deborah Birx went around telling everybody to go to it. DeSantis even announced that it was the public face of our response. And it became the
it's still
template and the model
OC43.
for other states to report.
It still can be wiped out by BeeHive.
So I'm actually not a software developer. I'm a geographer. So we track as geographers all kinds of
if one was paying attention to the stuff that you meant me listen to, but I pay attention to try to take notes from my head and write them down.
In the disease
It's so
control
that someone I can
department,
scan, if you scan
mostly
someone, you can know
environmental
exactly
hazards, but
what's
also
wrong.
hepatitis A, influenza. So this wasn't my first epidemiology work. And I thought that there was a lot of important information that we needed to release. It took a long time for us to be able to release racial data. Only after President Trump said we should all do it were we allowed to release it. I nagged forever for us to be able to add the testing site locations to our databases and allow people to easily find where they can get tested, and I was told no. I begged essentially for us to be able to add hospitalization data because that is one of the most crucial elements of surveillance that we have, and was told no. I wanted to add long-term care facility data and was told no. So repeatedly,
all the D-dimer cardiovascular stuff that you got to learn through April, May, June that they kept taking down off of fucking YouTube.
And when May came around,
went to that
and the
information
state decided to open without consulting any of the epidemiology team, they consulted business people.
Study and make time for
And
this stuff.
they asked us to come up with the metrics and a way to measure the metrics and to have it added to our data systems and our dashboard in 2 days.
Pushing back the
And we
first
did. It
time
was
was
miraculous,
easy.
but we did.
It will learn your strategy.
The supposedly data-driven plan that DeSantis had made was actually being printed and stapled right in front of me when I went to present the findings of the analysis for the first time.
This first battle
They had never seen
you've
it
had
before, but the
on a
plans are
personal
done.
level with your family.
And I don't know if it was ignorance of what was going on or people being sycophants who wanted to please DeSantis and deliver, or a combination of both, or DeSantis's orders himself. But the analysis did not match what that already made plan said. And so the leadership that was in charge decided to start changing the way we measured things, changing the way that we reported, trying to move the goalpost, exempting rural counties from the criteria altogether.
Which of course would mean that the numbers would be lower, and you have DeSantis, a very close ally of President Trump, who's now made his home in Florida at Mar-a-Lago. We only have a minute, and Rebecca, I wanted to get to this final point that you were forced to essentially move out of state after this police raid in December, and you just tweeted, as you're arriving in Washington, D.C., I left my home in Florida to escape a tyrannical governor who sent police to raid my home for publishing COVID stats, only to arrive in D.C. as armed terrorists storm Congress trying to overturn the election by threatening to hold
They're almost taking over everything. They got everybody convinced to go get a what? The vaccine. It's the only thing that supposedly works.
I start to feel that trouble just follows me
You're hearing people that are getting actual virology. They like
the first line of my book. But yeah, it just seems like we're in a world that's in disarray. Everything is discombobulated, and no one seems to want to take responsibility for how their actions have impacted our society and our culture and our politics. And it is pervasive. It is everywhere. It's here in D.C., it's in Florida, it's at the highest levels of government, literally, in this country. And
come to the same conclusion as me.
I'm just in shock that everywhere in this country is experiencing this kind of sickness of the soul.
I'm not saying this is
And I
what I
have
came
to leave
to
it
from the
today.
started here,
We will continue to talk to you, we hope, in the future. Founder of Florida COVID Action, data scientist and whistleblower. I'm Amy Goodman. Stay safe, wear a mask. Wearing a mask is an act of love.
Documenting and finding this for these people that find one over here. United Kingdom is saying they don't want the other shit. Not to mix it. Our country's only giving you one shot. States and governors and towns are doing their own thing against the CDC. Oh yeah, it's a fucking fiasco. What are they gonna make? What are they gonna do to people? They're going against all the CDC guidelines to fucking people that made the vaccine guidelines. People. We're not gonna give you the second shot, we're just gonna give you the first shot. We'll give you the second shot 3 months later when we're supposed to give it to you 3 weeks later. We're gonna mix mix it with this, put this one with this one, and we have no idea what the fuck we're putting out there in the environment. What's gonna happen? We're just gonna experiment on live now. You consented to it. Ha! We got you. And you know you want to live, so you're gonna come in for whatever shot that we say that is not gonna hurt you. But as we stated, there is no data for it because we didn't test for that. So therefore, it's not gonna hurt you. The data's not there. See? There's nothing.
There's no evidence.
There's no data that says that it's gonna hurt you.
No evidence. Which is super blanket statement.
There's nothing that says it will do anything harm to you because we've never fucking tested for that. Or any scenarios that we're now just lively doing on you. You guys ready, don't you? Come on, roll up your sleeve. Yeah, that's insane. Survival of the fittest. So you got 65-year-olds competing with fucking people that are 88 and 102 years old and shit like that, sitting in the fucking car.
For the placebo effect.
What the fuck, dude?
Of the vaccine.
Make America great again. Shit. Y'all pulled up the underskirt and showed, man, skivvies is dirty, baby. Doing worse in the third world country, you guys try to show off on fucking TV. With that type of politics and mentality. That's disgusting. Government's not, as dude said, government doesn't have that type of stuff. The hospital has it. Well, the hospital's not doing the guidelines and the shit that you said is the government's supposed to do. It's working privatization, probably making backdoor sales and telling you first come, first serve. How the fuck does that work? When we give you this under the guidelines, not the and mandate, not the suggestion. We suggest, we strongly suggest. You know that verbatim. We strongly suggest that you only give it to people with 75 right now. You get the vaccine, and you get the vaccine where you can inject people that you need to, and your family members and all that stuff. No, it's private as it is. So. Like, we were listening on the radio, the motherfucker standing in line getting $80 plus an hour to stand in line and hold someone's thing for a vaccine. If you got a good amount of money, you could hire like 50 people like that a day, stand in line and then sell the vaccine inside as well. All kinds of shit. Nobody should be doing that. Or depleting on purpose that have money to get rid of the fucking supply. We got people that are fucking putting 500 doses of however much we was wasting and injecting people with it. And then telling them, you know, you'll be alright. Why are you freaking out then? If we're telling you I'll be alright, but yet you don't have any evidence of what will happen. Since I got injected with some shit that's been outside of the thing. That's the threshold. How many people did you get the stop with all eyes that probably. How many people volunteered to be in that test? For you to have the data to tell me that nothing's gonna happen to me wrong. How many mice did you fuck up? On that test, right? No, you don't have no test. You need to test somebody, you need to test no mice. Because that would be what? A waste of your stock of stuff. And right now you're not trying to waste it because it's so precious. So, human trial. So the thing is, who is conspiring, or who conspired, or somebody like that, how'd they be a lone wolf to do what they did? What'd they go through as a child? To wait for their moment of fucking glory to fucking pull a John Lennon right there. You know what I'm saying? That's literally Planet of the Apes shit right there. Fucking 12 monkeys. You know what I'm saying? Disgruntled fucking scientist or somebody sitting right there fucking with the vaccine. Or fucking the ability to infect the world with some shit by just placating a certain amount of people or whatnot, because you know the R factor and so forth comes from a certain amount of people getting fucking infected. And how many doses does that person do? How many people got? They say 50,000 people, 5,000. 5,000, 50,000, don't matter. It's still more than 5 people. So you just change the R factor and tRNA of the fucking disease on how it incorporates and goes into that genetic genome in the population is changed for it reflects back to those people where how much does it change from it influencing. In a sense, that's how you get that fake ass herd immunity they talk about, or if you have enough people vaccinated, then the people supposedly don't get sick. And only the other people get sick because those people that have the vaccination, the mutation's not able to fucking, the body supposedly recognizes the bullshit and is able to fight it. But yeah, I ain't had a flu vaccine since fucking, I guess, the one I was supposed to have when I was a child. I ain't had one as an adult. I ain't had one as a teenager. Everybody around me get the shit, they get sick. But yet the flu is fucking gone. Almost non-existent now. In every part of the world, not just America. Right? Oh my god. We're about to have the second wave and winter's coming and it's going to be a dark winter. Why? Because we got the flu and influenza supposed to fucking smack the same time. Shit's gone. Common cold almost died. How? Think about that. So, how do we get rid of COVID when we take care of it? It's called do the same thing. How the flu's fucking not been over. It's called stop travel for 6 fucking months. At least. Stop travel. Worldwide. Just stop it. Let the fucking seasons change. And you'll see that shit go away. Otherwise, we're seeing 100 years fucking done in 1 year. Which was last year. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's how much money you think has been used in the research to try to fucking monopolize on people since flu vaccine came out. And the Spanish swine flu shit. You know what I'm saying? How much money to get people to take a shot in their arm? And they never got rid of the flu. They keep pushing this vaccine shit and stating that they got rid of measles and bubonic plague and dengue and all this shit, but why is it still there? Did you claim that, WHO claims that they vaccinated more than 70% of the world in those diseases? If you put that in the same context as claiming herd immunity, if we can hit our, just a country or a state population or just a county population of 70%, you have herd immunity. How the fuck is people still got this disease? How is measles infecting more people than fucking COVID and fucking Ebola in the Congo? If y'all been claiming for all last year that you conquered what? Measles. You know what I mean? I'm still puzzled how the fucking fucked up vaccine of measles was sent to Samoa before COVID fucking struck. You know what I'm saying? Whole island of Samoa got a bad batch of that shit. People had caught the measles from the fucking vaccine. How does that work? You want me to trust these people and get a vaccine from them? How's all the people on the island that got fucking measles from the vaccine gonna take the fucking from the same company that gave them the shot that fucked them off with measles to get rid of measles, supposedly? You know what I'm saying? So it's being manufactured the way of what? How China is. And Russia. They're using live vaccine. And if you do it poorly, piss hotly, like they're fucking doing to make a large production of it, what happens? From Annie J to, as you just seen, a recent, that was the polio vaccine that big in it. You heard recently, you look it up. Samoa Islands, fucking a quarter of the population from the vaccine. And then you had the people that got sick from the people that got sick from the vaccine. You know what I'm saying? Think of if that was COVID, but the people were asymptomatic. And the people that get sick are asymptomatic. Like the animals getting sick from us, while we get sick back from them. Sorry. If measles hadn't made it to where they had lumps all, welts all over themselves, how would they have known the people who got sick from the vaccine? Sorry. Like last year, we're at a year to date to where fucking, what country fucking scared of this? We all already got jabbing on. And right at the same time, we got what? a worldwide pandemic that was covered up. You know what I'm saying? And now we're back at, now the world is having to get a vaccination against this fucking bullshit that these fools already had a vaccine for, that they were vaccinated and sharing now. And injecting their population. There's 250,000 people now flying around the world that's had their vaccine, and now their shit has been emergency approved. Before it was in their own country, they're still injecting their own population, but your mom's country and fucking 2 other countries in Latin America are taking the vaccine. It hasn't been proven. It's not even done in the third class in that country. Huh? You know what I'm saying? For mom to come up with, say, the ingredients that hers has on it, where did they catch their shit from? You know what I'm saying? Because you tell me what? There's African stowaways that come on the boats to there. So, it's either the UK variant, you know what I'm saying? South African variant, or some shit from you being part of BRICS Nation from China. The new mix that came out that they keep fucking describing there's an outbreak of some new shit, but we're being quiet about it. I hear about on MTV and some little small things of 30 seconds or a minute and 30 seconds of the video I can find here on it. I didn't even show it and try to look for it, like the Nigeria shit. I actually found a video back on 24th of December, and nothing else on YouTube came from. All on Google about Nigerian strain. You know what I'm saying? And then speaking on it being different in South Africa and the United Kingdom. But nothing. Not what animal it came from, same with South Africa. Not where it came from or anything. Just that it has the same shit. The RNV variant. Which makes it more contagious. This spike variant mutation. So V117 would be interesting to see what it is to make it to where it goes after the younger generation. You understand? We have to understand that, because look, we just became an uncle, along with being grandparents. You know what I'm saying? We have to study and see how that one goes after the younger generation. You know what I'm saying? And how the other goes after the older generation. What's the difference in the kinetic fields? Or amplitudes? The same. One's able to go do the cardio. So it has to resonate between 53 to 64 hertz. Right? There's a heart chakra of 60. The heart resonates 60 hertz. So it has to be able to pass or go in between those two and cause a disharmony. Understand? Break it down. Let's do it. All the time. Are you burned out? Turn on. You said you seen how the thing got your mom, so I'll get your mom.
Yeah, there's a lot of, it's manifesting, there's a lot of like things that I have never scanned my mom before. Is high blood pressure.
Well, the shortness of breath, but mostly it was associated not with her lungs, but with her chest, like her prana, like her capability of like regulating her anxiety and herself, you know, because like actually when I talked to her last my dad had sent that message saying that they had that episode that she had called the ambulance. She said that it was scared, but actually that it was like she had eaten something like some pasta with butter that it had felt like she didn't digest it well. I remember I was telling you that it was her solar plexus, and so she says that she felt that she didn't digest it well, like it didn't set well, and and so she was in bed and she was not at ease. It wasn't with her lungs that she was short of breath, but it was that
ball of constriction right there, because the toolbox was there for you guys because it follows through the family of gallstones and kidney stones that you stated. What and rebutted me and I said you should look into that. That I always spoke on in the shop. You should figure out how to fix that so there'll be a day that it will be in your face. Here you have it. I was speaking on it 24 hours ago, and you kept giving me a rebuttal on it. I was saying, okay. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Last couple of the people that were in the shop, they had that issue where I had to stop talking to them and try to grab you and have you be part of the conversation. Why? Because you have a gallbladder. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going, oh, you're not for me, you're for her. But I can't help you. I can just help you on the other side of I had to change my diet to make sure that this person. But wait a minute, why am I changing myself? That's not my issues or problems. That's not my epidemic. What am I trying to say? Epidemic.
Your mind's not though?
My asthma flow or my epigenetics. Trace markers, I don't have those. And if I help you get away from the ones that turn yours on where you have issues, then I don't have those issues if I drink it. So I don't have the memoretics in my biome, my genomes. If you understand. Basically, since you were there for the conversation where I was illustrating to Sarah about Sarah, and Sarah thought I was talking about it in a bad way of, like, she needed to go from Sarah, and I was like, no. We just share Sarah as a common friend as kids. You understand? We weren't hanging out as kids together, the three of us. It's just me, you, and her have the same memoretics. And yet we spoke on the same things as we're kids. Now we're adults, sister. I have to remove that to help you move forward. As you understood me. Not she's a bad influence, sister. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we share a commonality. And I need to cut that tie. Help you move forward, move the shit off your chest. And what happened during that session with me with her? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And why was that done? Because they made my wife sick. She was attenuating and always doing her shit and bringing herself down and being domesticated by her people. And I was noticing that, and I stated such. At least in my observation outside the box scene, because we went from having conversations like we had today, being once every couple of fucking months, to like now to it was every other day we were talking with each other. I got jealous. I was like, no, you're not gonna take that from me. I want my wife back. So since you keep coming and you ain't getting nothing from this, and I keep hearing the same shit coming out of my wife's mouth, and you keep saying the same shit here. Let me tell you something. If I move this, you're gonna get sick. I'm not trying to scare you, but if you understand how my wife is helping you, I'm helping you in the same manner. It's just, it's different. You just can't go back over the spot. Once you turn this sander on and remove that blend, it's just fucking gone. You go to like think the spot's gonna, you know, you're gonna remove the spot, no, there's gonna be a hole. It's a hole. I'm gonna keep that shit solid. I'm gonna put a hole right there. And your lattice gets changed, and if you're not ready for it, you're either gonna fucking deconstruct or reconstruct. As you've seen people over the fucking half a decade that we were doing our work in public. Oh, you would see me say it hurts me. Alright, fucking, why I did with fucking footsteps piece shit. For, no, dude, I'm not working with you no more. I'm not taking your money. None of this shit no more because you're going over there. And because you're going over there, what is the point of me helping you? Or even you coming to my store and talking with me or getting a crystal? You understand? There's barriers, boundaries. Like, hold on a minute. Like, you see me do what other people fucking. You done spent $300 in here, man. Every other day. What the fuck you doing?
Alright. I'm gonna dive into these.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, I had to get at. Like, I had to get at Catherine when she said that shit. And fucking said, oh, this is like make believe. And I'm like, hold on a minute, dude. You give me my plasma back, you give me this, and this back, and get on, dude. You're crazy. You infected my wife with COVID, and you come over here and infect her brain with this bullshit because she scanned you for the last couple of years? No. You shouldn't. You know what I'm saying?
You do a turmeric bath?
I thought you were going to take a shower.
No, that's gonna dye the bath. That's gonna be bad.
Yeah. Doing that shit backwards, dude. Slow down, Russian. Put the cold water in and get into it. Put the hot. You gonna use all our water? Yeah. I'm not saying that.
But there's this much water. I need
know.
more water.
Yeah, you need more water than we have at jugs to actually take a bath.
I'm not gonna take a full bath. Enough water to rinse myself, honey.
You'll need 2 more jugs, honey.
What?
Stop! I'm not chastising you. You'll need 6 gallons. Grab a 3-gallon to cool you off, and put another 3 gallons on the stove, man, so that you can actually take a semi bath. I'm sorry. We're trying to help you.
Okay. Thank you. Watch out for me, watches.
I wouldn't pour any of the cold water and let it sit it as it is as the other water. As the other water.
Really noisy, huh?
Sorry, I'll shut up. I talk too much, man.
No, so I can hear you.
I was stating I would put the water on the stove, heat it up, get it warm. I wouldn't put the cold water in yet. You understand?
Yeah, to not completely cool the other one up.
I was speaking to myself. Stove's nice and hot.
Yeah, it's very hot. some tests. I thought I had so much water in this and I needed to get it out.
Illustrates that the vaccine effectiveness is not immediate.
Health experts weighing in after a local nurse tested positive for COVID-19 8 days after receiving the Pfizer vaccine. As ABC 10 News reporter Michael Chen tells us, a doctor involved with the local vaccine rollout says this case does not reveal anything about the vaccine's effectiveness.
This was a Facebook post from Matthew, an ER nurse at 2 different local hospitals after receiving the Pfizer vaccine December 18th. He tells me his arm was sore for a day, but he suffered no other side effects. 6 days later, on Christmas Eve, after working a shift in the COVID unit, he became sick, he writes in another Facebook post. He got the chills and later came down with muscle aches and fatigue. The day after Christmas, he went to a drive-up hospital testing site and tested positive for COVID-19.
Not unexpected at all, and when you work through the numbers, this is exactly what we would expect to happen if someone is exposed.
Dr. Christian Ramers is an infectious disease specialist on the clinical advisory panel for the county's vaccine rollout. He points out it's possible Matthew may have been infected before receiving the vaccine, as the incubation period may be as much as 2 weeks. But Dr. Ramers says if Matthew did contract it after the vaccine, it's still in line with what we know.
And we also know from the vaccine clinical trials that it takes about 10 to 14 days for you to start to develop protection from the vaccine.
Dr. Raymer says he knows of several other local cases where healthcare workers became infected around the time they received the vaccine. He says all of these cases illustrate that results are not immediate. And even after you start receiving some protection, it is not full protection.
That first dose gives you, we think, somewhere around 50% protection, and then you need that second dose to get up to 95%.
Dr. Raymer says Matthew's story also shows that even with vaccines, the pandemic isn't going to turn around instantly.
Optimistic about, the vaccine being the beginning of the end, but it's going to be a slow roll for weeks to months as we roll out the vaccine.
Michael Chen, ABC 10 News.
Dr. Raymer says this case is a good reminder of why masks, hand washing, and other protocols.
These people went from growing people and babies and shit in a tube. This is crazy. Under the guise of being able to take out another soldier if they're mortally wounded or whatnot, these people were having to wear not suicide vests, because the suicide bomber does it through his mind being manipulated, or she does it through their mind being manipulated and goes and blows the stuff up on their own accord. These people had a suicide vest strapped to them, and it will get blown up or hacked and blown up or malfunction and blow up whenever it's deemed necessary to cause infliction of casualties or to show that there is casualties or whatnot on another side or on their side, or to get rid of how do you say that word? People saying they ain't gonna fight or not. It's a crazy world.
Combat system for soldiers. It comes built with a self-destruct device that can kill the soldier operating it. According to Chinese media reports, the system is called the Digital Individual Combat System. By using it, battalion commanders inside a command center can remotely control individual soldiers. The information of individual soldiers is displayed on screen inside the center. That allows commanders to control them long distance. The self-destruct gear is also available for remote control, allowing commanders to remotely execute the self-destruct command with one click if deemed necessary. The report mentioned that if a soldier is seized or seriously injured by the Indian Army, the commander can activate the self-destruct device, which would also kill the soldier. The report explained that as a result, the enemy won't be able to obtain information about the system. Taiwan military expert Li Zhengxiu says he believes similar equipment is also available to foreign troops, but it doesn't include options to harm the lives of soldiers. The gear's description detailing its self-destruct capabilities has since been removed from the manufacturer's website. That's after strong global backlash toward the device. Hong Kong police arrested dozens of democracy activists.
It's the suicide vest, man. You see who's in the background constructing this stuff in terrorism. Making money off of it.
Inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short...
How does that happen at the Capitol? I'm trying to figure that out. No, I'm seriously trying to figure that out. Because when I lived in Maryland,
$2 billion.
and before I fell asleep, going to work on my primary job, my secondary job, I was doing tile work and shit. The farthest that I could get to the White House, because of my record from my 20s, my felony, my 245, is 3 blocks.
Well, that's not the White House, but the capital city. But yeah.
Do you understand?
The capital, yeah. In Washington, D.C.
Which is right next to it. So I'm just saying, is the closest I can get to those things myself as a civilian is 3 blocks. You understand? That's what blew me away. Is I'm doing tile work in this place. I had to get clearance. It was annoying to go and try to smoke a cigarette and so forth. We had to take walkies with us so that we can have our boss or whatnot fucking explain it to people because security clearance and all that shit. You understand? But then to be eating lunch in a restaurant where it's hella expensive and have somebody homeless pull their pants down, put your butt cheeks against the window and shit some fucking soft serve shit on it. Trip me out. You know what I'm saying? But to see this, I'm like, huh? You know what I'm saying? But then again, to state and say, to have it under siege and to have someone die as an insurgent on our capital has not happened in a couple centuries.
And because the president incited them to go there in a vindicious way.
And these people are like this, like I was saying. Our grandsons, grandkids, and the next generation now will never be able to assemble. And there is no way that Martin Luther King or anybody would have been able to do anything like this.
No.
None of those persons will ever be able to come up and draw attention to this because of this shit right here. Which wasn't a homegrown thing, wasn't any of that kind of stuff. The president himself did some shit to cause this to happen, but by causing it to happen, what's the reaction? You cannot uphold the constitutional fucking rights now. They already, within this administration's 4 years, made it where you can't have a banner or any of that stuff. That's why it's interesting that these people have flags and all this stuff when Charlottesville and all that, because of the tiki torches and people using it as weapons against the police and on each other. They made it where you cannot supposedly come together with such things because they're being used as weapons. Because we went from having protests and civil non-violent disobedience to motherfuckers coming together with the shit and sticks in their hands with spray paint on it with some kind of slogan to say, this is my flag and my slogan shit, but to go bash somebody's head with it. You know what I'm saying? We de-evolved. The straight protest and democratic way in the last 4 years that you've seen in this country is like
all it's done is taking people's liberties.
Taken and veered into this bullshit in straight 4 years. Where you have people being called protesters that are actually going out and using their constitutional rights. Like these people are too. You know what I'm saying? They're using their right. But in what right was it used? Because now it's been changed, but yet this person is telling them that they're doing it in a rightful way. So in their mind, it's us versus them. Is that George Bush shit?
You're either with us or against us. Which side are you on type shit? And that verbatim that he uses that, look how they're treating the other people and look how you're being treated. Well, look. No one time in my life I've ever seen some people fucking a tenth of that amount of people fucking get on the Capitol that close. Oh, that's why I'm like shocked. Like, hold on a minute. When I heard this, now I'm visually seeing it. I'm going, there had to been somehow the right security officers, police officers, an inside job type thing that went with this to allow those people to be led on to the thing. Because, as you stated to me earlier, it's the second largest, you know, the budget for these people is bigger than 2 cities. Which is bigger than some countries in the world's fucking economy. How does this happen? And before you react and strip our civil liberties of being able to do this, because you state you'll never allow this to happen again, which means, hey, people are now going to vote to restrict the ability to go and do that. You understand? Because now, Maria, you see how people in your country, now no disrespect to your mother, now you see how mom in a democratic way, as she stated, because the only time she's ever went to a march was with dad at that one time. You see in that time how someone can get morphed into now, when you look at this, it's fucking pillow talk. You understand? Because how do you weed out the actual protesters that are actually doing something for good? You understand? If you're not really paying attention, it's just all this pillow talk. As these goofballs doing the shit. It's either the left wing or the right wing getting these people out here to protest to get some fucking hot dogs and Twinkies. And they're the ones saying, I want fucking hamburgers and fries. You understand? Stop real. Because that conversation with your mom.
All it takes is somebody to fuck it up.
That conversation with your mom plays out in my head. And I'm now with this fucking devolving into this and seeing, I'm just like, wow. I can see how she could say that. You understand?
But this is not even. Well, yeah, it's people jeopardizing other people, but not people. Well, yeah, and people being manipulated in a mental state that is taking them to do this and not understanding how they're imposing themselves on that other people, and that is a common denominator. But what my mom is saying is like, she said as something. She didn't see it as something fundamental as a pillow. She saw it as something as cheap as a pillow, meaning as
I know that, honey. You don't
you're
have
leaving
to try
your
to
house
decipher.
for.
Your mom's not. You're not your mom. You can't decipher what your mom said.
But whatever takes to get you out of your couch and makes you do this stupid shit, it's manipulating you anyways, and you're part of the program.
Yeah, because what you were trying to defend and all that again, which I say to you, stop. And she stated, I can do what? Pick up my phone or watch the news on my television, and it will show me how to what? Bypass the pillow talkers that are protesting. Huh? Did you forget that part of the conversation? You know what I'm saying? So, that's why I say to you, not in a rude way, stop trying to decipher some shit, because when someone says that right there, here in America, we don't have the ability to do that. All you get to see is the people not allowed. Here, you look at me while I'm talking to you. What we get here in America is we get this. We don't get a map that shows us how to fucking bypass this. As your mom stated. Do you understand? And her stating they're pill talking. So, again, you're not mom.
I really would like to look at you, but I need to do this, and I'm falling asleep, honey.
I understand, but I'm talking with you and always.
Always? Always? I'm always looking at the phone?
I didn't say that. I was trying to say to some. I didn't say that. I always been trying to have a good conversation with you about mom or something, and getting the contract open. Because you were trying to say something about mom, pillow talk, and deconstruct, but I was stating, hey, this is our news, your news shows you as she illustrated to me. Because we were talking about the news, and me stating, hey, you had a protest, but they're showing fucking people throwing the frisbee to the dog. And then people with a jeep on the beach. Well, there's a protest. And how to get around that protest. Our news doesn't show that. You understand? And on our news, like I was illustrating, we're supposed to be the pinnacle of the world, but in the hour of watching your news, I'm seeing fucking 2020 fucking European model cars. All circumventing by everybody, but...
Wait 15 years of this shit going on, and they're gonna start putting on the GPS how to circumvent it. Because it's been going on in Argentina for 10 years solid. Shit like that. Not people killing, but people congregating like that and oppressing, whoever lawmakers are, and but not even that. It's just like on highways and in every way that they can to disrupt the
people here are getting ran over now.
Distribution.
This year they changed it. Here, let's run over the people that are trying to have a peaceful protest. So I'm saying somehow the other side got turned more aggressive, and as the other side tried to react with going, hey dude, like turn it down a little bit, they said no, we're labeled as being the aggressor. And now these people that are the aggressor saying, you're the loved ones and go home because no one's going to treat you bad. That's what I'm saying. Is how the fuck did 1,000 people storm the front of the ship? Because you heard the lady on the radio who was inside was looking out the window who said, I see the people approaching. On Democracy Now! That day, which as you know is aired before the shit happened, they stated the feds and everybody were scared that some shit like that was going to happen. How did it happen if you're already prepared for some shit like that supposed to happen?
Somebody had sent a letter too.
That's why I'm so confused on how it
Like
happened.
a major of some city had sent a letter to the security saying already not to intervene. I when I was coming back from Woodland, I heard on the radio they were interviewing the former head of security of that part of Washington D.C. of the Congress and all that, and the guy was saying that there was a letter sent 2 years prior that he didn't understand why would we get to that? How would we get to that?
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. I'm confused. That congresswoman said, I seen the people coming up the thing, grab my people, and jump at the back. I was like, how did it even get to that point?
Right.
But again, how does the news people state, you guys had prior knowledge that some shit was going to happen, you're supposed to take proactive measures, yet the proactive measures were to open the gates. And the reactive measure was to put in people that were fall guys to defend the Congress people that had no idea that you guys were going to open the gates. You understand? As I had illustrated the day before. You understand? Yeah. The last time just a couple people was in the White House over there, they was doing what? Pepper spraying and microwaving motherfuckers. So homeboy could fucking hold the Bible upside down. And he was like, what the hell? Even erected fucking non-climbable fence gate. I mean, the White House got like a fucking barricade around it now. You understand?
And And then you got all the Republicans saying in radio that it's unfair the way they're being treated. Like if it would be Black Lives Matter, they would have never been stopped like that.
Well, it's like if it was Black Lives Matter, they never made it past the first fucking fence.
Yeah, I know.
They would have got microwaved and blasted and fucking trampled by horses. And some more shit. Let alone get. And as we were seeing fucking people bashing the windows out of the goddamn Congress Hall. I mean, that's insane. That's what I'm like, dude, it's real curious that that happens the day after the two heads of the Congress that did not do as what was supposedly wanted by the Muppet. They get their houses vandalized, and then the next day the Congress fucking, you understand? Because that happened before, not after. That's what had me puzzled, because we were driving back from San Francisco the first time together. When we heard Pelosi's house was vandalized, and I was like, how the hell did that lady's house get vandalized? In a nice ass part of San Francisco. And the other dude's place get fucked off in the place where he was at. If they're fucking in succession of the president. You understand what I'm saying? Especially during COVID, because at any time somebody can get sick, and it's like you gotta be ready. I just don't understand what the hell's going on. My understanding of genealogical fucking the men that came before me serving in this military and understanding that the government shit works like that and so forth, like the pecking order's like there's no pecking order right now. You understand what I'm saying? Look how things were handled when our president got sick. Was anything mobilized to ensure that the vice president gets sick and separate them?
No, it's a fucking joke.
You understand? Same thing with Pelosi. And there's still like over a third of the Congress still not wearing masks or anything like that. These people were part of the gears and bindings. It's like, what the fuck's going on? I'm sorry. I'm just like,
I don't have answers for the stupidness of little people, the way things are.
I'm just saying. That's why I stated it's like I can see now how Mom stated what she said, because it's fucking it's a headache to try to figure out why the fucking people are there. You know what I'm saying? It's like the people at the board trying to figure out why they're turning away people. Are they actually there, or are they? I mean, they're actually there. People that are detrimental, but are they there because of their own accord and they left on their own accord, not because they were gonna leave on their own accord, but somebody sponsored them to fucking come to help a fucking politicization agenda. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You would only know if you go talk to the people to truly know if they are there for their own accord or.
But even if they weren't on their own accord, they're still leaving a place that is fucked up that we caused. You understand what I'm saying? It's still double jeopardy. Be it that they left on their own accord and left with no money in their pocket, or somebody gave them a little bit of change and a hope and a dream, and said, "Fucking show up at this date, at this gate over here on this part of the state, so we can fucking show up here with the newscast and politicize this shit and change the laws in our country." As you seen happening. So like I said, I had never seen no fucking shit like that ever in my life until now. Other than in other countries where we're causing shit like that. But now it's coming this way.
Oh, that's all we've seen.
You understand?
That's why the people took. And it's sad and irritating. With people, it gets to a point that it's like, okay, it's just stupid.
The sickness and rebuttal of such is always the only way you can fester and keep that bullshit going is.
And it built so much anger in between people you don't understand. For the last like 15 years, the society in Argentina, it kept like, what you're now just starting to see, on division or whatnot. It's been like bigger and bigger and bigger to where people like we were a culture where we would after barbecue we would sit, you know, at the table and have a coffee and eat and just have for hours conversations, you know, with all family members, like of all spectrum, you know, everybody exchanging their political views and whatever. Everybody had an opinion, you know, everybody would be well informed and have an opinion in whatever they thought of their interest was. But now it's like people they can't talk. You just don't even go there, you know, and it just progressed to that point, and it's become to what they're trying to say the same here. The socialists and the people that earn their money and they just don't believe that other people should get anything for free or shit like that. But look at the way they're doing it too. Like so, I just when I, you know, they just released the Lowe's grant, and when I'm applying for the grant, they're all prioritizing Latino all minorities. Like the whole grant, like I checked all the boxes of what it was for prioritizing me on the grant because I'm a woman, you know, owned business because I'm running it on Etsy and that's on my social. And so I'm a woman-owned business, minority Latino, you know, and because I'm not putting that I'm white, I'm Latino, and then they ask you if you were to if you haven't yet, if you want to register in those things. There's like groups, like all movements, you know, like all lives matter. There's like women development business. If you wanna join it, they ask you, and they ask you if you would wanna join it, you know, like register yourself with them and get their benefits or classes or whatever it is that they do, you know, maybe like tax courses and online stuff, I don't know. But they ask you if you're already a member, and if not, if you would become a member. And it was super simple. They didn't ask you no finances, they didn't ask you no things like the Yuba City did. But it was mostly literally just demographic qualifications. You know what I'm saying? More of like a biometric form you would file. You know what I'm saying? Something for the state that is like the first page that is like getting through your weight, your height, and your color hair, and
in a sense, it's a way of subjugation, but a way of funneling federal tax dollars. What do they call those things?
it's like say you're having
IPOs.
Let's say you're having a university application, but instead of sitting for a math text, the only thing on the application is what's your race, and you're like, okay, what the fuck is this about? You know, what is, you know, and because it's they wanna put it in their statistics of how many of black, because it's a filter. That's all they're doing. It's in a filter.
That's what I was saying. To see where they'd send the nonprofits, where they're gonna get their money and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and so the Lowe's grant was all like that. The application was all online, checking boxes, literally, of things. Didn't have to do anything. Send no, you know, pictures of anything, documents, and today in the radio, it was like this. Republican radio, this guy was actually saying how unfair it was because if you're a white, on the policy that Biden is implementing for relief for small businesses, because if you're a white male or female, because if you're a white female, you're a female but you're no minority, so you don't check on both boxes. If you're white, period, but he was saying if you're a white male, you got no chances of getting, or you got way less chances, and it's true. I lived it in firsthand of getting a relief, or at least it won't be prioritized, you know, because that's the way they're setting it up right now, because of all the movement or of all the promises and how the government got to be elected, of all the minorities raising it, you know, and coming together. So they're on small businesses right now. Their policy is prioritizing transgender too. They ask you if you're transgender and LGBTQ in the long grants shit. I think that was the only one that I didn't check. Yeah.
And what's horrible is people, ego stroke will go and mark those things. It goes back to how the day started with my mother's writing to you about the IM.
Right. What more personas or personifications or roles or status or boxes you can put upon yourself or check?
That non-binary still just has my head scratching.
I'm like doing it, and as I'm doing it, I'm like, oh, I see where this is going, you know. But then at the end, there's no like financial information, nothing like that. It's like, okay, on the 22nd you hear from us, and there's like 29 rounds, so you can keep applying it.
Mosquitoes out, man.
Skeeters.
That's crazy.
Telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate met to formally count the certified electoral ballots that will make Joe Biden the next president. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes, normally a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour, that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as gunshots at one point. Watch. On the floor of the House, officers with guns drawn, with protesters just outside the door. Here you see rioters trying to break down the door. That sounds like a fucking... Protesters breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor, abruptly stopping the counting of electoral votes. Some taking photos on the Senate dais. Elsewhere, this man sitting with his feet up behind a desk in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Police placing the Capitol on lockdown.
A riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police.
Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's electoral.
There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known.
The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, some scaling down the building. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building.
There were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. It took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today.
Top House Republican Kevin McCarthy condemning what he was seeing.
This is so un-American. I condemn any of this violence. This is not the American way. This is not protected by the First Amendment. This must stop now.
Multiple Democratic and Republican lawmakers urged President Trump to appear on camera to tell the protesters to leave. Instead, he later tweeted asking protesters to remain peaceful and respect police. The president-elect then imploring President Trump to speak.
At their best,
The words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
The White House later putting out a video statement. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure calm, to calm this situation down and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden. Lester.
All right, Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You know, you heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the police. Earlier in the day, one of the buildings have been evacuated when protesters breached the perimeter, and then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself, and they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor, and then, you know, the vice president was evacuated by Secret Service, and then someone was shot, and it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol in America today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time, and that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here that this election was somehow stolen, and the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move, once we all say it together that the election's over and we support the peaceful transition of power, is to not dismiss the concerns of election fraud that we've seen in multiple states. I think many states, including my home state of Wisconsin, need their state legislatures to do a version of what Florida did after the 2000 election. There were certainly changes that were made at the last second in the midst of the pandemic, and we've had a massive increase in absentee balloting, and I think it's fair for the legislatures to take a step back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and here's how we can give our citizens confidence in the integrity of the election. But that's a separate question than the question of whether Congress should or even has the authority to overturn the results of the state election. I mean, I don't see a reading of that anywhere in the Constitution. That is a recipe for chaos. It's certainly not a conservative reading of the Constitution. It's a highly progressive one. And I just don't believe the federal government should have that power. That power belongs to the states and to the people.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, we're glad you're well. Thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you heard, all this happened as Congress was in the middle of certifying, not actually certifying, the votes have been certified, but they were counting the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden and debating objections to that vote. Let's get more on that from NBC's Kristen Welker.
Those stunning images of a mob storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence publicly breaking with the president.
Are you going to overturn the election results today?
Refusing the president's demands that he unlawfully overturn electoral votes for Biden. Pence releasing a letter saying, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." That letter released just minutes after President Trump called out Pence multiple times.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us.
At a massive rally across from the White House.
So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Later, tweeting Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Today, again, pushing false claims of widespread fraud.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
And today, for the first time, the top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell blasting the president and those rejecting Joe Biden's electoral college win.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Still, at least 13 Republican senators and dozens of House Republicans were poised to raise objections to the results in at least 6 states unless a commission is created to audit the election.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
But shortly after the debate began, those protesters started storming in. And shortly after that moment, all the debate ended. They were going alphabetically through the states, and they've never made it past Arizona. Lester.
Krista, we're hearing that some in the White House are now asking the president to make a more forceful statement. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lester. I can tell you that some top White House staff are urging the president to respond strongly to what transpired today. Now, officials don't know if he's actually going to say anything else or issue a more forceful statement. And some Trump allies outside the White House are frustrated with his reluctance to do so. They had wanted him to go further in his remarks and to say something live, not what he released on tape. But the president is hesitant to aggressively push back against his own supporters.
All right.
Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. President-elect Joe Biden forcefully condemned today's assault. He called on President Trump to step up and demand an end to the siege. Our Jeff Bennett joins us now. Jeff, what else did Mr. Biden have to say?
Hey, Lester, the president-elect condemned the actions of the rioters as an insurrection, saying their behavior bordered on sedition. He also called out President Trump for inciting the violence, and Biden also talked about the challenges ahead. Take a look.
The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law. Just plain, simple decency.
Now, in recent weeks, we've seen Joe Biden increasingly step into this apparent leadership void, delivering addresses to the nation about the pandemic, about the tough economy, and now this crisis in our democracy. And asked by reporters, Biden said he wasn't concerned about his own safety, his own security, or even his own inauguration, which is set to happen at the U.S. Capitol outside in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that in light of what has happened here. All right, Jeff, thank you. And we noted that curfew now underway in Washington. Police have been working to disperse the rioters from the Capitol and the area. Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground for us there. Gabe, what's the latest? Are people beginning to move along and disperse?
Lester, it's an extremely eerie scene out here, out in front of the Capitol. Earlier, there was all this chaos. Now it is extremely quiet. As we were coming here a short time ago, driving through this area and walking through this area, we heard loudspeakers blaring that a curfew was in effect. A great deal of National Guard members were also here, and they were also on very high alert. Lester, it's incredible to see the Capitol just like this as night falls. The question will be, will there be more protesters that stick around? But at this point, I can tell you, as you can see from the street behind me, people have emptied out. There doesn't appear to be a lot of protesters here remaining. but it was incredible to witness this earlier today. Lester, I've covered an incredible amount of protests over the last few months, past few years, and to see these protesters breach the Capitol. I spoke by phone, and as I was making my way here, to a Republican congressman who was negotiating with some of these rioters inside the Capitol as they were trying to make their way in. He said it was just an incredible sight, un-American, and so many people around the country right now are asking, how could this happen? How could these rioters be allowed to breach the walls of the United States Capitol? But again, right now, a curfew is in effect and the streets are quiet. Lester?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's turn to Republican Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. He's on the phone as well. Congressman, thank you for being well. I assume that you're someplace now safe?
Yes, sir. We're all in good standings.
As we noted, the Senate and House had split apart to begin dealing with some of these objections. You yourself have objected to some of the state certifications. Will that process now end as the approval of the vote resumes?
You know, I think you probably hear a different tone from both sides. We should be. I mean, while everybody is responsible for their own actions, we can also learn to debate better than this. And at the end of the day, we still have a constitutional authority with the electoral vote for January 6th. And so as soon as the perimeter is secure, I believe we'll be going back to work.
Will you drop your objections?
No, the objection is still there. To contest the electoral vote is still my constitutional authority and my obligation. And so to contest it is something I feel very strongly about. It's not political. It's something I feel like is my constitutional authority to do so. And so we will do that, but we can do it in a more civilized manner. And I think that goes for all of us. Listen, a lot of the rhetoric that's been given from both sides over the last 5 years as why everybody is responsible for their own actions. This bubbled to this point, and this should have never happened. This is a dark day, and this kind of action is not acceptable from anybody. I don't care what your reason is. This is never acceptable.
Do you think your actions, those of others who have challenged these electoral votes, in some way help fuel what played out today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. That's almost ridiculous because we've heard both sides have real bad rhetoric for 5 years. We've seen protests going on for 5 years. And to be quite honest, we've never seen this from Trump supporters before. They've been out there. They've confronted. They've had interactions with Antifa and other groups before. We've had Trump rallies. We've seen them have rallies before, and we've never seen violence. We've never seen this before, not from Trump supporters. And so I wouldn't even call this really protesters. There was agonizers that went into the protesters. I had the opportunity to go and visit with a lot of our men and women that stood guard, that were putting their life on the line to make sure that members and staff gets to go home safe at some point. And they have families too. And I went down to the triage center, and there may have been 25 or 50 of them, I don't know, but they were bloody and bruised. And one young man, I'm sure, was going to lose his eye. And they were shaken up. And I asked them what happened, and they said there was a group that broke away from the protesters, and they had evil in their eyes. These weren't just your normal protesters; they had evil in their eyes, and there wasn't just one or two or three of them that said that to me. There was multiple ones that I talked to, but at the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions, regardless. We're responsible for our behavior, and I think President Trump did a good job by telling them to go home, and he even told them that he loved them, and a lot of people want to make a big deal about that. But listen, every morning I wake up and I say, "Love the people, love the call." I love these people too, but what they did today was inexcusable, and unfortunately, even a young lady lost her life because of it. And there's two lives that changed there. The officer that discharged his weapon. I don't care who you are. The first time you discharge your weapon, it takes a part of you, and there's going to be, and so his life has been changed. And there's some people that love that young lady. I don't know her age, but I know she had to have family, and there's a family that's broken today because our behavior got out of line, and we are better than that. We don't do that.
Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
The world is watching as these chaotic scenes play out. A number of world leaders calling on President Trump to condemn the violence. Richard Engel is in London with a global reaction. Richard, it was fascinating to hear some of the things coming from overseas, the kind of things that have come from this country and other times.
Well, by now, Lester, there have been dozens of reactions from world leaders, and they have been condemning what has happened. There have been expressions of shock, expressions of horror, and they are all saying that this was an attack on democracy. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson tweeted out that it is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. Germany's foreign minister said the enemies of democracy will be pleased at these unbearable images. The leader of the Secretary General of NATO, the world's most powerful military alliance, said that shocking scenes in Washington, the outcome of this democratic election must be respected. And around the world, leaders were placing blame directly on President Trump. The Prime Minister of Sweden tweeted out that, one more, President Trump and many members of Congress have a great responsibility for what is happening now. A spokesman for the President of South Africa simply tweeted, "Pray for America."
All right, Richard, thank you. I want to turn now to our Frank Thorpe, who's also at the Capitol. He tweeted some stunning video of intruders roaming free on the Senate floor today. Frank, tell us some of the things you've seen and observed.
Yeah, Lester, I mean, I just have to say, I cannot stress enough what a stunning and surprising and shocking scene it was to walk into the gallery above the Senate floor and see the dozen or so rioters who had made it onto the Senate floor. The Senate floor is one of the most historic places that it handles the legislative work for senators, and it is incredibly locked down. Not only is the Capitol locked down, there are multiple levels of security to get into the Capitol every day, but the Senate chamber, the Senate floor, is one of the most sacred rooms in the Capitol, and to see these rioters on the floor was a stunning situation. I have to say, Lester, one of the things that I had been told by aides in the last couple of weeks is that they were worried by the calls by President Trump to have people come to the Capitol and to gather outside the Capitol. They were worried that something like this could happen, and it did. And it's just this, I cannot express the unprecedented nature of the rioters coming into the Capitol, not having gone through security, and storming the floor like they did.
Yeah, you and I were on the air live when those images first came in of that scene from the Senate, and I think both of us were left speechless for a moment. Quite extraordinary. Frank Thorpe, thank you for your reporting. I want to bring in our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Boy, Chuck, what does this say about a division in America? This thing may be, being put to rest tonight, but the feelings are still very strong, and they are out there.
A couple weeks ago on Meet the Press, Lester, I started off and I just simply asked the question, is this the 1850s or the 1950s, talking about the divides in America? And frankly, I was referring to sort of, in the 1950s, we had the Red Scare, you had Joseph McCarthy, but we shut that down, right? We somehow came together and we shut that down as a country. In the 1850s, obviously the divide in this country culminated in a civil war. And so you now look at an event like today, and making a comparison to the 1850s is suddenly, no longer hyperbole, which some of us, I think, were accused of over the last few years. The sad thing about all this, Lester, is that, well, we're all shocked by what we witnessed today. Are we that surprised? We've all been concerned this moment was coming, that we had a president of the United States that was fomenting this, that he had a propaganda machine, frankly, behind him that helped him push this. So I do think this is gut check time. We still have elected leaders in this country, I think, who would like to keep this republic standing. President Trump's actions cannot go unanswered. You've heard various people talk impeachment. You've heard some people bring up the 25th Amendment. I don't think these are ideas that are just being tossed around. These should be serious conversations. Whether, there's a lot of senators right now locked up with Vice President Pence right now. Because you got to ask yourself, is the president mentally fit at this point and has the temperament to handle the presidency even for the next 13 days? What he did today and his actions as they continue all night tonight have to call those things into question. So these conversations, I think, are taking place, and they're real.
And some of those things you mentioned, obviously very emotional, and many people would have called them alarmist weeks ago, perhaps not tonight. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss is with us as well. Michael, there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but where is this going?
It's going in ways that are very ominous, Lester. You know, this is a day I hoped I would never live to see. We saw a terrorist attack on the United States Congress and the United States Capitol, and it was instigated by the President of the United States, who today at midday told this big mob, march up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol and take back our country, and stopped the counting of the ballots that will lead to an election that he charged was stolen. And once they were with guns and other weapons and committing violence in the Capitol, he made a video in the Rose Garden saying, "We love you and you're very special." We have never seen anything like that in more than 2 centuries of American history. I hope we never do again, but it has to stop. He's in office for 2 more weeks. We can't live with the possibility that this kind of thing will spread and get worse.
Yeah, we've all seen things today that may make us shudder. Michael, thank you. The question many asking tonight, how did this assault on the Capitol happen? Why wasn't it more secure when Trump supporters have been threatening similar actions for months? Let's go to Tom Costello with that.
For weeks, right-wing online chatter had discussed just this scenario. The president had called for protesters to march on Capitol Hill. Washington's mayor had called out the National Guard to protect the city streets. Every D.C. police officer was on the job.
Today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior.
The question tonight, why weren't Capitol Police prepared for this?
We need to ask questions about why it was or was not designated a national special event and why the security around it was insufficient.
2,300 officers make up the Capitol Police Force. Today, they appeared to be on the defensive, retreating as the crowd pushed forward, forced to pull their guns in the House chambers. But none of the kind of aggressive tactics police used against mostly peaceful protesters last June in front of the White House after the killing of George Floyd.
I would have never anticipated that we would lose control of both the Capitol and the floors. So maybe the first inkling that was different is how hateful and spiteful and violent this crowd was.
Tonight, Capitol Police and D.C. police are getting help from neighboring communities, neighboring police departments in Maryland and Virginia, as well as the National Guard in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. Tonight, it is all hands on deck here in the D.C. area. Lester?
All right, Tom Costello, thanks. NBC's Andrea Mitchell has covered Congress and the White House for many years. I think we all agree we've not seen anything quite like the way this day has played out, Andrea. But I want to raise the question with you that I did with Michael a moment ago, Bechelos, about what the next 2 weeks could bring.
Well, it is so hard to predict. I think there will be censure, some action taken, certainly by the House members. You're seeing tonight one Republican from Washington State, Kathy McMorris Rogers, saying that she will no longer object. She was one of the objectors. I know you talked to the other congressmen who will still object, but they have to rethink how much responsibility they had for what happened today.
And Andrea, what does this mean? Will this be an easier or harder Biden presidency because of this, at least in the beginning?
I think the poison in the atmosphere makes it so much more difficult coming in. He has so much healing to do, but there is a real a signal, at least from Mitch McConnell, that things might be different. There may be some way to come together in the middle.
All right. Andrea, thank you. So here we are at the end of an extraordinary and chaotic day in the history of our country. We've seen an assault on our democracy like we've never seen. The normally routine exercise of certifying, or in this case, counting the votes of a presidential election turning into a life-threatening attack on one of the pillars of our country. Gunfire, a woman dies, others wounded, members of Congress in gas masks, hiding under their desks, saying prayers. The U.S. Capitol occupied and under siege. The questions will linger for a long time. On a very basic level, just how could an angry mob breach what should have been one of the most secure buildings in the world? Why did it take so long for authorities, including President Trump himself, to respond? And what responsibility will the president ultimately bear for what happened today? Tonight, members of Congress are vowing to get back to the process of certifying the election of Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Despite what we've been through today, our democracy is strong, and there will be a
Joe, like us,
that needs them can't get them. Who is getting them?
A California hospital had to vaccinate local jail staff and nursing home residents within hours after the hospital freezer failed, putting all of its vaccine doses in jeopardy. Nationwide, 12,000 vaccination sites are up and running, an increase from 1,000 3 weeks ago. Now the Surgeon General is calling on the nation's governors to lean forward and coordinate with CVS and Walgreens in setting up mass vaccination programs.
We can send those vaccines to those pharmacies if the governors and the states tell us to. We don't need to recreate the wheel. We just need to get it rolling.
But to vaccinate hundreds of millions of people, experts say states have got to think big. Mega sites like arenas, stadiums, and massive parking lots. New York's Javits Convention Center being turned into a drive-through vaccination site, while San Antonio health officers hope to deliver 1,000 shots a day in a local mall.
What I've asked people to do is give us a week, and we'll have this whole thing sorted out. We'll have multiple mass vaccination sites.
If the pace does pick up, Dr. Anthony Fauci predicts the general public could get vaccinated within 3 months.
We hope that by the time we get to the end of March, the beginning of April, that we'll be at that point where the priority groups have already been vaccinated, and it's what I would call open season.
But first, the vaccination pace needs to pick up dramatically. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
I'm Richard Engel. Israel is rolling out the COVID vaccine far more quickly and efficiently than any other nation by far. Israel has immunized 1.3 million people, about 12% of the population, with the Pfizer vaccine. And of the top priority group, including those over 60 or in fragile health, they've given the first shot to 55%.
When do you hope to finish vaccinating this priority group?
If it goes well, I think within days, 3, 4, 5 days, it was pretty quick because we trained a lot of people to give the shots.
It works like this. Israel's national healthcare providers contact patients, set appointments, and administer shots. So quickly, Israel is running low on vaccine supplies.
What lessons could the American rollout learn from what Israel is doing?
I don't know what the Americans can actually learn. Ours is really a public banking system. Everybody is enrolled, and it has a long history of actually communicating with their clients.
But just across the wall, the number of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza to get vaccines so far, 0. Israel is working to outrun the new fast-spreading variants from the UK and South Africa. Dr. Lev said for him, the key is killing the virus with vaccines and speed. Lester?
Richard Engel tonight, thank you. That highly contagious variant from the UK has now been found in Georgia. That's the 5th state to confirm a case. It comes as hospitals brace for a post-holiday surge. As Miguel Almaguer reports, California is now taking drastic steps.
With California's healthcare system in critical condition, tonight at least one LA hospital has activated its crisis care standards, allowing the medical center to ration care. As COVID cases cripple and overwhelm ERs, residents in Southern California are being urged to only call 911 in an extreme emergency. And now in a stunning directive, EMS teams in Los Angeles County are being asked to conserve oxygen, as paramedics have been told not to transport patients who can't be resuscitated.
Did you ever think your first responders would be faced in a situation like this?
No, this is unprecedented for anyone who's been in this business.
California is reopening shuttered hospitals as the state lost nearly 4,000 residents in just 14 days.
And now doctors expect the newly detected and highly contagious variant of the virus will trigger new cases and fatalities.
We're beyond full. You give us a surge on top of that, we're done.
California is not the only state out of room for the sick.
It's very tough, I think, for somebody to tell you that you cannot get a hospital room for something that you desperately need.
The fight for health care, a life and death struggle, even for those who doubted the virus.
I didn't wear a mask. I believed it was all going to go away. You don't want to end up like me.
Tonight, the very place where so many turn for help, now in need of its own. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
The top U.S. national security agencies issued a joint statement today saying the massive hacking of several federal agencies last year was likely Russian in origin. That assessment is a rebuke of President Trump's suggestion that China might have been behind it. We want to turn now to our series, America Under Pressure, and a life full of promise cut short. The son of Maryland Congressman Jamie Rath.
Let's have trial by combat. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
After the speech, Trump retreated to the White House while his mob marched on Congress, where they pushed past.
This thing they're calling a gas mask the senators was wearing, that's what they was wearing. They call that a gas mask? It's not a gas mask for tear gas. That's your own environmental fucking suit right there. This is what people need to be walking around for COVID.
Seriously.
Like,
or the,
our taxpaying dollars paid for this. Right? Yeah. That was off of Amazon. You need to order one of them suits. But I'm saying before then, we get one of these from these people because they got it and our taxpaying dollars paid for it. And they got it underneath their suit. Why doesn't everybody in America and the world be walking around with one of these instead of a piece of fabric? Because this obviously makes it to where the air that you breathe out comes out of the thing. So, I'm kind of baffled. Because they've been saying they had to wear gas masks. That's a gas mask? That's the coolest gas mask I've ever seen. Shit out of a movie. Huh. Look at this shit, man. Look at the fire right here. Look at the far right one.
Trump with like a captain of right.
That's why I just thought, I was like, wait a minute. What did my mind just show me? Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Oh shit. So I'm telling you, we should be all wearing one of those kind of masks. Why isn't people wearing that, period?
Yeah,
we got
totally.
a pandemic. It's your own environmental suit. Like, this is what baffles me. You only bust that out because of tear gas. But if that's for tear gas, we have an aerosol pandemic, man. What are you people doing? Why aren't people wearing some shit like that? If you got that technology. Been sitting underneath your seat for however long, dude. So it's been around for like a long ass time.
Everybody should be wearing that right now.
Right.
In the building. Yeah, especially because they're all talking in a closed room.
Instead of throwing money away at this vaccine that they tell you we don't even think it works.
You just walk like that in the micro environment.
Oh shit.
In order to lock themselves in their offices, as hundreds of rioters
Only like 3 or 4 of the fucking people actually like pulled out their little doo-wop.
entered the building waving in their offices as hundreds of rioters entered the building.
We'll pause. Protesters are in the building. Thank you.
Lawmakers were interrupted, evacuated, and ordered to lock.
So if I was them people, dude, I'd be running and grabbing one of them helmets underneath the seat. Like, dude, you got this shit? You understand? That'd be yelling it. If I was in the group mob somehow and got convinced that, you know, fucking I come to my senses, I'm like, oh, dude, where am I at? Oh shit, I'm in trouble. Where? You know. Where'd you get that mask, bro? Let me get one of those.
Themselves in their offices as hundreds of rioters.
That's crazy. Why isn't that a standard? We won't have no disease.
terms of symptoms and outcomes. So those are all good data points. There is preliminary data that shows that it's likely to be 50% more transmissible. So that means that it's just more efficiently entering into the cells. It doesn't necessarily change the dynamics of transmission. We know it's still about direct contact and aerosol, but it will lead to more cases overall. And the concern we have is a more transmissible variant will just lead to more cases, which ultimately means more hospitalizations and deaths. So it's not a more severe variant, but the data shows us that we could lead to a bigger surge that ultimately leads to really very sad milestones that we're sort of going to see in the next couple months, unfortunately.
So do we need to be doing anything differently as a result of wearing a different kind of mask or keeping even more distance from others, that kind of thing?
Right. So it's still the same virus, right? So all the precautions that we've been taking should line up in the same way. It just means that the virus may transmit more efficiently. So we sort of have to just double down on these interventions, mask wearing, social distancing. Maybe we don't need to change anything specifically, but we need to be more vigilant. We need to make sure to be wearing our masks. We need to practice social distancing. We should be staying at home if we don't need to be out and we're not, working, doing anything essential. This is why the next couple months are so critical. We're waiting for this vaccine, which we think will work against this new variant, likely does. So this means now is the time to use the key sort of non-pharmaceutical interventions like mask wearing and social distancing. That's what we have at our disposal today.
And the UK is in a national lockdown in hopes of controlling this new strain, but we're already seeing it in Colorado, California, Florida, and now New York State. So are we heading for a full lockdown in the US?
Yeah, this is a conversation you and I have had many times. That lockdown is such an extreme strategy. And we know that, of course, if you lock down, you can control the pandemic, but at what cost? We're trying to keep our schools open still. We can do more to reduce our contacts, increase testing, reduce dining, indoor dining. And we still don't have basic things. We don't have a national mask mandate. We're waiting for that. We don't have a national testing strategy. We're still waiting for that. So again, there's things we could be doing that we're not before that lockdown comes into play. Remember, we have yet to see the impact of the holidays yet. We're going to see that in the next week or two. At that point, it may be at a point where we just can't do enough in terms of targeted interventions. We may be looking at more widespread lockdowns. Hopefully, we don't get to that point, but unfortunately, we may be heading in the same direction as the UK.
All right, Dr. John Brownstein, sorry to hear it, but thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC.
Is highly problematic, and it could be a game changer. First, for the capital region, we had the case in Saratoga. Anyone who was exposed or anyone who was exposed to someone who was exposed, please contact us. There's nothing to be ashamed of. This is a virus, it travels, but we have to know containment is vitally important here. This is a virus we have to be extra careful with. We spent the morning talking to global experts on this viral strain. The numbers are frightening on the increase of the transmittal of the virus. Even if the lethality doesn't go up, the fact that it is so much more transmittable is a very real problem. And look, we are in a foot race right now, as we said, between the vaccine implementation versus the infection rate and hospitalization capacity. That's the foot race. This UK strain changes the whole foot race because the UK strain the rate of transmission goes way up. The rate of infection goes way up. And it's no longer the race that we were running. Apparently, the UK strain can actually overtake the original COVID strain in a matter of weeks. That's how quickly it can transmit. This is something that we have to watch and we have to pay careful attention to. The UK strain is not only in the UK, it's in South Africa, it's in 33 other countries. But it dramatically increases our challenge, and we have to be aware of it. You know, this virus has been ahead of us every step of the way, and this country has been playing catch up every step of the way. And it's time we stop, and it's time we become more competent. You know, government was competent. Government is supposed to be competent. Government leaders are supposed to be competent. They're not supposed to be about excuses and apathy and bureaucracy.
Bullshit.
Ripples around the world. It's not so much the 1 million cases causing concern, but the mutant variant of the virus that's driving the surge. Audrey is taking part in a clinical trial of a vaccine, but she doesn't know whether she's had the active jab or a placebo and worries whether she's protected.
This thing is real, it kills, and let's just be hopeful that this vaccine is it, and then we might get it free as quick as possible.
Maybe. What's beautiful is screenshot. Dow's, placebo, non-placebo. You understand? Like I was pestering you last year where people were claiming to have COVID and be cured. And the two that you did test showed they still had COVID and were out there and they're doctors. They were put on Democracy Now! And stating, I've been cured. And me and my kid. I was like, no, you're so sick.
Yeah, I remember.
And who was she? Part of the... What?
Anti-vaccine. No, the vaccine
The
thing.
vaccine from Dr. Fauci shit? From Bill Gates? Bill Gates pandemic?
Thing.
That was put on the Netflix? That aired in December? The next pandemic? She just so happened to somehow get the less variant?
Is the people overseas.
Volunteers in the trial are being regularly screened for the virus, the ultimate test on whether a vaccine is effective against the new variant. But the first lab tests suggest antibodies, not from a vaccine, but from a previous infection, are 10 times less effective against the mutant version of the virus. That might make the vaccine less effective, and people who've recovered from the disease may be vulnerable to reinfection, but doctors are cautious.
I think there's reasonable reason to be concerned. Should people be frightened right now? We don't know. And we're probably going to have an answer as soon as about 3 to 4 weeks from now, both from the laboratory and possibly even from the clinical trial.
Through the course of the pandemic, the virus has accumulated around 4,000 mutations in the spike protein, which coats the outside of the virus. Most don't matter. But both the UK and South African variants of the virus have a mutation called N501Y in a key part of the spike protein, which makes it easier for it to latch onto and infect human cells. The South African variant also has a mutation called E484K that is causing particular concern because it changes the shape of the protein and may evade antibodies. The UK has had 2 cases.
Pay attention to that, honey. Because you can word tune, scan and see. You understand? And also understand the variant on how that changes the kinetic ability for it to attach and be able to disengage and keep it from attaching.
Caused by the South African variant, and the South African variant also has a mutation called E484K that is causing particular concern because it changes the shape.
The UK variant, 15 mutations. This had 8. Like I've been keep blabbing about is, how did the South African trait get the 501Y mutation, the same as the United Kingdom or Denmark's Mink variant? and it be scanned and tested here in Oregon, and then found in a wild mink. You understand? What animal were they messing with in South Africa?
Utah, Oregon, California. No, not California. Utah and Oregon.
Oregon was a mink farm, but Utah was a wild mink population. Denmark strain us from a mink. What animal did this go into and come back to us from? The same for Nigeria. You understand? But this right here, like I'm stating, because these variant mutations, these are kinetic points, or magnetic points, or magravitic points, if you wish to say, or chiral alities for biomes and tendrils to come from this to trick from wings of the messenger.
Of the protein and may evade antibodies. The UK has had 2 cases caused by the South African variant and has stopped direct flights.
So that E48K helps it evade antibodies. Some in some people. So one needs to figure out in their data what classification of people in heredity or archaea, symbiosis in their archaea of the 1% of their human being species, what makes us what we call human species, what is it triggering or bypassing? Myokine, cytokine, interferon, so on and so forth, for nave cells, memoretic cells, T cells, so on and so forth, immunoglobulins, myoglobins, so forth, myokines, to not trip that. You understand?
Yeah.
But you know it's not COVID itself that's adapted. It's the bacterial macrophages that live inside of it. So what morons were expressed within it and expressed to it to make it to where we do not see it, which makes it a stealth-adapted virus, sabe? Because now it's becoming stealthed. You understand, right? Now it's becoming stealth. And the more that these fools fucking try to vaccinate people and do all this shit, they're gonna make it work. Don't call COVID something else. And try to claim that they eradicated it like a t-shirt.
But the leading vaccine advisor to the South African government says that won't stop the virus and can't understand why the UK is delaying the full protection of a second dose of vaccine to those most vulnerable to infection. If there are these newly emerging variants around which are more transmissible, what is the risk then if you're only giving people 1 dose?
Greater risk, because it is more transmissible and your immunity is only half of what it should be. So sure, it's going to increase the risk of transmission. I think the variants would be a motivation to go for the double dose.
The UK government says giving just 1 dose to start with spreads a degree of protection to as many people as possible. Audrey will get 2 doses in her clinical trial and can only hope they're effective against the shape-shifting virus. Thomas Moore, Sky News.
all. This is Dr. Mobeen Sayed from drbean.com. Welcome to one more show. Many of you have been asking.
Meanwhile, Africa's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is now investigating a mutant strain of COVID-19 that emerged in Nigeria. This is entirely different from the mutant strains which have been identified in the UK and South Africa. They were discovered in 2 patient samples from August 3rd and October 9th. There is no evidence to suggest that Nigeria's strain is more contagious.
What the fuck? She said August? Ain't nobody been talking about it. Ain't nobody been talking about it. So there's a variant that's been in Nigeria since August of last year. What? Ain't nobody talking about it. Someone been telling me about it. This is the first time I get to see a video of it. And they're talking about August? This video was posted in January, huh? On YouTube.
Potent than the original virus. This development comes at a time when Africa is witnessing a surge in cases and the continent has more than 2.5 million confirmed cases. Now that is around 3.3% of the global caseload. Over the last 4 weeks, infections have spiked almost 11%, including a 52% surge in Nigeria.
Yeah, they said in a little scroll on the bottom. This is after South Africa and... Wait, I'm confused. Scroll that.
And a fast 4 weeks.
It says right there. After South Africa and United Kingdom of Nigeria reports mutation. You awake? Conscious enough to understand? Ring. Read that. Read that, huh?
As much as I want to stay awake, if we can redo this in the morning too, I appreciate it.
What?
News, trains.
Transmission unknown.
After South Africa and UK.
Nigeria.
Nigeria reports mutation.
Okay, if that's after South Africa and UK, she stated it was in August. You understand? UK strain supposedly started in September from the Denmark. How is this afterwards? And the South African strain just supposedly started in December.
Infections have spiked almost 11%, including a 52% surge in Nigeria and a 40% surge in South Africa. The Nigerian government feels the recent surge is due to increased travel and low compliance with virus curbs. South Africa's mutant strain, meanwhile, is spreading like wildfire. The confirmed caseload is approaching 1 million. The mutant in South Africa is more infectious than the original virus, but it's not clear whether it leads to more severe cases or not. The Africa CDC is confident that the new strain will not affect vaccine deployment.
Medical research are already studying COVID-19 samples submitted in the last few weeks to determine if the latest strain of the virus discovered in the UK is in Nigeria and in what percentage. The perceived characteristics of the new variant are causing some concern.
One of the papers I read, they said it's even a smaller threshold of it can result in an infection. Like 70% more transmissible than what we had earlier. That's the concern, really. And that's why some people are trying to cut off people from UK. And UK itself is trying to make a tier 4 high-level restriction in some particular clusters where they found it. But is that really the issue? It transmits much more. Any other thing that may mean, we are not sure at this time. Because that it transmits faster does not necessarily mean it may be more pathogenic. It may give more symptoms or kill people more. So it's possible that even though it's highly transmissible, it may not be so virulent that it will kill much more. It may be the less virulent, but we are not sure yet.
According to the director of the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases at the Redeemers University, these concerns are unfounded.
There have not really been established experimental system in vitro to demonstrate that, the accumulation of those mutations are directly responsible for the increased transmissibility. First of all, in terms of pathogenicity, there is no establishment between the variant and pathogenicity. That is completely out of the picture.
What's worth noting is this UK variant has not been found in Nigeria.
The variant that we found in Nigeria is independent, from the UK variant. It is originated from Nigeria, but it shares similarities with for the UK variant, and that is very clear. There is also no association between the variant that we found in Nigeria and the spike that you see in Nigeria presently. So we have 2 samples out of 250 genomes that we recently sequenced from Nigeria. One was collected in August 3rd, and another one in October 10th. We are working with the NCDC to analyze the samples that are present in Nigeria to know if there is at all any relationship between what we see, the spike, and anything, related to the virus.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control is collaborating with scientists in the country in studies of the new Nigerian variant to see if there's any connection between it and the recent spike in confirmed cases. Mary Alale Yusuf, Channels Television News.
Interesting.
What we are seeing is this is the normal genome for SARS-CoV-2. And we know this from our previous discussions that it is about 30,000 base pairs, or 29,674 base pairs to be exact. That is the length of the RNA, and one base pair is one nucleotide or one brick in the genome. And we also know from our previous discussion about the UK variant that this part here is the genetic material that makes the spike protein. And here is a rough idea of what is a spike protein. And the genetic genome starts from 21,563rd base pair to 25,384 base pairs. So that is the length of the genetic material that helps the SARS-CoV-2 make its spike protein. The South African variant was reported on 21st December. However, this report that was given on 21st December contained 301 variations of the SARS-CoV-2 that were observed in South Africa since November. So from the start of the November till the 18th of December, South Africa had found 301 variants. So that means this was in South Africa from November till 18th December and not before that, because this variation was not reported before November. And total variation, so keep this in mind so that we can keep ourselves sane as well, that these mutations are a common occurrence. So from South Africa alone, there have been 2,730 variations that are reported. So out of all of those, this is the variation which we're talking about. UK variation is what we're talking about. Denmark variation is what we talked about or will talk about today. So why is this? That is because Denmark variation, we became concerned because it was a jump from mink to humans. And we thought, well, another animal to human jump has occurred and one more pandemic is started. Although one poor outcome, sad outcome, was culling of all of the minks in South Africa, in Denmark, instead of culling of the minks only in the infected area. And I think some of the ministers had to resign afterwards once they accepted the responsibility that such a large scale culling was not needed. So the variant from South Africa is called 501V2. So we'll talk about 501 mutation in a second and V2. It started from Nelson Mandela Bay and then it spread in South Africa, reported on 18th December. So that is some data about it. And then if you look here, the mutations of interest in this one. So there are several mutations. So this is why we are talking about it. One in Denmark, sorry, I did not complete my thought there. One, the Denmark mutation was interesting because we thought it is jump from animal to humans once again. And then UK strain variant or South African variant is interesting because these two variants specifically had more than regular number of mutations that are found. So if a normal viral mutation of SARS-CoV-2 is found to be, let's say, one nucleotide change, in UK we knew that 17 or more changes were there. Similarly, this 501V2 had multiple mutations as well. That is why people became concerned. Now, what are the mutations of interest in this one? One is N501Y. And normally this N in the beginning and Y at the end simply means which amino acid or nucleotide amino acid has changed to what other amino acid. So when there is a genetic mutation, one brick type changes to another brick type. So N is changed to Y, and there is a nomenclature that N stands for what and Y stands for what. We'll see that in a second. And this mutation was at the amino acid number 501. The other thing that is interesting is that this mutation is in receptor binding motif instead of calling it just receptor binding domain. So if you see here, this diagram, this is a spike protein. In the spike protein, we know that there is S1 part and then there is S2 part. And then we also know that there is a receptor binding domain or RBD of the spike protein, which is used to bind with our ACE2 enzyme, correct? We know this from all along. Now, within the receptor binding domain, there is a specific part which actually connects with the ACE2 enzyme. That part is called receptor binding motif. So the two changes in the South African variant, two of the mutations were found to be in the receptor binding motif. So that means the area that is actually connecting with ACE2 was changed. So these two changes were N501Y and E484K. There was one more change in the receptor binding domain, that means that whole area, and that was K417N. So three mutations in the spike protein receptor binding domain, and then two of those mutations were specifically in the receptor binding motif, the area that connects with the ACE2. So the result was that it has increased the affinity to bind with the ACE2. Affinity to binding with the ACE2 means binding more easily. That means possibly entering more easily in the cells. That means possibly increasing in number more easily and so on. So it makes it easier for the virus to work with our cells and increase in number. I also wanted to do something before we looked at some of the links that I have collected that you can go over. I wanted to do a comparison of the South African variant because I see a lot of rumors or thoughts that they are the same one. It was the variant from South Africa that came to UK and changed further possibly, or they both are the same, or it went from UK to South Africa, or so on. So I wanted to compare their important mutations. I wanted to compare them. So here we are comparing South African mutation, which is called 501V2, then UK's mutation, which is called VOC 2020-12-01. Or is it VOC or virus under investigation, VUI 2020-01, 2020-12-01. And then the Denmark's mutation that is called cluster 5. So what they had been doing is they had been looking at the mutations that were occurring in the minks, I believe, or in those areas as clusters. And so this was the 5th cluster. So now let's look at the mutations here. So check this out. N501Y. That is a mutation in the receptor binding motif of the spike protein. It is present in the South African variant. It is also present in the UK variant. That's about it. Then E484K, only present in the South African variant, not in the UK. K417N, only present in the South African and not in UK, not in Denmark. And Denmark variant did not have any of these mutations. Then HV6970 deletion. That is also in spike protein. There is a deletion of 2 amino acids. And that is present in the UK and Denmark variant, but not in South African variant. Similarly, there is a mutation called Y453. That mutation is present in Denmark and not present in South Africa or UK. I692V, same way Denmark, not in South Africa or UK. M1229I, Denmark, yes, South Africa or UK, no. Then P681H, that is a mutation that is outside of the spike protein, present in the UK, but not in the other one. Why? So the UK has 17 mutations or more. So why have I written P681 here? Because P681H mutation is a mutation in actually it is in the spike protein. It is in the furin binding site or furin site. So that actually improves the cleavage of the spike protein and allows it to split faster and then attach to epithelial cells faster. This is seen in the animal models, not in the human, but still, it has supposedly improved the virus's fusion with the epithelial cells. So, spread. Interestingly, Denmark's variant has become extinct. So after the lockdown and after the culling of the minks, there were 17 cases in humans as well. But since then, it has been thought that this has gone extinct. It's not present anymore. The South African version has gone to UK, Switzerland, Finland, Japan, Australia, and probably more countries. But the number of arrivals are probably 2 people, 1 person, and so on. It's not a huge, massive spread. UK variant has gone to Denmark, Belgium, Netherlands, Australia, Italy. Today we found that in US as well, and I believe in France as well. There may be more countries too.
30 other countries.
So that is the change. That is the strain. So what I wanted to do was, what is a basic problem with all of this? Why are people freaking out? So I think there are 2 factors to people becoming, us laymen becoming nervous is just because media is making us nervous. Political actions are making us nervous. And we're thinking, all right, something bad is happening. I think the research workers are becoming nervous because
Chinese researchers are warning of a new virus found in pigs. Scientists say the flu-type virus has become more infectious and needs to be watched closely. The study found elevated levels of the H1N1 strain known as G4 in the blood of Chinese pig farm workers. So let's bring in Dan Riskin. He's a CTV Science and Technology Specialist. This is the last thing, Dan, that anybody wants to hear about is the potential for a pandemic, even if it's not imminent. Tell us about this.
Yeah, this is one of these warnings that we probably wouldn't have really noticed if it had been a year or 2 years ago. These are the kinds of things that epidemiologists are pointing out all the time. This is kind of scary. This could get ugly. We're watching it closely. And in the past, we wouldn't have really paid it much attention. But now all we can think about is please not another thing to worry about, because that would be just terrible.
Well, and some people are saying, oh yeah, so if this, if COVID came from bats and and this is from pigs and elevated levels in farm workers, there are some scientists that say it really highlights the importance of species barriers being breached.
Right. So this is a swine flu. It's an H1N1 flu. And some people remember that in 2009, there was a relatively mild pandemic of swine flu on our planet that swept through people, and it came from pigs. But also there was another swine flu that made the news, which was the giant pandemic of 1917, 1918, the so-called Spanish flu. That was a swine flu. That's the scale at which this thing could get ugly. And so that's why people are very serious about watching it. And so what's interesting here is that it looks like at least 2 humans have gotten this virus from pigs, where they were actually able to show that a person had it, but neither of those people passed it on to other people. And that's very important. For a pandemic to happen, it has to be contagious. And it looks like in those 2 cases, it wasn't contagious. And when they looked at the blood of people who work on pig farms, they found that 10% of those people had antibodies that suggested they had been exposed to this virus. So it had made the jump from pigs to people several times, but again, it hadn't taken off and spread to other people. And when they looked at people who don't work with pigs, they didn't find those antibodies. So what they're saying is, here's a virus that has all the hallmarks of being a very dangerous one, but right now it seems like we're lucky, and it's not jumping. It is getting to people sometimes, not very much, and when it does get to a person, it doesn't spread from there. But it's just, it highlights how important research into this stuff is, and how if
my presentation. Can I have the slides, Ritu? While we're waiting for the slides, I just would like to thank Dr. Agrawal for asking me to give a bit of a background of what we are currently seeing in South Africa. And I would also like to say a very hard welcome to all your viewers out there watching this show. I think you are very much in the forefront, Dr. Agrawal. And you are a leader by having this type of weekly or daily interviews that you are conducting, and I salute you for that. It's always an honor to be part of such a good. Thank you. I would like to make first of all, before I'm starting, this is not my slides. These slides is coming from. These specific ones from the work that has been done by Prof. De Oliveira of the CRISP Foundation in South Africa. And they started to look at the genomics as a potent tool in the COVID-19 fight. And the reason why they looked at the genomics is to discover what virus is causing the COVID-19. For instance, we all know it's SARS-CoV-2. But to look at your genomics, you also develop diagnostics like the PCR, and it is also important to develop your vaccines. Currently, we know there is 2 vaccines in the market. It's the mRNA and the vector vaccines. mRNA is the one that Pfizer is using, and the vector vaccines, for example, is the AstraZeneca one. To look at your genomics, it also helps you to track the transmission. And with transmission, we mean outbreaks, spreads, and where it starts to happen. And also to identify if there's any reinfections and then to understand the host virus interaction, which is extremely important in this case. So of all these genomes produced, only 2,500 is part of South Africa. Next slide, please. So just a very quick introduction I was showing you here. If you look at the first graphic of the epidemic and genomic data in South Africa, you can see that was from the first wave. This is important. We are now in the second wave, the first wave. You can see all the sequences there of the viruses. You can see our trajectory, how it went up slowly, the curve, and how it came down. And if you look at the introduction into South Africa, here you can see the origin of, this is from Africa infections, the blue ones. You can see Asia is the green one. A lot of them came from Asia, Europe, North America, and South America. So if you look at the sampling in South Africa, not a lot was outside of South Africa. Most of it was in South Africa. If you look at the next slide, so this is an important slide. If you again look at the first wave, here we had multiple lineages that was circulating, and it was 3 lineages here was responsible for 42% of the infection. And again, here you can see the lineages, you can see the green, the darker blue, and the lighter blue that we have seen in South Africa. Again, remember this is the first wave because our second wave is going to look differently. Can I get the second slide, please? So here is what we are currently experiencing. This is now the new lineage in our second wave. And you can see it's on the green, the yellow one, it's very dominant. And it accounts for more than 90% of the infections that we are currently seeing in South Africa. You can see the rest that is still there because people think or tends to think that once if you go into a second wave, the other variants of the virus is not there anymore, but they are still there. It's just that this new, I call it new kid on the block, is responsible for 90% of what we are currently seeing. Next slide. Here is what Dr. Agrawal spoke about, the importance of the glycoprotein and receptor binding domain. We have, I think it's common knowledge that the protein loves to attach on the ACE2 receptor on the host cells, and that causes a lot of inflammation. And then you have each of the 3 petals of the spike protein, it sort of carries a hook, and that hook is called the receptor binding domain, and that interact directly with the ACE receptor in the human cell, that little hook. And then again, the receptor binding domain is also the main target for neutralizing the antibodies and vaccines. And this is also very important. Currently, we don't understand everything or the extent to which this is going to happening, but it's important to understand that. And then again, mutations therefore might affect the ACE binding and or neutralization of that. And this is what we are seeing, the three bindings or the 3 mutations. Next slide. So here, the three mutations are at key residues interacting with the human ACE receptors and with neutralizing the antibodies, as I have just mentioned. Here you can see the 3 types of mutations. It's the N05 is currently our most important one, and it binds. It enhances the binding affinity, especially to the ACE2 receptors. Then you get the E484K, enhances binding affinity to the ACEs and also confers resistance to class 2 antibodies. And then you get the K417 and also likes to contribute toward immune evasion at the site. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. This is not my domain. This is the domain of Prof. de Oliveira, but I just would think that it is nice for people just to see the the 3 binding sites in the domain and what we're talking about. Next slide. So from Prof. De Oliveira and his group at CRISP, the next steps that they've now identified this, and now the key task is to get a better understanding of whether there's any clinical and epidemiological evidence to suggest the phenotype impact. So at this stage, it's increased transmissibility, pathogenicity, and escape from the neutralizing antibodies so that reinfection can occur. They are working very hard in the background, again, to look at this. For now, what we are seeing is there is increased pathogenicity and transmissibility, and the infection of the virus in a cell system. They are also growing the virus and conducting experiments to assess the functional effect of these spike mutations. Again, as I've said, in ways of how the virus infects the cell system, and the neutralization assays with antibodies from patients infected with other circulating strains without spike mutations. This is extremely important stuff because this will help us to understand whether the vaccines that's out there will be efficient against this new lineage that we have currently and what we are seeing. A lot of this work is still going on. We hope that we would get some answers within the next 6 to 8 weeks. Next slide, please. And then what they are also busy doing in South Africa is they intend to intensify the sampling from other districts in South Africa. Remember, a lot of this sampling came from the Eastern Cape, where it was originally discovered, the new mutation or the new lineage was discovered there, and it rapidly spread up and down along the coast. I'll show you pictures of a graph of that. Unfortunately, due to the hard work and the difficulty of this, they haven't yet expanded sampling to other provinces, but they are now busy, and it's going into the Gauteng area, which is the most densely populated area, and it is what we always call the economic hub of South Africa. They would also like to link with clinical investigations of cases of suspected reinfections and severe disease development. Going on in the background, again, it's a lot of work that is going on. Next slide, please. And the conclusion from Prof. De Oliveira and his team is that genomic surveillance is a critical component of the public health response. It's extremely important because it helps you to get early detection and then to track your new lineage, in this case, especially the 501. And what they also said is that this new lineage of mutations at key spikes in the glycoproteins, it seems that there's rapid and diffuse spread through the 3 provinces, and we have seen it. I'll show you some of the graphs that actually doesn't go slow, but quite a straight upward curve to the top. And the full significance of the mutations is yet to be determined, and work is ongoing to characterize the phenotypic impact. So it's still a lot of work to be done, but at least our scientists in the background started with this, and this is all groundbreaking work, especially in South Africa. So this was work that's been done by the CRISP Foundation with Prof. De Oliveira, and then we also have from the Caprice. You can give me the next slide. From Prof. Slim Karim. I've got some few slides. Next slide.
Next slide, Saurabh. Ritu.
Thank you so much. Again, this is the slides that what is important here is you can see this was it's about a 7-day test, and if you look at this is our first wave. Very nice slow upward curve, and then slow downwards, and with our deaths that you can see there, And this sort of ended around about September, and we started here in early in November, seeing a new slight upward curve and or trajectory that you can see, and it all of a sudden our cases started to jump. Now in South Africa, the next slide please. We look very closely at our cases. It's not that we have this huge amount of patients as you have seen in India, but 10,000 patients per day for us in South Africa is a lot of patients. Here you can see there was the first wave. You can see the curve was not the same. The Western Cape, this is recent slides up to the 17th of December. You can clearly see that in the Western Cape, the sort of straight line of the second wave. And this is most probably due to the 501 variant that we are seeing. And 90% is coming from that, from the 509 variant or the new lineage. Next slide, please. Here again, KwaZulu-Natal. You can again see the steep upwards movement of the second wave. Here was the first wave, and it follows a different trajectory than the first wave. Next slide, please. So there's a fine balance between virus and host. So very important to understand that your viruses usually evolve to become more transmissible and less severe. And it's mostly within humans in response to the immune pressure, and sometimes when they pass through another species like what we have seen, the bats and those type of species. And in the first wave, our SARS-CoV-2 was relatively stable. We recorded about 35 lineages. Most were the most transmissible D614 G variant from Europe with minor variations. But now in the second wave, in all provinces, there's early signs of spreading much faster than the first wave. It's not clear as yet, because we're still in the upwards curve, whether the second wave will have more or less deaths. I think that question would be answered within the next, 4 weeks, especially after the festive season that we have in South Africa. Next slide, please. I just want to show you again here the second wave. Here again, it's the 501 V2 variant. It started in Nelson Mandela Bay, in this town of the Eastern Cape, and it spread up towards KwaZulu-Natal and down towards the Western Cape. And again here, you can see this is the predominantly this new variant that is affecting 90% of our cases. Next slide, please. So again, it seems to us that the V2 variant is associated with a higher viral load, and that in the swabs that's been examined by the different groups looking after this and investigation that they have done, is you can see that the higher viral load in swabs that they now see may translate to the higher efficiency of transmission, and also might translate to a higher R0. And while other viruses are transmitting, this variant is transmitting faster. As I've said, the other viruses are still there. Don't think they're not there. They're there. But this yellow one is the one that moves the quickest and seems to be the most infectious at this stage. And we will this slide was done about a week ago, where they were still speculated that this may translate into a second wave that will have many more cases than the first wave. I can say today that it is definitely, we're going to have more cases in the second wave than that we have seen in the first wave. Next slide, please. So we're nearly finished. So very important. This is also Prof. Slim Karim's presentation here, where he says, what do and don't we know about the variant? We know it's unusual for a new variant to contain several mutations, 3 in the domain. And the most important one is the N05, which alters the ACE2 affinity and most probably the antibody effects. It's also been reported in other countries like the UK, but important to understand, we are saying that we have the 501 variant 2. 501 in UK is not exactly the same than the 501.2 in South Africa. Again, early signs, that was when Prof still was preparing the slides, is spreading fast. We know that is spread. We do know that today that it is definitely spreading much faster than the first wave, and it is much more widespread. It's most probably across most of South Africa. Where did it come from and why did it form? We do not know. We do not know why it started in Nelson Mandela Bay. There's a few hypotheses that Prof. Salim was investigating. There's a scientific document that he's going to release within the next 2 or 3 days, where he gives a bit more background on some of his hypotheses around this. Is it more severe? Well, we are seeing, it seems to us that it is more severe. I'm now talking about from the medical practitioner side. And we do not know whether it's reinfecting people who got infected in the first wave. And we also don't know, as I've mentioned before, whether current vaccines works against this variant. And they are all being studied by the CRISP and the Caprisa Foundations. And what should we do? And I think this is something that what should we do next is something that's important to all other countries. It's not only related to South Africa. There's reason for concern that we have a virus that seems to be spreading rapidly, but it is something we can deal with. And we keep on saying, Dr. Agrawal, I was so glad to see that you had this ritual of showing people how to wash their hands, because that's one of the ways. The mask is the other way. And the personal distancing between you and someone else. And then the ventilation, natural ventilation out in the open is the best place to be. And we are now trying to educate again our population that it's the same preventative measurements that we took in the first wave that is applicable into the second wave. You can see there's other variants in other countries, Australia, UK. We've all recently heard that the UK borders are being closed, or the other countries doesn't want to have people coming into their country from the UK. I think it's great, but the spread of this virus is so fast that I think it's already a bit late. But again, from South Africa's side, and I think it's also important to other countries, is that we had informed the key role players, and we informed the public last week on Friday early night. We started to inform our public, and we told them about this new variant that's out there. Then to publish data in a prominent journal of what we are seeing here. Then we need to urgently increase the phylogenetic screening and to sequence the viruses every month from across South Africa. And then we need to complete the studies to answer the 4 unknowns. Fortunately, there are vaccine trials underway in South Africa, for example, Johnson & Johnson. So what's going to happen? They are also going to ask them whether they can be part, and let's see whether we can, these vaccines can combat this new transmission of the new V501V2, which is extremely important. And as I've said, only the time will tell us. This is one of the problems that we have with these viruses. We try on a scientifically basis to think ahead and try to outmaneuver the virus, but this virus is, I think it is one ahead of us the whole time, and we need to play catch up. But at least we have the mantra, the 4 things that we need to do: the masks, the sanitizing, social distancing, and the ventilation. That's extremely important. And that is my presentation, Dr. Agrawal.
Thank you, Anjali. Can we have the slides off? It was a beautiful and elaborative presentation. I can expect only from people like you, who are with the government, and you are also in the advisory committee of the vaccine and a long haul COVID. And that's only we can expect from people like you. So coming back to, I want to compare South Africa with UK for the purpose of, because the fear people are having is everybody is after UK and ignoring South Africa at all.
Yes.
They are absolutely, nobody is talking about South African stage. No, it started on 16th of November. That means already almost a month. Do you think that all the second wave in all the European countries, because there are only 2 reasons for a second wave, either a behavior or a mutation. There can't be the third reason. So up till now, we were thinking it's a behavior, that because of the winter, the second wave is coming. Do you think that all these European countries where the second wave is cutting, actually it may be all a mutation? May not be, it may be only one thing which is common is 501. Okay, rest of the mutations are different. Maybe in every country they have some 501 which is mutating.
I think so. I fully agree with you. We are just lucky in South Africa to have very, very good scientists. And they started to work in the background and said, listen, this doesn't make sense. What they are seeing doesn't make sense. And they then started to do this genomic testing and looking at it, which is absolutely correct. And I think they were the first to actually alert the United Kingdom that there's a problem. And I would urge all the other countries also to go and look and see what is happening. I think the fastest spreading of the new mutations or the second waves that we are seeing, because if you look at most of the countries, the second wave seems to be much more virulent and most fast spreading than the first wave. And I think they will also find their own 501s, but different variations. And again, it's nice to close the borders, but I think to try to close the borders now to prevent the spreading of this 501 from South Africa and United Kingdom, I think it's already too late. Once if it's in your country, it's in your country. And you also need to go and look at your own mutations that you will have in your country.
Another thing which I feel is that in South African one, because we have 2 more mutations in RBD gene, and both of them are affecting the NABs, which is neutralizing antibodies. So maybe these types of mutations may make this virus, the person is going to get it again and again, and the antigenicity will be less. And these are the people who may start getting lots of reinfections. And that true antigenicity, NAB's portion is not there in UK.
That I'm not sure about whether it's those 2 mutations with the antibodies, whether they are in the UK. I'm not that I don't.
I have all the data of 26 mutations of UK, and these 2 are not there. In UK, all of them are in non-RBD. Only one is in RBD.
That is a huge problem then, because as you correctly said, we don't yet know what our antibody system is going to do. But it seems that these 2 mutations neutralizes the antibodies, and that might have an effect on your vaccines going forward. And as you correctly said, you can be reinfected. At this stage, as Prof. Salim Karim always says, is we don't know. We are speculating, and it seems the correct answers is what me and you are thinking about. But this virus is on its own. We can, you don't know. But it is actually very, very concerning that it cannot neutralize the antibodies, because it would have an impact on the rest of the world as well, if we are picking this up in South Africa?
The clinical tip for high viral load is the guess we can do it with the cycle threshold value of the RT-PCR. Any study going on to find out whether the RT-PCR CT value is lower in the second wave compared to the first wave, or the incubation period has changed, or the infectivity. Normally, in a normal case, we have virus within 7 days, the virus get killed and the lymphocyte starts increasing. So are we finding any change in the wave 2?
So I know that, again, that Prof. De Oliveira, they are working in the background on this, and their findings will be published very soon. I have seen a preliminary draft of Prof. Slim Karim's document that he will also release, as I've said, hopefully within the next week. And it is extremely difficult to understand this virus going forward in the concept of will you see more cases? Will you see more severe infections? Will you have people, as you correctly said, being reinfected and reinfected and reinfected? Would it be the same than the flu virus? Every year you get a new variant. But something that is a bit of a concern that Prof. Salim Karim mentioned was that normally your virus tends to for the virus itself to survive, it tends not to become so virulent. But it seems that this 501 doesn't follow that pattern. It's still very, very virulent. And again, that is not in line with what this virus normally, or a virus behavior normally is.
So all the viewers, we have watched Dr. Angelique talking about the situation in South Africa. And she has come back with very basic points that South Africa and European countries are facing now a new mutation. Maybe that mutation is already there in other countries, we don't know. They will have to find out. One thing is very clear, and that is that this mutation is, the contagiousness is much faster, much bigger, and even if it is not more virulent, because of the mere numbers, and even if it is the same mortality, the number of deaths will be much higher, much more in this particular aspect. So we need to see more. So for the benefit of the people, we should concentrate, we should remember that there is a virus. The virus has a spike protein, and the spike protein has a component called RBD, receptor binding domain. Inside that RBD, there is a RBM, which is called as a receptor binding moiety. And there are 70 amino acids in that RBM, and they are from 318 to 510. And this is the 318 to 510 is the RBD, and 424 to 494 are the RBM. Fortunately, the 501 is not in the RBM, it is in the RBD portion. If this 501 could have been an amino acid between 424 and 494, the virulent form would have been there. We would have been in more trouble. And it is also, we are fortunate that it is, we are having an NY501 mutation, because there are other mutations which they have said is that it is a different, some other types of a amino acid change, it can change the further virulence of the virus. So let's go on watching, let's trace, read, watch what is happening. We cannot tell about the mortality. Mortality comes after 2 weeks. We cannot tell about antibodies formation because that takes 28 days to form. So once the virus is more than 28 days old in UK and in South Africa, we will be able to find out whether it is forming enough antibodies or not. But theoretically, there is a risk that this virus may not be forming that amount of antibodies as the first wave. There is a theoretical risk that this number of cases will be much, much, much higher than the first wave. Whether it is going to cause more mortality, we don't know. That's all for today. Let me thank Dr. Angelique from South Africa to be here. And as promised, we will bring you the experts from all over the world. We will try to bring another one from the UK to talk about the exact UK situation from the horse's mouth. So let me thank Dr. Angelique to be here with us. We are grateful to you to have presented this data, which would not have been possible without your help. Thank you, Angelique, and Namaskar. Namaste is one we call them as to, so that we don't have to shake hands. And we'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. with another show. Keep watching Med Talks with Dr. K.K. Agarwal. Stay tuned. See you tomorrow. Namaskar. Thank you, Angelique. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Then this is another interesting one. Here, what they have done is what are experts saying? And in the majority of the cases, you would see that the experts would say, we don't know yet. And so they have a number of people, for example, Professor Jonathan Ball, and I'm not picking him because I want to pick on him. I just stopped here. The mutation that has cropped in Africa has been seen before, and we have no idea where it impacts on virus transmissibility or immunity. We need to study the impact of mutations on virus behavior. But until we have performed those important experiments, we should avoid panicking. If we practice social distancing and limit our interaction with others, then we will avoid spreading the virus, no matter what collection of mutation it has. So sort of, we don't know, but we are also here, be careful. So that's fine. So most of these answers you would see would be in the same vein. Then this is an interesting presentation. I just wanted to quickly go over this. This is a presentation by Salim S. Abdul Karim, FRS. And I think this is from South Africa. And here he is a professor of global health, Columbia University. So that is here. Co-chair Ministry of Advisory Committee on COVID-19, member African Task Force for Coronavirus. So if you very quickly look at it, what they're trying to understand, and again, at the end of the day, they would say transmissibility is more, it is probably spreading faster, but we do not know about all the other questions that I said in the beginning, that will it cause any issue with the vaccine, or would this cause more reinfections, or would it cause a failure of the monoclonal antibodies or polyclonal antibodies or vaccines? So all of that is up in the air. But here what they're trying to say is, here is the second wave starting because of this new variant. And they are saying that this wave, so if you look at the right side of the chart where it says new cases, they're saying this wave is going up faster. And I really, since somebody told me, some of the folks here made comments that South Africa has banned ivermectin, which really, if that has happened, that is one of the most bizarre thing I've heard. Yes, in the US here, we cannot give ivermectin, or pharmacy can decline it, but altogether banning ivermectin was just, it's still beyond me. So here are the cases. Maybe just start using ivermectin and you'll see a better outcome. So then here is the confirmed cases by province, then cases by confirmed SARS-CoV-2 cases by province again, 7 days moving average. Here, comparison of SARS-CoV-2 cases in first and second wave in Western Cape. So what they're trying to say is that if you see here, this is the second wave and the number of cases are a lot. And this is the first wave. So they're thinking that it is spreading faster. And of course, that means it is causing more cases. Comparison of SARS-CoV-2 cases in first and second wave. So here is a comparison. And the second wave is still evolving. So that line is here. Expected and actual all-cause death. So this is all-cause death, not COVID-19 death. All-cause death during COVID-19. So here, predicted deaths, and this is recorded death. So we'll see as there are more cases, that will the death rate equally go up as was the previous variant, or is this variant causing more deaths? Still, it's not known. So the fine balance between virus and host. Here, what they're trying to say is that mostly the virus actually tries to live in the host more successfully. So it tries to learn how not to kind of bother them too much.
No, that's in the original shit.
So some more RBD mutation. RBD, receptor binding domain mutations, have been a lot. So it's not just this one mutation. Then this is an interesting one out of all of these. Speculate the following. So this is their speculations. Number one, higher viral load in swabs may translate to higher efficiency of transmission, that is higher transmissibility. I don't know, higher viral load in swab may translate into that. I think the sentence could be restructured. What he's saying is that if we are seeing that people have a higher viral load in swabs, that means the throat has more virus, and that means when they're talking and laughing and sneezing and coughing, they may be transmitting more virus volume amount, and that may cause more spread. This may translate into a higher R naught. Again, these are speculations. We do not have the proof yet. While other viruses are transmitting, this variant is transmitting faster. This may translate into a second wave that will have many more cases than the first wave. And then what do we know and what do we not know? I think you can guess that what they're going to say is that this transmission or this mutation causes more transmission, but we do not know if the vaccines would work or not work or immune. So this is what is the presentation. The link is in the description as well. So please see it if you feel.
Sunshine coming in. It's 9 o'clock, got 13.5 volts getting generated. Ooh. So I need to move them around. Get the most out of my scene, right? Nice blast of light in this light in the morning. Right. Yeah. Rotate the panel this way. Get nice, good direct sunlight through there. Remove this group. Yeah. 6.72 this morning. 14 volts. Nice, 9 a.m. I'm going to hook them to a set-down module since they don't seem like they need one, but I want to see if it changes the difference. So put out 78 volts. This is only a 36 volt solar controller. Hey, look at all that sunlight. Move the panels. I gotta cut some trees. No, I want to keep that group, but I gotta cut the oaks out from it. I have to keep doing the solar dance so I get these guys out of the way. There's a grouping right there, otherwise it's gonna be super hot. Meditation and stuff. I'm gonna use that big oak down to the other big oak as a tram, a winch and other things, and the cable and pull the trees up. So do scaffolding. Get this panel moved over here. Yeah, I'm gonna take them down. At least the back group. Thin that out more. And 3 of those small trees. Bring up the solar high frequencies from down there. It's interesting, I hooked those to the step down modules. It doesn't need it. It's crazy. Remember we started at 0.642 this morning. 0.75. It's getting some good light. Bring up the high frequencies. Tie them into here. Oh, looks like it's unlighted. I found my Omni Heat jacket. Oh, Romeo's sleeping. Wake him up while I cut the tree. Beautiful day. Blessings, everybody. Finish thinning this out. Thinning this side out. This is the hill that I drove Casey down. And got pulled back up. Come down here and get my high frequencies because I gotta finish making the secondary garden. The first one's over there on that side. And there's this guy. Gotta finish thinning all this out. Bring my high frequencies from down here. Finish thinning out the forest management. There's a vast forest. Making secondary road up that way. Back up. Come down here and get the high frequency. Morpheus. Cut all this by hand. I ain't got to. Get the backhoe going. I want to dig a pond and stuff down here. Was the primary garden site, now it turns into 3, 2, 1 over there. Yeah. Beautiful down here. Another road I was cutting by hand. Now I got the backhoe. Hopefully install that backhoe trencher de-stumper. Started doing this last summer in September when the fire struck. Down in the valley here cutting wood, cutting these trees, and big old embers are falling. I'm gonna do a pond right there. And these guys, high frequency, Morpheus. About 419 volts. Use step-down module. I'm sending it 700 feet into over that way. Open this up and we'll finish doing that side over there and processing these guys. Keep branching and chipping. Amazing grapevines. Roll these up. We'll get up there and get them set up. Take advantage of all this light. Get the water pumps and everything going. And plasma reactors so I can juice up. Yeah. I like the other ones, but I also like these ones way more because of the being able to roll them up smaller. And also the functionality of them is different. They grab light and react with it. The other ones I can't send so far. I have remotely, but yet the other ones are heavier so they don't get blown around. So that's the draw. Use them in conjunction. Get way more power than monocrystallines. But use all 3 and the 4 and some HHO with it with a permeable electric membrane. You got power at night. Solar. Like that, 1,000 watt gun. Boom. Bam. HPSs, high pressure sodium light bulbs. You get watt for watt back, even through canopy coverage. 85% return. Next to the, say, with the pot on top of the panel, sitting on it, you get 85% of the watt back. Whoa, that amazing mushroom. Who's underneath the solar panel? Wow, I gotta send Maria down there to see it. Wow, that's as big as my hand. Have water flowing, have a hydro plant coming like this, the water going into the pond, right there. Secondary drive that goes up, we gotta thin all this out. Water shooting power up. Still gotta string the wire coming down this way, so it'd be nice to have that trencher. Then I won't have to do it by hand. Did that in my teens doing solar. Power from there all the way up here. Hydro plant station and aquifer fire abatement on the treetops. Clean all this out. On this side. Tree fell on us. That dimple is. Sister. Getting the step down module set up. Got the wire run out that way. Just gotta get the back out of the car and deploy them. Get everything set up in a rough. We're still building, so I'm not gonna set it up fixed, but in a rough. Getting there. Those guys mixed with those guys. Those guys are getting 3 amps with that. They're fuss moving them around. Had to get them up over there. Solar panels out, solar cells. Had them for 5 good years. Going on 6. Oh. Solar cells deployed. One set there, one set here. Set a set. I'm gonna go clean out that underneath right there as I started out this morning. Got the hike in, get my chainsaw from over here, and cut the backdrop. So the panels out. Add these on things so I can solar cells strung out across the property. High frequency level. Just climbed into the thicket. Got the chainsaw and spliff in there. Now climb through to get to that side. And on the hill face, as you've seen, I've cleaned that way. I'm gonna keep this group of trees. I'm gonna start from here and go down. So I've done here all the way down. Terraform. At this point right here, I'm literally at the very highest point on our property. At this point here. inside section. Clean this out. Start going that way. And down that halfway. And that way. Treetop fire issues and so forth. Open this up. Move on. The twins are back. That were born last year. The mama that would come over. Checking out and seeing what grandma's doing. She's taking them apart and doing her dome. That's what that is, dear. It'll be nice to you even when you're running a chainsaw. See if I can see him. Might spook him since I got all my gear on. I'm heavy. Clean all this out. Clean all this part up. When we first got here, years back, cleaned out the lower part. Now I gotta get back to it. Get to this upper part. Couple of years in the making. Have all 4 stepped things in the trees, building and food growing, harmonizers. I'll watch some power lines. Power lines are right there. Have to watch them. Cut these guys and fall them to the west or east or north, not south. Keep the drone here. Clean out all this oak. Cut down all this baby oak to this side real quick. And that side. Clean it all the way down. Make it back around to that side. Cut all down on small trees. So I have to come over with a snatch box in the back and pull these big ones. So I can cut them because they're long enough to where if they fall wrong, they'll fall on the power line. I ain't trying to do all that. So I'll just take out all the small. Fire removal. See, there are the power lines I gotta watch out for. Gonna start here, go that way, and then come back this way and clean all this out. for nightfall. Taken and appreciated for it's gone. Terraform it different. Get these guys.